He got reincarnated into his own novel, not as the chosen one or a prodigy, but as a rotten side character from a powerful mage family, a guy fated to be thrown out at 17 and die like trash. The problem? He knows exactly how that story ends, because he wrote it. And now, with the author's knowledge and a few unfair privileges no one else should have, he's rewriting his own death sentence from the inside. Imagine fighting a character who has already read the script. He will become untouchable. 3 days have passed. He still can't believe what happened. This phenomenon that forced him into the novel he wrote. A strange phenomenon, commonly called possession. Something that could happen in the world of a webtoon. He didn't think he would experience this possession himself. After some time, he got out of bed and walking further, said, "Still in this body." He grabbed the fold of his stomach and added, "with this protruding belly fat." Then he looked in the mirror and said that he can't get used to this. He thought, no matter how much he rubbed his eyes, these words wouldn't go away. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him, which said, "Character information, name, Larson Maiton, talent, magical combat technique, stats, very unpredictable." He thought, it seems he really possessed the body of the novel character. This was supposed to be the supporting star in the novel, who will be killed by his brothers 9 years later. On the first day, he abruptly sat up in bed and shouted, "Work? What time is it?" At that moment, the maid standing next to his bed screamed in fear, then apologized and said she was very sorry. Her body trembled with fear. She knelt down, bowing her head. She said that she had committed a crime worthy of death. She was very sorry. At that moment, the protagonist moved to the edge of the bed and thought, "Who is this?" She didn't look Korean and didn't look like a Western woman. Then he awkwardly apologized and asked, "Where is he?" Then the maid hit her head on the floor and asked for forgiveness. She didn't know he was awake and didn't let him sleep. Please, he must spare her life. He must forgive her. He looked at her in bewilderment and cried out in alarm, "Is she okay?" He reached out to her. She screamed for him not to kill her. He approached her and thought he had just gotten up, but she fainted from that. That's how the first day went. To be honest, he was in a bad mood on the first day. On the second day, he sat on his bed and stared at the system window. He thought, his name is Larson, not Cha Sunmin. This morning, he met a boy. Then Hampton came into his room and, bowing, said that he would write down his diary. He thought his name was Hampton. The protagonist asked, "Diary?" He answered, "Exactly." He will try to finish it quickly. Then Hampton started filling out the diary, and the protagonist approached him and thought, "Diary. He seems to remember something about this." Every move of the heirs of respected families is carefully monitored. Another person will keep a daily record of what they do. This happens every day, starting from the age of 14. At that moment, Hampton, noticing the protagonist, let out a frightened scream, spilling ink all around. Then he began to apologize in fear and said he would clean it up right away. After that, he looked at the protagonist's knee flying towards him and thought, what is he doing? His body was reacting on its own. He thought he should kick it. Then he stopped, looking at the frightened Hampton, and thought this was what he felt, as if it were ingrained in him. As the second day passed, he began to recall fragments of Larson's memories. He remembers that at the age of 4, he used a toy stick to beat the crap out of the servants who served him. Among these servants, Hampton was one. At the age of 5, Larson learned the secret of his birth. Then he indignantly cried out, someone like her, his mother? Larson was a child born to the patriarch of Dakatra and a servant girl. Larson was very afraid of Dakatra, but not of Soso. He then spat in Soso's face and told her to just disappear. In the present, he put his hand to his chest and thought he was so ashamed that these were his memories. Anyway, this happened when he was 7 years old. He had a talent for having a terrible temper. He did many other things. Countless terrible things. After spending 7 years on a rampage, this terrible incident happened at the end of the year when he was 8 years old. Then he grabbed Rosalind by the clothes, swung a bat, and shouted, "She's a stupid fool. How about I beat her to death today?" Larson, who was extremely immature, went around telling people how he beat up Rosalind, the only 6-year-old daughter of a reputable martial arts family. Because of this, his father, Dakatra, was forced to bow his head to the patriarch of the Grandel family and apologize. Before Larson turned 9, he was banished to a remote place known as the Autumn Mansion, and just a few days ago, he destroyed the table in front of him by hitting it with a large stick, and then shouted, asking them to bring the chocolates that Bearden bought. He thought, is he obsessed with chocolates? Larson. This is one of the characters that Sunmin, that is, he wrote in his novel. Sunmin really conceived Larson as a villain. However, he did not go into such detail and create all these memories from the past. This is not the world that the author of this Sunmin wrote. This is a world he did not write about. This means that all these events happen spontaneously in this other world. Now, he remembers most of these memories, but they are all garbage memories. The third day. The protagonist sat on the bed, bowed his head, and thought that he cannot help but admit that he possesses this body. This is not a dream, this is reality. He can no longer remain stunned by what happened. Larson, a minor villain, from the prestigious Said family of swordsmen in the Sunmin book. Naturally, details like what his face looks like or what abilities he possesses were not written into the novel. This is because he was only a minor character who appeared from time to time. Since it was unknown when Larson would appear, it was assumed that he had a talent for martial arts. He wrote this information down just in case. But in the end, it was of no use to him. This means that, from the reader's perspective, he had no talent at all. After all, he was killed at the age of 17. Then he sat on the edge of the bed, and folding his hands in front of him, thought, good thing he would make survival his top priority. Larson is now 9 years old. There are still 8 years until his execution, and at least he still has 8 years to go. Then he put his hand to his face in fear and thought, but the problem is what happens after that. Even if he works hard to change his future for 8 years, the real main character of this novel is Kassan Sade. The Maidan family's destiny is to fight Kassan. Long ago, the Maidan family's patriarch, Dekatra, unintentionally killed the first son of a swordsman family. The situation was quite complicated, so it was kept secret until now, but as the story progresses, it will be revealed. And because of this, the conflict between the two families reached a climax. The two families suddenly went to war, and it was known as the Sword Demon War. Since the title of the novel is the reputable Sade swordsman family, in the end, the Sade family won the Sword Demon War, and the Maidan family was practically destroyed. He thought about what he should do and when should he take action. These words appear and disappear as they please. What should he do and when should he start doing it? Sunmin is the creator of this world. Even if it wasn't the typical part-time job he'd had while working at the company, yes, he was the creator. All the amazing opportunities and good fortune that had befallen the main character Kassan were his creation. Knowledge of the future, and if he took advantage of it and moved forward, he could get his old life back. He clenched his fist and thought, no, he could live better than before. Compared to the small one-room apartment he lived in, even the toilet in this place was much larger. Since he only lived once, it would be nice to enjoy all the luxuries that this huge, rich family had, right? He then punched his fist in front of him and thought, because he has martial arts that weren't created by him. Even Larson doesn't know how powerful it is, but since he only knows martial arts, he must be a genius at it. He has the blood of one of the 3 families in this world, the Maiton family after all. He folded his arms and thought, he was essentially born with a gold spoon. He said it was better to be optimistic about it. He thought, excluding the fact that he was a damn scoundrel and the fact that his head would be cut off at 17, he could live a much better life than Sunmin, who lived in Korea. He just needed to do something about it. After all, he had 8 long years. Then he looked to the side in surprise and thought about the words he saw when he first came here. The system window that appeared said, note, character, Larson's will activated, Heaven's Eye activated. He asked in surprise, what? He thought, this is the ability possessed by the main character of the prestigious Side swordsman family. The Heaven's Eye was activated. Why was this ability appearing in him? Then those words he saw weren't from the Heaven's Eye's manifestation. Then he thoughtfully placed his finger to his chin and thought, but why is this appearing in him? He's not the main character. No, it doesn't matter why he has it. From the moment he had it, any predictability was destroyed. The main character's ability. The prestigious Side swordsman family is a fantasy novel about a munchkin. That's why the main character is so powerful that he can destroy an entire continent. Not just a continent. Munchkins are capable of destroying an entire universe. The real problem is that it was this power that destroyed the Maiton family. Then he looked at the energy in front of him in surprise and thought, a ring? He can see it. It seems like the celestial eye is analyzing his body. One ring? Is that one circle? A circle is a kind of fuel barrel, causing mana to circulate around the heart. Forming new rings, it plays a key role in the use of magic. According to the rules set by Sunmin, even the first round requires intensive training and education. Training, in turn, required a horse's share of patience and money. He wondered if such an idiot really trained hard or studied at a higher institution. He doesn't remember any training, so it just happened. Then he heard a knock on the door and thought, it must be Hera. She opened the door a crack and asked, sir, may I come in? He told her to come in. She immediately knelt down after that, and he looked at her, puzzled. He remembered how Larson put his foot on her head, and folding his arms across his chest said, if she raises her gaze to him, she must kneel. Did she understand? In the present tense, he thought that he had come up with a lot of terrible rules. What? Wait, what is this? A system window appeared in front of him, and it said, name, Hera. Talent, assassination, characteristics, defy interpretation. He thought, why is her talent assassination? He doesn't remember writing that down. He forgot. The setting of the novel is the prestigious Sade family of swordsmen, a crazy world of power and violence, a literally wild world. Someone had deliberately introduced him to a murderer. He was the first to be introduced to a murderous servant, in a struggle for succession. A mad world where everything ends only after death. Calm down, Sunmin. He had to force himself to smile. The woman in front of him was a murderer. If he lost his temper, he could die. He looked at her in surprise, then thought, so all her tears and fear were an act? It was quite possible that was so. However, her trembling was genuine, real. The heavenly eye said so. Then he cleared his throat and called her. She put her hands to her chest and, looking up at him, said, yes, sir. He told her to get up, and turning around, folded his arms across his chest. Then he told her to bring him some Bearden chocolates. She asked, chocolates? He thought she should just go. Please. He needed to concentrate. And then he watched her run out the door and asked, or was she just trying to cry here? She shouted, no way, she'd bring it right now. After that, she stood with her back to the door and thought, what was it? She doesn't know how to describe this feeling. So elusive, not like before. She first felt a change a few days ago, as if his mood had shifted. She's not sure, but he definitely changed. Then she flashed forward and thought, it's too early, but maybe she should report this. Meanwhile, The protagonist sat down at the table and, folding his arms over his chest, looked at the system window. He thought that now he would figure it out. And so, he was Larson, exiled to the Autumn Mansion. He was no longer a thorn in his father's side, and he was crossed out of the line of succession. Larson has no chance of becoming the successor to the Master of Magic, but that's all the better. The Master of Magic is a hero who will always fight the Master of the Sword, he thought, but to survive, at least he should behave appropriately. Luckily, Sunmin is the creator of this world, and he wields a power only the main character possesses. He knows what will happen in the future, knows where the ancient artifact is hidden. He must participate in the war for succession, and if he doesn't, he'll be branded the scum of the Maiton family. He's 9 years old now, but even if he were 10, he'd still be involved in a full-fledged war for succession. But if after 10 years he still behaves like a crazy scoundrel, he'll die at 17. He doesn't have to worry about money. He eats a lot, travels, and can live a luxurious and lazy life, something he couldn't afford in real life. He just needs to take the right stance, maintain a happy medium. He's done this many times before. It's the code of conduct for South Korean soldiers, after all. Okay, now it's clear how to behave in this world, and what needs to be done now. Then he looked at the system window, which said, "Note, due to insufficient mana, the Celestialize operation has been suspended." At that moment, Hera peeked into the room and said, "She's sorry, sir. It was hard to get the beard and chocolates, so she didn't bring them." He looked at her and said, "It's fine." He thought, he's not much of a chocolate lover, he just needed time. She said, "She committed a crime worthy of death, huh?" He replied, "It's fine, she should go out." He thought, first of all, as Larson, he needed to take the right position. He noticed that the fact that he hadn't heard Hira's footsteps gave him goosebumps. She kept peeking around the door and asked, "What about the chocolates?" He yelled at her to get out of here already. She slammed the door and said, "I understand. He should rest easy." Then she paced the hallway, wondering if she heard right. What did that brat say? No, she definitely did. Is the guy crazy about chocolate, okay? She'll wait a bit longer and decide whether to report it to her. A week later, MC approached Hampton and called him over. He looked at him and replied, "Yes, sir." The protagonist told him to get ready. He looked surprised. Get ready? How? What preparation was he talking about? He replied that he was going to the training ground. Hampton asked in surprise, "Training ground?" The protagonist yelled at him to stop whining. Did he really need to be told twice? He ran in the opposite direction and replied, "No way. He'll get everything ready now, 7th Mister." He'd been thinking a lot this week and had a few ideas. First of all, to survive, he must enter the struggle for succession and find a suitable position. Second, train hard and serve the people. Finally, find a way to survive and become independent. He clenched his fist, and looking at this, thought, it's important to check one thing now. The first circle, martial arts, and the heavenly eye. It's finally time to use this power. Meanwhile, Hampton ran forward and thought, young Master Larson, he's changed. He beat him on the buttocks until he bled and bruised. This isn't something he should be angry about, but something he should regret. After all, it happened because he didn't help him well enough. But now he wants to go to the training building. Not long before, Hampton asked in surprise, "Training building." At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him, which stated, "Name, Hampton, main talent, poison, attribute, cowardly shadow." MC thought, an assassin and a poison master, amazing. But when did he learn poisons? He's probably sharpening a knife for it somewhere in his heart. A well-trained servant is assigned to all heirs of respected mage families. They are trained and brainwashed from a young age to assist the successor and dedicate their lives to their master. The shadow of the 7th young master, Hampton. He thought, a shadow? Even a fool like him has a shadow? Yet he is someone who has been carefully trained by the Maiton family. Currently, they approached the training building, and Hampton, looking at the protagonist, thought that he can't believe he came to training. He is so happy. But why did he change so drastically? It's not that he is afraid that this will cause problems, but his heart aches when he sees himself despised for his reckless behavior. No, he must believe in him. Then Hampton said, wow. He thought that he can't get his head around the fact that he is seeing a modern building in a fantasy world. He really didn't do a very good job with the settings. But thanks to this, he will be more accustomed to it. Then they approached the building, and the system window said, notification, current location, training task 1. Each of these buildings within the complex had an administrator. Then a man walked forward, folding his arms across his chest and greeting him, the 7th young master. He was Noah, the administrator of this building. The protagonist approached him and replied, nice to meet you. Noah bowed and said, yes, it's an honor to meet you. Keeping his head down, he gritted his teeth in frustration and thought, that damn idiot hit him a year ago for not fully bowing and greeting him properly. But that idiot didn't even remember him. Did he? They walked inside, and the protagonist looked at Noah and thought, his divine eye isn't working for him, which means he's stronger than Larson. Well, he thinks it's okay for the administrator to be strong. He shouldn't be cocky. You should be polite to him. And then he closed his eyes and said that he starts training from today. What kind of monsters should he train with? Noah asked in surprise. Train? He answered correctly. What kind of monsters are best suited for his age? He said the same. The protagonist interrupted him and answered, 9 years old. He thought, of course he knows that. He's a damn brat. 396 days, 8 hours, and 32 minutes had passed since he hit him. He continued to frown and thought, how should he deal with him? He must do it without breaking the rules, legally, so that no one can punish him. Then he looked ahead and, smiling, said, the sixth master was able to kill a mushroom monster at his age. He asked, a mushroom monster? He thought that he remembered writing about it. About 50 centimeters tall, it looks like a huge mushroom, the kind that live in the area, a low-ranking monster. And then the MC put his hand on his waist and said, excellent. Then Noah bowed and said that he understood. He would prepare everything. The field would be set up in the mushroom forest. He replied, yes, he will do what needs to be done. The administrator added that the preparations would take about 3 minutes. Then he walked forward, and the protagonist asked why he looked so happy. He closed his eyes and thought, the mushroom monster is not a strong opponent. Even the sixth young master, whom he did not describe in detail, was able to kill it at the age of 9, so he should have no problem. 3 minutes, he needs to concentrate. He could actually feel a ring around his heart. Energy began to concentrate around him, and he thought that his talent was magical combat techniques. He had already understood how to use magic. After all, the blood of a respected family of magicians flows through his veins. After a while, Noah smiled and, waving his hand, said, excellent. Now he can go. After this, the protagonist walked onto the field, and a system window appeared in front of him, stating a notification and his current location, a mushroom forest, manifested through magic. The next second, the administrator disappeared and said he hoped everything would work out. Then, the protagonist looked ahead in surprise and, noticing a shadow, wondered if it was him. The next second, the mushroom rose, its toothy maw wide open, and then the administrator announced, young master, that the weakness of mushroom monsters is their bodies. Such monsters are also very afraid of fire. The protagonist looked at it and thought, is this a mushroom monster? It was somehow disgusting to see a moving mushroom. Then he thought, well, perhaps it's time to begin. He then concentrated energy in his fist and swung to attack. The next second, a system window appeared in front of him, stating that the will of his physical body had been confirmed. The magical combat technique sealed within his body had been activated. At that moment, the administrator, watching the scene through a glass globe, thought, before joining the Mighton family, he was a pretty good mage in Dorothy territory. It might not seem like it, but he was once called the genius of Dorothy. For now, he remembered Larson slapping him across the cheek and asking how he could even call himself a man with that 82-degree bow. He bit his lip and thought that he had humiliated him for bowing to him at 82 degrees instead of 90. He would repay him for this humiliation. This mushroom monster had been enhanced by him to the maximum level. At that moment, the mushroom monster took off. He thought, the magical combat technique he possessed was considered the weakest in the family. He had no chance of inflicting any damage on a mushroom monster with an attributeless technique. At that moment, the MC prepared to attack, and the administrator thought finally, his revenge will be fulfilled. Damn it. Then he looked forward in surprise, swung his fist and flew to attack the monster, then delivered a powerful blow, destroying the monster's body. Noah then thought in surprise, with one blow? After that, the protagonist landed and said that it was quite easy. After that, he looked at the system window, which said, notice, the rank of the recently manifested magical combat technique is novice. He used an enlightened magic combat technique. Highly unpredictable things become more predictable. The novice magical combat technique was completely unsealed. He thought he could feel his heart pumping blood. Then the system reported, the basic magical combat technique, weight control, was imprinted on the mana circle. Energy began to concentrate around his body. He wondered what kind of power was this. Then the administrator wondered in surprise. What just happened? Was this pure combat magic? Combat magic is magic that is accompanied by destructive physical force. Mushroom monsters are resistant to brute force, but he dealt with it so easily. Impossible. He then said, young master, a mushroom monster doesn't seem suitable for training beginners. The protagonist looked away and said he thought so too. The administrator then wondered what had happened in the year since he'd seen him. He then wiped the sweat from his face with a napkin and said he was thinking of raising the difficulty a little. The protagonist asked, difficulty? How much? It would be problematic if it was too much. He didn't have much mana left. He replied, it's a red mushroom monster. It's the same as usual, but faster and stronger. But that's not all. If they can kill it quickly enough, it will multiply. He thought he should stop his personal grudge. He needed to press for information for the report. He then said, if the situation becomes too dangerous, he will interrupt the training. The MC said, a red mushroom monster. He thought he didn't create something like that, but he thinks it's another monster from the original work. Then he said, excellent. After that, the administrator said, young master, a monster has appeared. Then a mushroom monster appeared in front of the protagonist, and he looked at it and thought, what's different from the previous one? Except for the color. The next second, he looked to the side in surprise, noticing how a mushroom cap flew past him and created a powerful explosion behind him. He then jumped to the side, kicking up dust from the ground. He looked at the monster and thought that it was strong, fast, but didn't look threatening. The next second, the monster approached his face, but the protagonist put his hands in front of him, aiming a magical attack at it, and Noah, his mouth open in surprise, shouted, he parried it, and MC thought he'd realized something. His attacks were simple and predictable. First, he uses his new ability. Then he pushed off the ground, jumped up and grabbed the mushroom cap. He thought, basic combat magic, weight control. He concentrated his energy in his fist, but the system reported insufficient mana. He thought, damn, he's used up all his mana. Then he tossed the mushroom aside and wondered what that was. It felt like time had frozen for a moment. In any case, thanks to this, he was able to win. Afterwards, a system window appeared in front of him saying, warning. This was the first time he'd completely exhausted his mana. Due to insufficient mana, the Divine Eye would be deactivated. He figured he'd have to deal with this once he regained his mana. At that moment, Hampton placed his drink on the administrator's desk and wondered what he'd just seen. Had he been training in secret? At that moment, Noah looked at him and asked if the 7th Swordmaster's decade had already passed. He replied, next year. He frowned and gritted his teeth, wondering how the hell he was so strong if he wasn't even 10. After a while, the protagonist came out to them, and Hampton, looking at him, thought, young master, he even has a magic circle. A first circle can appear without tremendous effort. The young master definitely trained in secret. Then he abruptly hugged the protagonist and shouted, young master. MC thought, thinking he'd made a huge mistake. After all, he doesn't know anything about this world yet. He moved Hampton away from his face and thought it would be problematic if he stood out too much. First, he needed to do something. The next second, he fell to the floor, and everyone present shouted in surprise, young master. After that, Noah looked at Hampton and shouted for him to call a healer from the 2nd floor. He ran in the opposite direction and shouted, yes sir. At that moment, the protagonist, still lying on the floor, thought, is it really that bad that they need to call a healer? He thought, there must definitely be a recovery potion on the 2nd floor. At that moment, the doctor was dozing at his workstation. Hampton ran up to him and shouted, doctor? He cried out in fear, startled. What happened? He shouted, the 7th young master is injured. The doctor asked, seriously? Is this a problem? The 7th young master, not the 6th? He replied, yes, the 7th young master. The doctor was surprised. Isn't he the 6th young master's assistant? He replied that he, Hampton, was the 7th young master's assistant. He said he had to wait. So the 7th young master was really here? What was he doing here? He replied that he had defeated a common mushroom monster and received a serious injury from a red one. He was surprised. What? How? Hampton placed his hands on the counter and answered, using combat magic. After a while, MC was lying on the bed. The healer approached him and thought, if this was due to a side effect of combat magic, then it would be difficult to do anything. First, he would try. No, he would pretend to try and send him to a high-ranking mage. There were better mages in the main building. He could shift all responsibility to them. After that, he began to concentrate energy and used mana in his hands. He didn't notice any reaction. He thought, as expected, it didn't help. Yes, this still doesn't work. He needed to finish quickly and send him to the main building. Faster. The next second, the protagonist raised a trembling hand, and the healer shouted, young master. He wondered if his ability had improved. No, that was impossible. Most likely, this was the very formation of this idiot. Then the protagonist looked at him and said that he was grateful. Those present asked in surprise, what? He repeated that he thanked him. The others looked at him in bewilderment. After some time, Hira, trying to catch her breath, brought him several chocolate bars and said that she managed to get some Verdun chocolates. She apologized, but there were only 2, although he asked for 3. She really did apologize and would try to find more. He replied that everything was fine, she just had to leave it here. She looked up at him in surprise and asked, what? An MC was lying on the bed with his hands behind his head and thought that she should just go and rest. She didn't look so well. He didn't want to bother the assassin. Then he said that he was tired after training. She should stop bothering him and leave. She replied that she understood. Young master, please, he should rest. After a while, Hera walked into the kitchen and shouted in surprise, is that true? So he really was training? Hampton, holding the dishes, replied that he had already said so. Training, young master. She shouted, oh, come on. At that moment, the protagonist bit into a small piece of chocolate and thought that he didn't really like chocolate. But this was different. It immediately melted in his mouth. The sweetness turned into warmth, and he felt as if his whole body was covered in a warm blanket. Wait, what if this wasn't just a feeling? Then he used the Divine Eye, looked at his body and thought, the effect of this chocolate is spreading throughout my entire body. The system reported that some mana had been gained. He thought, crazy idiot, is that why he has so much mana? Then a system window appeared in front of him, saying, he discovered a fragment of the incomplete truth. He sat up in bed and thought he could feel his character developing, various coincidences slowly coming together. To think that chocolate gave mana. He thought about how to absorb mana. Mages had to travel to places where it was abundant, and they went through hell trying to absorb even a little bit of it. It seemed he had a peculiarity he hadn't mentioned in the novel. Perhaps that was why it was presented as a fragment of an incomplete truth. Free mana, and the only side effect was weight gain. Right? He had felt this before. He needed to recall that situation. He recalled his battle with the monster, and a system window appeared in front of him saying, notification, slow flow attribute activated. He thought, slow flow? What was that? Then he heard a knock on the door and said, he already said that nothing more was needed. Hera, she said, young master, he has a guest. He told him to get lost. At that moment, Carlton entered the room and asked how he was communicating with his older brother. He smiled and added, elder brother has arrived, and he hasn't even stood up yet? Where are his manners? Does he want to eat bird droppings again? The 6th young master walked forward, and MC gritted his teeth and thought, "This is Carlton, the guy he was so afraid of." Then he stood in front of him and bowing asked, "He's here, brother?" Carlton pointed his staff at him and said, "So that's why he's so bad. It's taking him too long to understand. And what is he waiting for?" The protagonist looked up at him in surprise and asked, "What?" Then Carlton swung his staff and shouted, "He should crawl, like a bug. He's not going to kneel down." At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him, saying, "Notification, attributes sealed in body, slow flow activated automatically." He thought he had already felt this during the battle with the red mushroom monster. What he has to do, he doesn't want to get hit by the 6th young master. This is a good opportunity to test his skills. He then put his hand in front of himself, blocking his brother's staff, and thought for a moment. He threw Carlton's staff away, and Carlton looked at him in surprise and asked, "What did he just do?" Then he shouted in irritation, "What did he just do? Trash!" The protagonist replied that it was just self-defense. Carlton told him to repeat it. He asked, "Repeat what?" He told him to say that nonsense again. Trash. The protagonist said it was nonsense. He was surprised. What? He said it. He asked him to say that nonsense. Carlton trembled with anger and then shouted, "That idiot!" He concentrated energy in front of himself and shouted that he would kill him. At that moment, the protagonist took a stance and thought that he also had rings around his heart. It seems he is going to take advantage of this. Then Carlton concentrated his energy and, swinging his arm, shouted that he must die. And a system window appeared in front of him, which said character information, name, Carlton, primary attribute, water, traits, hot-tempered child. Protagonist looked at this and thought, water? It seems that water rings are appearing near his head and also near his chest. It will be problematic if he does not finish the formation. Then, Carlton struck in front of himself and shouted, "What?" At that moment, the protagonist appeared behind him and attacked, after which he moved forward and added a strike to his stomach. The next second, Carlton spat out a clot of blood and sank to one knee, starting to cough loudly. The protagonist looked at it and thought, blood? He still does not control the power enough. Then he shouted, "Hampton, he should call a healer." Then he thought, could it be that the mana exploded in his body before it had time to form? The next second, Hampton popped his head into the room and asked, "What happened, young master?" MC shouted, "He already told him to call a healer quickly." He replied, "I understand." At that moment, the protagonist continued to look at his brother and thought that he had overdone it. Besides, he thought he had found an effective way to deal with the mage. He smiled and thought that his original goal was to live to be 17. He thought he had made some progress on his path. The next day, Hera shouted, "What did that idiot do to the 6th young master? This is pointless. This simply can't happen." But Hampton sat in front of her on the couch and said, "Of course it doesn't make sense." He had seen everything with his own eyes, but he hadn't even conveyed the information. "Sis, can't he be more honest with her?" she wondered. "Why? Is he going to tell her that he's a shadow?" He looked at her in surprise, and then she sat down on the sofa and waving her hand said, "Everyone except that idiot already figured it out." And Hampton added, "He also thinks that little sister is not just an ordinary maid. Her steps are unusually light, her movements are stealthy." She looked at him and said, "Yes, that's another thing that everyone knows except that idiot." Hampton asked, "Little sister, does she still think he's just a lazy idiot?" She took a sip of her drink and told him to continue. He said, "That's what he thinks." On his 10th birthday, Master is finally starting to move. At that moment, MC looked ahead and thought, so this is the place where he can learn to control mana, the Star Library. Doesn't this look more like a shopping mall than a library? At that moment, a notification appeared in front of him, saying the current location is the Star Library. He thought that he was really surprised that he hadn't visited such a place before. He then walked inside and, looking around, thought in amazement, "Unbelievable. And these are all books? Does this library extend all the way to the 3rd floor?" He then looked ahead and asked, "I wonder how many books are here?" Then he heard a voice. "There are about 200,000 books here." The 7th young master. He began to look around and wondered, what? Where was that voice coming from? At that moment, Evian appeared from a rift in space nearby and hovered in the air. He looked at her and asked, "Who?" She said she was the manager of the Star Library, Evian. Meanwhile, Hera placed the cup on the saucer and asked, "So he's saying he's been preparing for his 10th birthday? A talentless person like him hid his true nature perfectly? Doesn't he think it's pointless?" Hampton stood up from the sofa and said that he felt like he'd been deliberately hiding it for 10 years. She folded her arms and said, "It's amazing that he actually believed it." Hampton shouted, but he'd seen it with his own eyes. He'd actually reached the 1st circle. She asked, "First circle?" He thought it was possible to achieve such a result in just a few days. He then spread his arms out to the sides and told her to just think about it. The 7th young master had never been considered for the successor's position because of his behavior. She noticed that this was true. He added that she was the only one who kept an eye on him. How convenient was that for the 7th young master? That's why he underestimated his abilities. Hera then looked away and said that it still didn't make any sense. After all, that idiot's talent is limited to combat magic. Hampton said that wasn't true. He was confident in what he was saying. She asked why. He replied because he was his shadow. He was confident that he could grant him a future. Also, they would both be abandoned if the 7th young master died, so they should cooperate. Before he could finish speaking, Hera rose from her seat and said that if he decided to stop by the library soon, she would think about it. He asked, "Excuse me?" She said that she had heard that every member of the Mitone clan must study in the library to prepare for the battle for the inheritance, where they would strategize. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at Evian and thought, Evian? Who is that? He couldn't remember anyone like that. Then the character information appeared in front of him, but it was only a name. He thought, what? Larvian? Then she bowed, lifting the hem of her dress, and said it was an honor to meet the 7th young master. He thought, wow, he didn't expect to see her here. She hadn't met the main character, Cassin, directly, yet she was a powerful mage, playing a major role in several important events. Not long before, the knights had rushed into battle, shouting to kill the witch. MC thought it was remarkable that she was a monstrous mage who had destroyed the tyrannical Lord of Revadon and his knights. Then she had unleashed a stream of powerful energy on them. He thought she had completely frozen his castle. She would later be known as the Disaster in the Northern Sea War that would begin in the future. He thought she was currently a wanted person, but she worked in the Mitone clan library, which might be why she hadn't been found yet. The library of the famous Mitone clan is almost a sacred place for mages, because the original transcriptions of grimoires from all over the world are kept here. Every librarian here is a high-ranking mage. The library has the right to manage every book and read any of them here. But of all the librarians, why Larvian? Why is the legendary witch who can freeze anyone with eye contact standing right in front of him? Then she asked him to wait at the table on the 2nd floor. He hesitantly asked, okay. She replied that she would bring tea. What kind of tea does he prefer? How about black? He smiled and thought that he hated black tea, and then said, okay, he likes black tea. The next second, she disappeared, adding that she would prepare it right now. He looked ahead and thought that this world was simply too dangerous. No matter how much he thought about it, this was still his first time visiting a library. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if his old self visited this library. Sometime later, the protagonist was sitting at the table with a cup of tea in front of him. Evian then asked what book he was looking for. He replied that he wanted something for mana cultivation. She asked what kind of cultivation book he needed. He replied, a very basic, fundamental one. She asked, but wouldn't such a book be useless to him? He had the Mitone clan's magical bloodline. He said he should be careful before jumping. With that, he smiled. She asked, jump? Then she used search and said, 1 second, she'll use magic. The next second, the book magically appeared in front of him and fell onto the table. He said, okay, she can go. She then disappeared and said, okay, she wishes him luck. He then opened the book and thought, mana is a term that describes all types of energy in nature. To become a mage, you need to accumulate mana in your heart and create a circle. This requires Largo's 8th theorem and Prado's 7th formula. Therefore, the solution is E648. He thought, how can this be the basis? It's simply impossible for a modern person to study magic on their own. He rested his head on the book and thought that this strange field of study was completely incomprehensible to him. Wait, even if he can't do it, he used the divine eye, and a notification appeared in front of him saying, introductory magic analysis completed at 5%. He thought he used it just in case, but it actually works. Even if he can't read it, it looks like a computer screen. What a monstrous ability. The problem is, there's a monster who can use this ability better than him. Then he looked at the notification saying, introductory magic analysis completed at 22%. The divine eye couldn't continue due to insufficient mana. He closed his eyes and thought, so, will he fully understand this book after reaching 100%? He thought his top priority was solving the mana problem. After that, he closed the book and thought that was enough for today. After a while, Hampton said, welcome back, young master. They approached the mansion, and MC said, that's good. And then Hampton said, Lady Soso has arrived from the Maple Annex. The protagonist was surprised. Soso. Then his eyes widened in surprise when he noticed his mother. He thought, what the hell is this cliché? Why did she appear at this moment? Sungmin always missed his mother because he couldn't meet her. A little earlier, when he was little, he desperately screamed, Mom, she shouldn't leave me, she can't go. He knelt in front of her, lying on the hospital bed. He thought that his mother died of cancer when he was still a child. After that, bullies began to tease him. One of them, after throwing a punch, asked, an orphan without a mother? He dared to be rude to him? He thought that Sungmin had been having a lot of internal conflicts since then. And yet, why did she look so much like his mother? Then he looked ahead in surprise and thought, a blue dot? At that moment, character information appeared in front of him. Name, Soso. Trait, Larson's mother. Initial state of the blue dot. Sometime later, Hera poured tea into cups, and MC was sitting across from Soso at the table. He remembered how he yelled at her and thought, what the hell did he? No, he means, why the hell did Larson say that? Then he said, Mother. She looked at him in surprise, and then he said that he didn't know where to start. At that moment, the maid was watching them and thought, maybe the 7th master wasn't really a scoundrel, but was just playing a role all this time. For his plans to join the succession war, there was no point in just watching him anymore. At that moment, the protagonist lowered his gaze and said he was very sorry for everything that happened in the past. His mother looked at him in surprise, and he added that he didn't know if she would believe him, but he had come to his senses a little, and he hadn't been himself back then. After that, she raised her cup and asked, is that so? He apologized for everything he had done in the past. His mother lowered her head and gave only simple answers while listening to him. The reason could be understood from her weak and breaking voice. Then she rose from her seat and turning around, said that she would be back. She had work. He thought that because she was no longer a servant, she had no work. Then he remembered the character information and thought, Blue dot was the name of the disease Sunmin created. It was a disease in which 3 blue dots appeared on the chest. The causes of this are unknown and there is no suitable treatment. When it reaches 3 dots, it becomes incurable. Luckily, there's only one now. At that moment, Soso left the room and closing the door behind her, covered her face with her hand and wondered why she kept crying even though it was such a nice day. After all, today she heard her only son calling her mom. At that moment, MC asked, Mom, if it's okay with you, could you spend an hour with him every day? He'd make some Chalpa Mountain Caratina tea, and they'd drink it together. Okay? She said okay. Then the protagonist looked out the window and thought, Caratina Chalpa Mountain tea. This tea isn't usually sold, but it can cure the blue dot disease if you drink it for at least a month. Even if she cheated on her husband and her only son is a scoundrel, she's still his mother and never abandoned Larson. He said she must stay healthy. After a while, Soso sat on the edge of the bed and thought, is this a dream? What is this, if not a dream? Larson has changed with the upcoming 10th anniversary ceremony. It's as if he's become a completely different person. She said, did he hear her from there? She will drink tea with Larson every day. It seems he's changed a lot. She put her hand to her chest and added, a little confusing, how much he's changed. But she's happy. It's strange, isn't it? Tears streamed down her face. The candle flame flickered in the weightless currents of wind. After a while, MC called Hyra, and she answered, yes, her lord. He said that he would tell her something important now. She thought in surprise. Something important? Did he realize who she was? Was he trying to test her? He wasn't asking her to kill anyone else, was he? Then he said, Bearden chocolates. She asked, what? He said he wanted a special kind, so she should get as many as possible. She wondered, what did she expect? He added, oh, one more thing. She smiled and thought she knew it. Something important. He added that she should buy more sweets from the Ludon bakery. She closed her eyes silently, and an hour later, the protagonist thought, well, the power of money is truly wonderful. He looked at the table filled with sweets and thought, just one chocolate bar costs 20,000 grains. If it were in Korean won, it would be around 200,000 won, at least 100 here. He folded his arms and, looking at the sweets, thought she bought 2 million grains worth of chocolate in an hour because she'd been told to. He should thoroughly enjoy the money and power he had here. Then he began to devour the sweets and declared them delicious. He thought the most expensive Bearden chocolates cost 300,000 grains each, while the cheapest still cost 100,000. However, there was a difference in the amount of mana in different qualities. Mana could also be obtained from sweets from the Laudona bakery. There was only one reason for this. Bearden chocolates and sweets from the Laudona bakery shared a common ingredient. Then he called Hampton, who peeked out from behind the door and said, yes, sir. The protagonist told him to bring the baker from the Laudona bakery to him. 30 minutes later, the baker stood in his room, frightened, wondering why he had called him. Had he found something that shouldn't have been in the sweets? He had heard that he was a terrible scoundrel who would even beat the daughter of a family of martial artists. He could kill a nobody like him, and no one would ever know. Please. He hoped everything was okay. He begged. Then the MC said, hey. The baker screamed in fear, yes, sir. And then the protagonist looked at the candy in his hand and asked what he had put in the sweets. He replied about this. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist told him to tell him everything and not to leave anything out. The next second, the baker fell to his knees and shouted that he was sorry. He had made a mistake. But the protagonist replied that he wasn't. That wasn't it. He wanted to know the recipe. The baker continued to tremble with fear and began counting on his fingers, saying, the recipe. It's just sugar from Dorothy's territory, and what else is in there? Ah, 1,000-year-old herbal powder, 2 tablespoons and starch syrup. MC asked, is that all? He answered, right, that's all. The protagonist thought he figured it out. The ingredient in Bearden chocolates is 1,000-year-old herbal powder. He smiled and thought that if he ate this, he could get more mana. Meanwhile, in the training building, Noah sat at the table and folded his arms. He thought it was driving him crazy. People keep coming in here to ask about the 7th Master, and he could only tell them 2 things. The first was that he defeated the Mushroom Master with a magical combat technique. The second was that he overcame the side effects of the magical combat technique with the recovery magic known as Mana Embrace. At that moment, a healer ran up to him and shouted, did you hear? The 7th Master beat the 6th Master. All the commotion is because he beat him bloody. Noah abruptly jumped up from his seat and shouted, what? He thought, oh shit. Then he gritted his teeth in frustration and thought, this little brat is a crazy lunatic. He wondered when the idiot had acquired these powers, even if he was getting stronger because of his magical combat technique. Then the healer covered his mouth and added, the 10th ceremony was coming soon. He didn't think this idiot did something to show off before the ceremony started. He beat that man half to death when he couldn't even stand up. The administrator folded his arms and thought, that can't be right. For starters, mages aren't that fast, and even if they can use movement spells like Flash to compensate for their lack of speed, there's no way a 9-year-old mage could use it. And then the healer said he didn't know he had such abilities. Noah added, even if his magical combat technique made him stronger faster, there was still a limit. He adjusted his glasses and added, not only would he be unable to surpass the renowned Grandel, but there would also be problems when he began combining other elemental spells. This was a long-forgotten science that everyone had turned their backs on. He should know this too, so why had he made such a terrible choice? The healer asked him anxiously. Did he think he was too naive? He replied, perhaps, but something told him that wasn't the case. He said, come on, doesn't he think he's reading too much between the lines? Then he said that the 10th anniversary ceremony should be interesting. Meanwhile, the protagonist bit into a small part of the plant, and the system reported that he had received a small amount of mana. He thought, that's right, although he can consume mana, calories don't count. He ate enough Burdan chocolates for the next 10 years. Thanks to this, all the mana is stored in the fat of this body. By gathering mana into his core, he can create heat and energy to burn this fat. Given the mana in his body, he could increase the use time of the celestial eyes and learn cultivation to grow even faster. 3 days later, MC sat at the table and shouted that he had done it. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him, stating that he was analyzing the contents of Introduction to Magical Sciences. The celestial eyes would completely absorb the contents of Introduction to Magical Sciences. Then a notification appeared stating that the great sage Alberto's instructions had been created, and a secret page appeared. He wondered in surprise, what is this? The next second, the book began to flip pages on its own, and then the system announced, the 77th book of the great sage Alberto. He must find the foundation of magic, mana cultivation, which is easy to learn. At that moment, some text on the page in front of him began to highlight, and he thought, great sage Alberto? Who is this? To learn more about this, he would need to go to the library, and frankly, he was afraid of Avian. He would have preferred to stay away from the ice witch, but it seemed he had no choice. At that moment, Hera was watching him from the ceiling, folding her arms across her chest. Sometime later, the protagonist entered the library, holding a book in her hand. He thought that in his memories, the library had been colder. Where was Evian? The next second, she appeared behind him and asked if he had finished reading. He jumped abruptly and cried out in fear. Then he handed her the book and replied, yes, here. She noticed that he finished it quickly. He answered, but it was easy material. The next second, she threw the book aside, and it disappeared into space. He thought, her magic is incredible. How can she cast spells without using incantations? Then she asked if he was looking for something else. He replied, perhaps she knows about the 77th book of the great sage Alberto? Fundamentals of Magic, Mana Cultivation, which is easy to learn. A book with that title? She replied, yes, this book is in the Starlight Library. He told her to give it to him. She added, however, that since the information in this book is impossible to understand and is useless, it was separated into B books. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and, smiling, said, it's okay, he just wants to look out of curiosity. The next second, Evian closed her eyes and instantly approached his face. He thought, what? This feeling? Like a predator sniffing its prey. Then she pulled away from him and said, Lord? He asked, yes. She noticed that it smelled good. He asked, does it smell good? Then he reached into his inside pocket and taking out a chocolate, asked, is that the matter? He handed it to Evian and asked, does she want some? She took the chocolate and said, not at all, but if he insists so much, then perhaps she has no choice but to accept. He thought, does she always react like this? Something is wrong here, as if there is an error in its basic settings. He looked at her thoughtfully and wondered what this was. Then he walked to the exit and, turning around, said that they would see each other later. He wondered how she would react to praise from him. Then he told her not to hesitate to come to the Autumn Mansion. They had plenty of chocolate there. He would tell Hira about her. She looked at him in surprise. Then he went outside and wondered, would she really come? She didn't have to come. He was just saying this out of the kindness of his heart. Simple manners. Did she understand? After some time, he was sitting in front of the book, and a system window appeared in front of him, which said, notification, he had completed 42%. The Heaven's Eye was deactivated due to insufficient mana. He thought, the basis of magic is mana cultivation, which is easy to learn from the great sage Alberto. It's not as exciting as he expected. He is a great mage. He can use magic like this. Impressive, right? However, to use magic like this, you need to know the basics like him. If only the book weren't filled with such statements. After a while, Hampton looked ahead and said in surprise, wow. He and Hera were standing and watching MC run. Hampton smiled and said that he's been quite busy lately. He goes to the library and the annex. He even plays sports. Hera said that this isn't just regular training. He asked, what is it then? At that moment, Evian appeared next to them and said that it is the process of melting all the clumps of mana through body work. They turned to her in surprise and Hera shouted, Mistress Evian? She thought she didn't even realize she was approaching them. Then Hampton asked, did she decide to visit the Autumn Mansion? She confirmed it, and Hampton asked if he should tell her. She replied in the negative, it's fine. He wondered why Mrs. Evian came to the Autumn Mansion. If she's a librarian, then she's at least a high-level mage. Is it to see what he's capable of? Or to increase his influence in the race for succession? No, librarians are required to remain neutral. Then she looked at the protagonist and said, it seems gossip is completely different from life. Then Hira said, Mistress Evian. She answered yes. She said that the Lord did mention that if she ever came, she should give her this. With that, she took out a bar of chocolate and handed it to her. She added that she would never have thought that someone like her loved chocolate, but the Lord had said so. At that moment, Evian looked at her and thought, When giving a gift to others, one must weigh the importance of both. She was sure that she was already furious that he was trying to give her chocolate. Then Evian took the chocolate and said that she believed she could not refuse his generosity. The others looked at her awkwardly, and Hera wondered, what were his intentions in giving this gift? What exactly happened between these two? 3 days later, a system window appeared in front of the protagonist, saying, "Notice." He was analyzing the contents of the easy-to-learn mana cultivation foundation. The heavenly eyes would completely absorb the contents of the easy-to-learn mana cultivation magic foundation. He thought, wow, he'd finally mastered easy-to-learn mana cultivation. The next second, he felt a strange sensation and sank to his knees, his body as if electric shocks were shooting through him. He thought, wait, what's going on? Too much mana. If he can't understand the flow, his heart will explode. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn. He must understand this with the heavenly eyes. To think that in this world, one could die simply because he misunderstood a book. His mana was fine for now. He needed to focus. After a while, he sat on the floor, concentrating his energy, and the system reported the foundation of easy-to-learn mana cultivation magic was engraved in his heart. Due to the influence of the foundation of easy-to-learn mana cultivation magic, he could see backstories he couldn't see before. He thought he might see something new. The system reported the backstory of another world was revealed. He thought he might learn about the unpredictability and strange feelings he felt from Evian. The next second, character information appeared before him. Name, Larvian, age 27, main attribute, ice, personality, cold but honest, also sometimes cruel. The backstory he couldn't see was revealed. She loves chocolate. He noticed this and wondered, what is this? Could it be? Wait a second. Also, when he was babysitting his friend's son, he remembered how he sat at the computer and looked at the boy lying on the floor and wrote in his diary. He thought about the time he wrote in his notebook with the backstory. That's why Evian now, he understands why she acted like that. At that moment, he heard a voice. There is no point in concentrating for someone like him. He opened his eyes in surprise and looked around. Thought, fire? What's going on here? This fire is not hot. There is someone here. Then he noticed a silhouette, and Persia walked forward and, smiling, said, hey, pig, why is he pretending to concentrate? Do you have a dying wish? Then the protagonist looked at the character information, where it said, name, Persia, age 29, attributes, fire, earth, water, personality, tyrannical, merciless, cruel. He thought, Persia, an incredible mage with 3 attributes. What is she doing here? Then she tilted her head, looking at him, and asked if she should just cut him. She can't take it anymore. Then the system said that she hates obedient and weak people, and that her hobby is cutting people. He thought, cutting people? What a terrible hobby. Then Persia asked, won't he answer her? She asked why he was pretending to concentrate. Then he started to say a word, but suddenly closed his mouth and thought, no, he almost apologized. Since she hates submissive and weak people, she would cut off his limbs if he apologized. This is a test that Persia was not conducting intentionally. Then he said that he wasn't pretending to concentrate. She asked what he just said. He looked at her and thought, even if he said that, he was still very scared. He would just try. Then he said that he didn't think her eyes could see only to that level. She smiled and told him to keep talking nonsense. He spoke, but she should have known that he was really concentrating. She asked, and? He added, but she says this to see if he will apologize or cheat. Isn't that why she did it? Then she laughed, and he looked at her and thought, did it work? She said, well, you bastard. Probably the rumors that he had changed were true. He thought, rumors? Then he said that he would like to live as a good person. She asked, doesn't he think it's too late for that? He replied, the moment when you think it's too late still passes very quickly. The next second, a fire snake, directed by Persia, appeared in front of him, and she said, when you think it's too late, then it really is too late. At that moment, a fiery snake wrapped itself around his neck, and he said that he knew he couldn't become a patriarch, because he knows what he's capable of, but he could help someone become a matriarch. She smiled, continuing to direct the fire energy, and said, okay, he must continue. He said he was just saying he could be a little unexpected variable. She looked at him and asked, could trash like him be useful? He replied, but it depended on how capable the person using it was. Just like a pencil could change the world. She asked whose unexpected variable he wanted to be. He wondered if she was asking if he wanted to follow her. He replied that he still didn't know everyone that well, so he didn't know who would be the patriarch or the matriarch. He thought anyway, they say the next matriarch will be the sorceress of the end, Yahello. Then he said he knew she was afraid of the second sister. She looked at him silently. The next second, the fiery snake opened its mouth wide, aiming it at his face. He thought the fire had gotten hotter. It felt like he was about to be burned alive. Then Persia said she'd listen to him because she thought he was sweet, but suddenly he'd started spouting such nonsense. He added that he also knew she hated deception, and he also knew she preferred him to tell the offensive truth rather than act slavishly and weakly. But he didn't want her to remember him as a submissive brother. He could submit to honor, but he didn't want to submit to force. The next second, he sank to his knees, and the fire around him died down. He began coughing and said that since he'd told the truth, he believed she would forgive him. The next second, she conjured an object in her hand and said, idiot. With that, she threw the object at his chest, causing him to cough loudly. He thought it felt like he'd been hit with a bowling alley. Then he looked at the fruit lying on the ground and thought, what is this? An apple? Had he really just been hit by an apple? Then the system reported a beginning magic combat technique had protected him from advanced mana. The beginning magic combat technique, Iron Will, was engraved on his mana circle. He thought, Iron Will? To think he got a new magic combat technique just because he was hit by an apple. Then Persia put her hand on her waist and told him to eat it. He asked, what? She replied that she told him to eat it. She found it on the ground on her way here. Then she vanished in a stream of fire, and he thought, eat this apple? He picked it up and thought, wait a second, could it be? At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him and said, notification, Cardian, mana elixir, a very good thing. It's expensive, rare, simply very good. He thought, it's incredible. He's obtained such a Cardian. The only reason this is possible is because he's the youngest son of the Maiton family. The main character, Kasink, probably has so many abilities that he wouldn't have enough space for a Cardian, so is he better than him in that regard? Meanwhile, Persia sat at the table and asked, this is the villain of the Autumn Mansion, right? Those terrible things really did make the first round, and he's a 9-year-old who learned on his own. If he really has been acting like a villain on purpose up until now, then he really is a cunning snake. Then she began tapping her finger on the table and added that she needs such cunning people for the war with the second sister. He's not a coward who succumbs to fear and can hide his capabilities. Then she began tapping her finger harder, cracking it, and added, but there's no chance of him becoming a patriarch at all. It's obvious where his limits reach. Then the table in front of her shattered. She rose from her seat and said, he's a pretty decent brat, but he has no chance of becoming patriarch. Then she called Sando and told her to continue spreading rumors about the youngest brother being a scoundrel so that no one would steal him. She should try to keep him away from the other siblings as much as possible. She ordered them not to make it obvious, but she wondered if he'd eaten the Carthian. She had to keep an eye on him so he wouldn't die. Still, she can't let him get an upset stomach from eating the Carthian. Sando said she seemed to like him very much. She replied that things would be troublesome if it were revealed that she'd killed him. And if he doesn't eat it, things will get even more interesting. She concentrated the fire around herself and added that since he was an idiot who wouldn't eat it even after she gave it to him, it probably wouldn't be a big deal if she cut off his limbs. The system window said he will die if he consumes too much of this. He needs the help of a powerful mage when consuming it. It would be good to use the help of a water, ice, or wind element. MC sat in front of this and thought, he doesn't know how much would be considered too much. Why did she give it to him? Does he want him to owe it? No, the third sister is not an ordinary person. Most likely, she did it out of curiosity or on a whim. If he uses this correctly and grows up, the sister will definitely use it. He doesn't know whether they will use it and throw it away or keep it for themselves. But if he doesn't eat it, they will definitely cut off his limb. He must eat it. He needs help. The system window said it would be good to use the help of a water, ice, or wind element. An ice mage, Evian. Looking for her would be a good idea, but maybe she will kill him for it. She will have a perfect alibi. He consumed the Karchan out of greed and died. Evian wanted to help, but to no avail. Eventually, it would end up in Evian's hands. That's the worst case scenario. At that moment, she walked up to the door and said, it's Evian. Can she come in? Larson frowned and thought he wouldn't be able to hide it anyway. She would soon discover the mana that the Karchian exudes. He said to come in and thought he needed a new strategy. He spoke. Evian, he said. He's sure she's already discovered it. He called her because he didn't want to hide it from her. They sat down at the table and MC said, as she already knows, it's the Karchian. Evian replied, yes. Larson spoke. He wants to make a deal with her. Evian asked, what kind of deal are we talking about? MC replied, he can't use it with his own power. He hoped she would help him. Evian said, she's a librarian, so she must remain neutral. She can't help him in any way in the succession war. MC said he's not asking for help with this. He just wants to grow as a mage and as someone who has given himself over to the will of magic. Evian wondered, what is this? She thought he was talking about the will of magic. It sounds like a model mage. Someone has malicious intent against him and is spreading bad rumors. Larson said, first of all, he doesn't want to become a patriarch. Evian said she heard that members of the Maiton family spend their entire lives trying to become a patriarch. MC replied, it has nothing to do with the succession war. He just wants to become stronger. Evian replied, yet, as a librarian, she can't interfere. Please let him seek help from the mages of the Maiton family. Larson replied, he can't trust them. They were all bribed by his brothers and sisters. He sincerely asks her to please help him. He wants to protect his helpless mother. Evian's eyes widened in surprise, and she remembered a knight dragging a woman by the hair, asking how she dared not pay her taxes. He was using her as an example. A boy was tugging at his hand, asking him to let go of his mother. He was an evil man. The knight clucked his tongue in irritation and drew his sword from its sheath. The girl screamed, no. At that moment, the knight struck her in the stomach with his sword, and the boy screamed in fear. Mom, the knight said discontentedly. What a nightmare, how dirty. The boy cried and begged his mother to open her eyes. People began to whisper, what did she do to deserve this? Those damned soldiers. Evian stood in the crowd, watching the scene. She frowned in irritation and entered the king's hall, where she was met by knights with swords. They rushed towards her, but she quickly activated her energy shield. Currently, she thought, the 9-year-old 7th lord, who had been under surveillance his entire life, and the lady of the Soso family, who was once a maid, and abandoned by her family. The youngest son of a wizard had to accept his fate and hide. He is serious in wanting to protect his mother, but it's impossible. There are overly strong successor candidates in the Maiton family. He is just the youngest son, a scoundrel, the result of a humble birth. His dream is impossible to achieve. Yet, this impossible dream of his is not wrong. Dreams are not just things to be accomplished. She thinks that chasing something also counts as a dream. She said, she explains. She doesn't help him because of the chocolate. MC looked at her happily, and after a while, Evian spoke. This is what she said. She held an apple over MC's body and said, in short, she will freeze the energy that will spill out when he consumes Cardian. Afterwards, she will slowly melt it so that his heart will absorb it. As a side effect, his body could freeze. MC wondered if his body could freeze. Evian said that if he was lucky, he would thaw out in less than a couple of years. If luck was not on his side, it could take longer. If he was very unlucky, he could die. Larson thought, Evian, could she not say it so calmly? She said, but she's a fairly capable ice mage. She will do everything she can to prevent this from happening. MC thought maybe he should just endure using this Cardian. No, the chance of success of a regular one is much higher in such cases, because people like Evian care about those with whom they interact. According to her, it might be unsafe, but he just thinks of it as a lottery with a high chance of winning. Still, there is no investment without risks. He offered to do it, and Evian said one more thing. She is a full-fledged mage. He asks her for help, which means he should pay her for her work. MC asked again, pay her? Evian replied, yes, it's not much. Since it's just an excuse, she'll take 24 chocolates. After a while, Persia asked, so he ate the Cardian? She was told, yes. He received help from librarian Starlight. Persia asked, was that Ice Lady Evian? Sando answered, yes. Most likely, he touched her heart. Persia held the boy's body with magic and asked how. Sando apologized and said that she couldn't sneak past Evian's energy detector. She couldn't get close, so she didn't know the details. Persia asked, really? She didn't believe he had a card powerful enough to touch her heart. The Cartian she gave him was of a special level. If the mage who helped him wasn't at least Evian's level, he would have simply died upon consuming it. She supposes he already knows that Evian is Larvian, right? Sando replied, it seems so. Persia asked, since she thought so too, does that mean he successfully consumed it? Sando answered, yes, he succeeded. But there was something strange. Persia asked, what? Sando answered, his body seemed to have become incredibly strong. Persia asked again, really? Sando answered, yes. Even the ice mage, Evian, was surprised. He consumed the frozen mana at an unexpected speed. His pulse and body temperature were also stable. Persia said, this only proves that his heart is strong. He's one of the Maiton, after all. Sando, how long does she think it will take him to finish absorbing the mana? Usually it takes 3 years, but most likely he can do it in a year without a problem, right? Sando answered, based on the current speed, she thinks 3 weeks will be enough. Persia froze and asked, what? After a while, MC screamed in the room, a nightmare. He thought his body, he is too hot. After a while, Larson thought, he is not tired even after several hours of running. The rooster crowed loudly, and he thought, there is too much vitality in him. He breathed and thought, it felt as if the mana was about to overflow in his heart and burst out. MC shouted, Hampton. He rubbed his eyes and said, yes, young master. MC asked to be taken to the garden with a waterfall. After a while, he stood next to the waterfall and grabbed the water with his hands. He thought, that's different. This consumes much more energy than running. He turned around and shouted, Hampton, let him bring him a weight made of lead. It weighs about 10 kilograms. The system window reported that the magical combat technique for beginners, Iron Will, protects his body. The magical combat technique for beginners, Iron Will, has begun training. The magical combat technique for beginners Iron Will has improved to advanced Iron Will. This gives his body even more protection. The magical combat technique for beginners, use of weight, has advanced to skillful use of weight. MC thought his body felt much lighter. He ordered the weight to be increased to 20 kilograms. Hampton cried out, what? A week later, he ordered the weight to be increased to 30 kilograms, and a week after that, he ordered the weight to be increased to 50 kilograms. Hampton said, young master, although your passion and ardor look very commendable, if they overdo it, they will get hurt. MC said, it's fine. He thought, in fact, he was simply overflowing with vitality, even though he had barely slept. After a while, Sando said she thought he had completely absorbed the Cartian's mana. He really does have a monstrous body. Persia asked, is that so? Sando replied. He climbs the waterfall in the garden every day with his bare hands. Persia was reading a book and asked, without magic? Sando said, it looks like he uses combat magic techniques. Persia closed the book and said that combat techniques are very easy to develop in the first half, but they reach their limit quite quickly. She supposes this will come as a bit of a surprise to him. Sando said so, but he climbed up carrying a 50-kilogram bike. Persia asked again, not 5? Sando answered yes. He climbed a 30-meter waterfall in less than 5 minutes. Persia leaned back in her chair and laughed out loud. She said that he looks like he's just full of energy. How long will he live? Sando screamed. If left like this, he'll die within 3 months. He has too much mana in his body. If it weren't for the special power protecting his body, it would simply explode. If she doesn't help, he might not survive. Persia said that it was a pain in the ass. She did her part when the Cardian was too small for him. They'll see how he survives this. If he looks like he's dying, they need to find out what he did to touch an Evian's heart. At that moment, MC adjusted his hair and said that he felt like he had changed quite a bit after absorbing mana. After a while, a maid poured tea into cups outside. Soso asked if he thought he had lost too much weight. Larson replied that as soon as he started exercising, he began losing tons of weight. Soso said that while looking good is nice, health is more important. MC touched his muscles and said that he felt very healthy these days, so she shouldn't worry. Soso said, Hera, her tea-making skills have improved these days. Hera looked away, slightly embarrassed, and said that she was flattered. Lady Soso, she's becoming more beautiful every day. MC thought, Hera is very friendly towards Mother. Well, that's good anyway. Mother's blue dot has faded considerably. Everything is going quite smoothly. After a while, the system window reported that the celestial eye has been activated. The skill Easy Mana Cultivation was used. Larson lay on the bed and thought, according to the on calendar, today is December 20th, 218. December 24th is Christmas Eve, the night before the birth of a star. The star in this place is Emperor Epion, who united the races and people to build this empire. Simply put, the 24th is Emperor Epion's birthday eve. He doesn't care about this emperor or anything else. There is something truly important. According to the backstory, Ludia will pass through the western gate of his house on December 24th. The Fire Tribe is the natural enemy of magicians, the Crimson Butcher, the one-armed sorceress. Ludia will get into trouble and be thrown out of the western gate on December 24th, 218. Although he didn't write about what happened, he passed on the news she received from the third family. He has an idea why she is missing one arm. After that, Ludia harbored a grudge against their family and became Cassin's best friend. Ludia is a character who wields the power of the Fire Tribe. Cassin made a contract with the Fire Tribe and fought alongside them on the battlefield. It would be great if he could obtain one of the artifacts Cassin received from Ludia, the Holy Fire Grail. Larson's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought, wait, someone's sneaking around. The system window reported the character's information. It's the third sister's shadow. MC thought, since when is she here? He probably needs to pretend he doesn't notice, right? If he stops the celestial eye now, he won't be able to see her. The system window reported that he's currently using light mana cultivation. He can't deactivate the celestial eye. If he tries to forcefully deactivate it, he might experience mana rejection. MC frowned and thought, what a nightmare. He's sure she'll leave if he just pretends to fall asleep. Sando peeked into the room and wondered what happened. Can he cultivate his mana while he's sleeping? Mana cultivation is a delicate task. A person can even die from the slightest blow or loss of concentration. He fell asleep while cultivating mana. This is pointless. How should he tell her about this? All he did was learn a basic cultivation technique from the Starlight Library. Based on the energy he emits, she judged this cultivation technique to be nothing special. But while he's practicing this cultivation technique, he's asleep, and his mana is incredibly stable. She glanced at the book, Introduction to Magic Theory and Mana Cultivation, which is easy to learn, but she didn't see any mana cultivation techniques in it. He managed to absorb Cartian and successfully combined it with his own mana using Evian, and then he underwent physical changes. She guesses the combined mana gathers in the heart. But the real problem is that he is very healthy and there seems to be no problems with him. No, in fact, his mana will stabilize over time. He has not passed the second circle and has not received physical enhancement magic. The durability of his heart is abnormally strong. She will describe it in detail in tomorrow's report. She evaporated, and MC exhaled and thought, is she gone? After some time, in the courtyard of the estate near the elegant Christmas tree, Larson called Hera and Hampton. They answered, yes, young master. He told them to follow him. After a while, Hera asked, young master, where are they going? MC answered, they're going to the outer far west gate. Hampton asked again, to the outer far west gate? There are a total of 4 western gates in the Maiton family, and the outer far west gate is one of the farthest. MC thought, and today he will meet the natural enemy of magicians, the bloody butcher and the one-armed assassin. He saw the guards who were trying to fight. Someone screamed, terrible idiots. Ludia released mana and screamed, she will kill them all. MC thought, what, is he late? Some time ago he asked, the outer west gate? Hampton inquired, was he going to stop by the residence of the 6th young master on the way? He prepared a lot of paralyzing poison. MC answered, no. He looked at Hampton and asked, was he upset? Hampton screamed in fear. Yes, of course. That is no, not at all. He was not upset. Suddenly a scream rang out, terrible idiots. The guard ordered to stop her. Ludia screamed, she will kill them all. The system window reported character information. Her main element is fire. Personality, she's very simple-minded, loyal, and adores her father. Larson thought, it's Ludia. He can't verify that she was described as so simple-minded. He was too hesitant. Hampton asked, what is this woman doing? MC thought, he's sure she doesn't have a strong immunity to poison. He turned around and addressed Hampton. He ordered him to scatter the paralyzing poison. The target is that woman. Let him make sure it paralyzes her, no matter what. Ludia frowned and Hampton threw a pouch of poison in her direction. He screamed, paralyzing poison. Fire! Ludia screamed, she will turn them to ashes. There was an explosion and the poison scattered next to Ludia, who managed to scream, they are terrible idiots. MC thought he urgently needed to take care of the situation. He ran towards Ludia's body, when suddenly a guard stopped him and asked, who are they? How did they get here? Let them identify themselves. Larson frowned and replied, he came from inside. How can he be such a gate guard? He can't criticize them since the outer far western gate belongs to their family, but they are too incapable. MC thought, The truth is, it would be more accurate to say that Ludia is too good. The guy asked, how is he? MC replied, he is taking her with him. The guard shouted, he can't let him do this. Please, let him introduce himself. Hampton cleared his throat and said, he is a mage with the blood of the Mighton family in his veins, a great man who walks towards the light of the world, having stepped on the path of magic. He is a traveler who will go on an amazing journey. Larson looked at him and thought, if left like this, he will start singing songs of worship. He said, he is the seventh son, Larson Mighton. Now does he understand? The guard shouted in irritation, what kind of nonsense is this? MC thought, what? The guard screamed. These guys don't even know what Mr. Larson looks like. He's not that handsome. MC wondered if he insulted him or complimented him. He'd only lost a little weight. Larson frowned and asked, what's his name? He'll remember him. Do you think there would be someone who came from the estate and tried to impersonate the seventh young master? The guard said, that's true, but MC interrupted him and said, everyone knows the seventh master is a scoundrel and ugly as a pig. Does he think someone who doesn't know him would impersonate him? At least not if they wanted to die. Hampton thought about it, but he really was very cool in his eyes. Larson said that if he didn't believe him, then let him send someone to the estate to confirm his words. The guard answered, slightly frightened, he just did it. Larson frowned and said, however, if he continues to act arrogantly and ignores his words, he will make sure that he pays when he realizes that he is the seventh young master. The guard fell to his knees and fearfully asked the seventh young master for forgiveness. Young master, but why is he trying to take that girl? MC thought. Why? He doesn't think he has an answer to that. He coughed and said, slightly embarrassed, she's cute. The guard replied, he got it. The servants looked at him slightly puzzled, and after a while, they tied up Ludia. Larson looked at her, and the system window reported that since this affected history and predictability, an unexpected change had occurred. He looked at it in surprise and thought, unexpected change? The world he knew is slowly changing. Ludia opened her eyes and tried to scream, but she couldn't because her mouth was taped. Larson thought maybe he didn't understand what she was saying, but it sounded like curses. Ludia must be terribly simple-minded. He needed to treat her as simply as possible. MC called out to her and asked, her father is sick, right? He will help her. Ludia looked at him, puzzled, and he said, his mother is also sick. He knows why she's here. It seems the robe with the moon on the left side of the chest means she's a mage from Hieron, and since she uses fire, she's from the fire tribe, right? Hampton wondered how he knew all this. Larson said the Hieron territory is the southern region facing the Dragon Mountain, and he heard that an epidemic was raging there. Hera stood to the side and watched what was happening closely. MC said he knows a way to cure the disease. She rushed in here recklessly because his family has a cure, right? Ludia tried to answer, and MC said, okay, if she understood what he just told her, then let her just nod. Ludia nodded, and Larson ordered Hera to remove the tape from her face. She tore the tape from her face, which made Ludia's eyes widen. Larson asked, has she finally calmed down? Ludia asked, is he really gonna help her? MC thought she was being rude. Well, they don't need formalities, I guess. He folded his arms and said, he said that he would help. Ludia asked why he would help her. MC asked, is it important? She looked down and said, nobles would never help people for no reason. Larson asked, who said that? Ludia answered, Dad. MC asked, why did she come if they weren't going to help her for no reason? Ludia answered, she was going to make up a reason. She has something valuable. MC's eyes widened in surprise and thought, a reason, something valuable. It's the holy grail of fire. This is the great opportunity that Kassan Said got in the original novel. He said he will cure her father. Ludia asked in surprise, really? Larson answered, but it will cost a lot of money. Ludia answered, she doesn't have the money. MC said she will pay later. Ludia asked how much. He replied, he doesn't know. It will only be known after he cures him. Ludia asked him to help her cure him. Larson asked, is she going to pay? Ludia said, she will do everything to repay him. MC asked, didn't she say that she had something valuable? Larson thought, well, it's done. He turned to Hampton and ordered him to take a 1,000-year-old herb and scatter it throughout the territory of Hieron. He needs to boil it in silver seawater for 18 minutes, and it will cure the epidemic in that area. Hampton said, he's never heard of this recipe, sir. Can he explain to him how it works? MC told him not to doubt the abilities of his mind. Hampton looked at him in surprise, and then bowed and said, he understands. He will do as he asks. He knelt down and thought admiringly, he's so cool. Hera asked, young master, she may sound impudent, but can I ask him a question? Larson asked, what? She wonders how he knows this recipe? Hera answered, yes, to be honest, she is interested. She is not able to understand it with her mind. MC answered, he is my tone. Hera remained silent at first, and then thanked him for his wonderful lesson. She thought, this is greatness. As if the patriarch was in front of her when he was young. MC smiled and said, Ludia, he will untie her now. She widened her eyes in surprise and asked, what? She screamed. What did he just say? She never said her name, how does he know? Larson thought, nightmare, he screwed up. He ordered himself not to panic and asked, is it so strange that he knows her name? Ludia answered, yes, very much. MC asked, isn't it strange that he uses an expensive 1,000-year-old herb when he has nothing? Ludia said, This is strange. Larson asked if it would be strange if he told her a secret known only to the Mighton family. Ludia looked away and said, "This is strange." He asked, "Is it still strange if he does something that will bring her great benefit?" Ludia said again, "This is strange." Larson spoke. She clearly showed that she desired the blood of the one who could be her savior. Does she understand? Ludia answered, "Yes." MC asked, "Does she know that she turned all the goodness he showed her into trash?" Ludia lowered her head and said shamefully, "She's sorry." MC asked, "What did she say?" Ludia repeated, "She's sorry." MC came closer to her and asked, What? He didn't hear. Ludia screamed, "She's sorry, she was wrong." He thought that's enough. He said, he accepts her apology. As long as she stays here. Ludia asked, "Why can't she go home?" MC asked, "Has she already forgotten what she did?" "She attacked the Mighton family guards." Ludia said fearfully, "It is." Larson spoke up. She said, "She did it to save her father." "But what did they say?" Ludia lowered her head and replied that this was no place for a beggar like her. They said that they did not care if father or someone like her died while they laughed. They said, it has nothing to do with the Mighton family. Ludia's tears began to fall on her palms and she said, she was going to kill them all. She liked to play with Dad, but they told him to die. MC ordered Hera to let her go. She answered, "Yes, young master." Ludia wiped her tears and asked, "But who is he? Why is he so kind to her?" MC asked again, "Him? He is Larson Mighton." She asked again, "Larson Mighton?" She pointed her finger at him and asked, "Moron?" MC frowned and asked, "Are those the rumors about him?" Ludia replied, "Yes. They say he's complete trash." She smiled and said, "But he's not trash. He's a kind person." The system window reported that, since it affected the story and predictability, there had been an unexpected change. Larson thought, another unexpected change. Cassim's comrade, the true enemy of the mages, the Crimson Butcher, the one-armed sorceress. Was it really right to make her his ally? For now, perhaps he'd just observe. After a while, Hampton knocked on the door and said he'd collected enough 1,000-year-old herbs as per his orders. He was now leaving for Hieron immediately. MC replied, "Okay. How long does he think it will take to get to Hieron?" Hampton replied, "He thinks about 3 days, young master. Although it may seem impudent of him, may he ask a question? He wants to know why he decided to help Ludia." MC replied, "Just because. It's unfair for a person to contract a treatable disease but not receive a cure, especially if their victim is their father. It costs him nothing to help her." Hampton thanked him for the wonderful lesson. MC asked again, "For what lesson?" He thought, after all, they are a famous family, so they should not turn their back on those who are weak and who are having a hard time. This is how respected families of magicians will advance in the future. If they meet the righteous light, Hampton said, he will return, young master. Larson thought, to be honest, the main reason is that he wants to get his hands on the fiery grail. But it would be better to formulate something like this instead of such an answer. 2 days later, Persia asked, she heard that the piglet found himself an interesting toy. She said to let him take a look at it. I wonder what that cute rascal brought. She looked towards MC and asked, "Who is he?" No one else in the Mighton family was such a handsome man. MC answered, "Larson Mighton, her younger brother." Persia folded her arms and replied, "How interesting." He's piqued her curiosity. "It seems he's hiding a lot." Larson replied, "He's not really hiding anything." He thought, except for the fact that he created this world. Persia asked, "How did he become so cute?" A man looks best when he has a handsome face. MC looked at her in surprise and thought, it feels like his heart is about to freeze. The system window reported, the advanced Iron Will magic combat technique for beginners is protecting his body. He can't believe it. He just made eye contact with her, but his magic technique activated on its own. Persia mused, I wonder, he's achieved all this in these 3 weeks, right? Okay, his face is gone. If he continues to grow like this, she'll spoil him. MC threw her hand away and said, he doesn't need it. Persia asked again, why? Larson thought it was another one of her tests. He said he wanted to be either her incredible rival or her ally. He had no desire to be spoiled by her. Persia smiled and replied, he's even cuter this way. She was sure he'd make a beautiful work of art if she ripped his head off and decorated it. MC's eyes widened in surprise and told her not to joke so terribly. Persia laughed and asked, does he think she's joking? More importantly, she wanted to see the toy he'd brought. Larson wondered why she wanted to see Ludia, because she had incredible fire talent. Persia, a talented mage, didn't like being around other sorcerers practicing her element. Did she realize Ludia was from the fire tribe and that she wasn't satisfied with her talents? He shouldn't let this story develop like in the novel. He said it was his toy. Persia looked at him in surprise, and he said he found the toy, and he didn't intend to show it to her just because she wanted to look at it. Persia directed her mana in his direction and asked, is he still trying to step over her? The system window reported that the beginner's magical combat technique, Advanced Iron Will, was resisting external energy. Persia said to just look. How dare this half-breed, who, God willing, has a talent for magical combat techniques, resist her? The system window reported mana cultivation, which is easy to learn, helped activate the celestial eye. MC covered himself with his hands and thought, her mana is falling on him. Persia calmed down and said, she will give him a chance. MC asked again, a chance? Persia asked, he learns magical combat techniques, right? He answered, yes, just the basics. Persia said, she only uses one finger during combat, and she will not use any element, only pure combat magic techniques. Larson asked, did she also study combat magic techniques? Persia answered, a little. Before she came, she read about it in a book for about 5 minutes. He smiled and said, okay, he will use everything he has to try to defeat her. Persia said, he really is smart, she likes it. She released a fiery mana in the form of a snake towards him, and the system window reported, "The celestial eye reflects the illusion." He clenched his fist and punched the mana. Persia thought, he has definitely grown since the last time. She said if he wins, she will leave his toy alone. He better do everything in his power. MC tensed, and Persia said if this does not amuse her, she will destroy his toy. MC stood in front of her and remembered his words. He will use everything he has to try to defeat her. Persia said she never would have thought that he would entertain her so much. He is not even the 5th or 6th brother. He is just a brat abandoned by his father. MC rushed to attack, and Persia said too slow. She threw him aside, and he tucked himself and landed on the floor. Persia asked, did he decide to attack even if he can dodge? She guesses he's learned some defensive magic, right? That's a sensible decision. Larson thought, if this drags on, it'll be a disadvantage to him. The difference between them is too great for him to dodge and counterattack. The system window reported, the beginner magic combat technique Advanced Iron Will is protecting this body. He cringed and thought it was only a finger that grazed him, but his mana is already in complete chaos. The system window reported, easy to learn mana cultivation controls his mana circle. Easy to learn mana cultivation controls his mana circle. Larson thought this is his only chance. The system window reported, the beginner magic combat technique, use of weight, has been activated. MC looked at Persia and thought, he'll aim for her right leg. He grabbed her leg and lifted it off the ground, knocking her to the floor. He thought, she's fallen. The system window reported that the beginner's magical combat technique, weight use, was used consistently. He swung his fist and tried to hit Persia, and then looked at her in surprise. He thought every bone in his hand was crushed. He said, he guesses she just used defensive magic. Persia replied, yeah, he just got to her because he knew she was off guard. Larson replied, yeah, it was his only chance. Persia asked, did he take advantage of it and use a crude technique to attack? MC asked, doesn't that look like a magical combat technique? Persia replied, that's why she hates magical combat methods. Larson said it wasn't very nice, but she did lose to him. Persia looked at him carefully and replied, yes. She waved one of her fingers and covered MC's body with mana, lifting him into the air. She threw him into the wall, and blood gushed from his mouth. Persia said he won the bet. She would forget about his toy. However, he continued to arouse her interest. She thought, as Sando mentioned, his body is quite strong. Perhaps it was only a finger, but she can't believe that he managed to reflect an attack into which she put destructive power. She was curious how strong he had become, so she put a little more power into that last attack. She thinks the boy is still weak. She said they will see each other again, Larson. He looked with displeasure at the fiery spot Persia left behind. She moved to another room and thought, interestingly, he absorbed her mana. She can't believe he did it on purpose. Absorption mages exist, but what he did didn't feel right. However, that's why she overdid it. She added healing mana as well. If he uses it correctly, he will be able to learn this too. Sando said she seems to adore the 7th young master. Persia asked, he's interesting, isn't he? Sando said, however, it seems she gave him a gift. Persia replied, yes, she did, but if he can't control it, his body will be destroyed. The system window reported he fulfilled the special requirement. The self-healing magical combat technique learned earlier was enlightened. MC clutched his chest and thought, he gets a great opportunity every time he encounters it. The system window reported, the self-healing magical combat technique healed his body. The self-healing magical combat technique consumed a large amount of his mana. The self-healing magical combat technique intersects with mana cultivation, which is easy to learn. The resonance between magical techniques, mana cultivation, and external factors fulfilled the special requirement. The prerequisite body restructuring is met. His body will begin restructuring. MC looked at this puzzledly and asked, what? He felt intense pain and cried out, and the system window reported that with restructuring comes intense pain. He fell to the floor and thought, he needs to pull himself together. It felt like his body was crumbling to dust. Black liquid flowed from his ears, eyes, and mouth, and the system window reported that the magical combat technique, recovery, was activating automatically. MC thought his bones were destroyed, but they were rebuilding at an incredible speed. The system windows reported that the magical combat technique for beginners, Advanced Iron Will, was penetrating his recovering body. Mana cultivation, which is easy to learn, controls many processes. Girls ran into the room and Ludia screamed, Larson. Hera asked, poison? She put a rag to her face and thought, no, it's not poison. They're not that strong. Is this fog made of slag? The system window reported that self-healing requires a large amount of mana. Larson thought, it's just sucking his mana away. Where does it go? The system window reported, he doesn't have enough mana. If his mana is insufficient, the body restoration process will be stopped. If the body restoration process is stopped, he will suffer a terrible side effect. MC thought, nightmare, he has no mana left. Suddenly, he felt fiery mana on himself and thought, is this? Ludia was directing mana towards him and shouting, Larson. She doesn't know what happened, but she will help him. The system window reported, he is absorbing pure mana. Larson thought, Crimson Flame. This fire he wrote about in the novel, it has tremendous purifying power. Ludia probably used it because she wanted to help him somehow, but it all happened by accident and was much more helpful. He thanked Ludia, and his silhouette was visible through the fiery haze. The system window reported, body restructuring is complete. The part of the story related to unpredictability has moved forward. Hera cried out, young master. Ludia screamed, Larson. The system window reported that the core attribute Heavenly Body, hidden within the depths of his body, had been activated. He had fulfilled the basic requirements for developing a magical combat technique. MC stepped forward, clenching his fists. The system window reported that the core attribute Heavenly Body, hidden within the depths of his body, had been activated. He had fulfilled the basic requirements for developing a magical combat technique. Larson thought, Heavenly Body? This is the best physique the protagonist was born with. He wrote about it. The Heavenly Body, combined with the Sword God, will become the ultimate attribute known as the Sword Emperor. This is the body the protagonist had at the very beginning. Starting with the Heavenly Eye, why does he keep receiving the instructions he prescribed for the protagonist? MC ordered Hera to bring him his clothes, and she replied that she understood. He thought he had to hide this fact. After a while, Ludia's voice was heard, right? Is her dad completely cured? Hera answered. She brought a letter from him with her. Ludia cried out joyfully. It was his handwriting. Ludia's father's letter said that the villagers have gotten much better, and thanks to the secret recipe given by the Seventh Lord, the epidemic is dying down. Ludia wiped away a tear and laughed slightly, saying that she was pleased to hear it. MC thought he liked this feeling. Ludia said that she would definitely repay him for his kindness. Larson asked again, kindness? Ludia answered, of course, he was her savior. He folded his arms and said, well, he supposes so. Ludia said that she will become his contractor. She will become his fire contractor. MC thought, a fire pact. This is the pact that the protagonist Casson made with Ludia in the Great Nordanti Canyon. The system window reported, a fire pact. A promise that members of the fire tribe can only make once in their lifetime. They dedicate their lives and their flames to the person who made the fire pact with them. This is of paramount importance to the fire tribe. Larson thought, if he made a pact with her, then the content of the original story would greatly change. The Bloody Butcher, who would become Casson's powerful ally, would disappear from this world. What does this have to do with his affairs? His life itself is in danger. He needs to escape Cassin's clutches as soon as possible before he turns 17. Larson coughed and said, if she so desires. Ludia smiled and said, she, Ludia of the Fire Tribe, swears an oath of life before the eternal flame. MC thought in surprise, this is a fire pact. The system window reported that the Celestial Eye is analyzing the information. The settings of the other world are revealed. The power to control rage is granted to the fire contractee. Larson thought in surprise. When he was writing the novel, Ludia went berserk. Since she is very simple-minded, this is quite natural. The system window reported that the power to control rage gives a person the power to control the violent mana of the fire contractee. The side effect is that the contractee will die. Larson thought in surprise. Wait, dies? He shouted, Ludia, you don't have to do what she wants. Ludia asked, why shouldn't she do what she wants? It's a good thing. MC replied, no, it's not good. Ludia said, her father said it was really good. MC asked her to tell him why it was good. Ludia looked at him in surprise and said, it is. She froze and asked, how is that possible? MC grabbed her by the shoulders and ordered her to listen to him carefully. When she became a fire contractor, she would have to sacrifice her life for him. Ludia asked again, sacrifice? So is that bad? Larson asked, is that good? Ludia answered, that's cool. Larson said that if she went into a rage, he wouldn't be able to stop her. Ludia asked, why does that matter? He answered, if he stops her, she will die. Ludia said, it's okay, as long as this death is for him. It's an honor for the fire tribe. They call it martyrdom. MC grabbed his head and thought, it's even scarier because she's just so innocent. He said, he doesn't want to kill her, and he doesn't want to be responsible for something like that. Ludia patted him on the shoulder and said, come on, he's worrying about nothing. She won't die. Larson thought, the more they talk about it, the more he feels like he's falling into a swamp. He grabbed her hand and ordered her to listen carefully. She is 9 years old, and he is too young to become a contractor. Ludia said that age is not important for the fire treaty. Larson said that he does not belong to the fire tribe. There is no need to impose your ideals on him. Ludia said that imposing is bad. MC asked again, really? He does not want anything imposed on him. Ludia asked, he does not want her to become his contractor? MC winked at her and said that it is not so. He just thinks that it is too much responsibility. They are still too young, so he thinks that they are not yet able to fully understand the fire treaty. Ludia replied, okay, then they will wait. The system window reported that the fire treaty was cancelled. Ludia said that he is a good man. MC asked again, why all of a sudden? Ludia said that's what Dad says. The fire treaty is always sacred, and a contractor must be very careful. MC asked, really? Ludia answered, he said that she was perfect for the role of a contract worker because she was weak. He said that if someone refused a contract for a reasonable reason, then this person was good. He said that such a person can be trusted. She was covered in mana and said he asked her to never let such a person go. After some time, Ludia happily held a bit of chocolate in her hands and said, yummy, this is so delicious. He is so kind, he cured her dad and gives her treats. MC said, Ludia, it's time for her to give him an important thing. Ludia asked what important thing. She cried out, yes, important. MC thought it was definitely the Holy Grail of Fire, a divine artifact that the fire tribe takes care of. It should be on Dragon Mountain, which is near Hiron. There is a stone tomb there that only the fire tribe can open, and that's where the Holy Grail is. Ludia said she has a good thing nearby. MC asked again, nearby? Ludia replied, it's super cool. Dad said so. Larson asked, does this super cool thing have a name? He thought, the Holy Fire Grail. Let her name it already. Ludia asked, what's the name? She didn't know. MC grabbed his head and asked, doesn't she know? Ludia started eating chocolate and said, they say this is some kind of valuable cup. Larson thought, he thinks he wrote it too simply. First, he'll use the Celestial Eye to read about the Holy Grail. The system window reported that the Holy Fire Grail is capable of creating fire flower water once every century. This water possesses great power, authoritative purification, capable of burning and cleansing all impurities that penetrate a person's body or mind. To summarize, the user will not die from poison and will not be affected by mind magic. It can even relieve stomach pain from eating rotten food. The ideal power to live a long life. The system window reported, that's all that's recorded. MC thought, but why? Well, never mind. He told Ludia to go, and she replied, okay. Hera asked, young master, should she request an escort? MC asked again. An escort? He thought, exactly. Whenever someone from Myton leaves the family, an escort consisting of guard mages comes with them. The same applies to him, who was abandoned altogether. What reason does he have to give to go to Ludia's hometown, Hiron? For what reason would the main family let him go for a valuable cup? He can't lie. There's no way he can lie. After all, a 7th circle mage will be watching him at all times, even if he goes to the toilet. A more serious problem is that all the escorts are supporting one of his brothers or sisters. This was to be expected, since the War of Succession creates factions within the family, and as many talents as possible need to be recruited to his side. But he doesn't want to give up the sacred fire grail either, considering that he will be marked. Should he go for the grail himself or give it up? Okay, he decided. The guard mage Joffel, who was on extremely bad terms with Larson, asked, what? This idiot wants him to be his escort? 3 years ago, Larson grabbed his face and said, he's just a dog that guards his house, and he's the owner of the house. Does he understand? If he understood, then let him nod, idiot. Currently, MC grabbed his head and thought, why did he do that at 6? At least an escort is at least in the 7th circle. Hera asked, young master, so what should she write in the reason? MC asked again. In the reason, he said to just write that he's going to play. He heard there was delicious chocolate there. Hera thought, that definitely won't work. The document was confirmed. Jaffel, he is the Myton family's escort. MC looked at him from the balcony and said, welcome. He frowned in irritation and said, he welcomes the young master. He walked inside and said, he has changed a lot since their last meeting. MC replied, a little. Jaffel asked if he could ask him. Larson asked, wondering why he chose him as an escort. Jaffel answered, right. He is just the dog of his house. MC wondered if he remembers that for sure. He supposes the 7th circle has a good memory. Larson said that since he is a dog guarding the house, he must also guard his master. Jaffel became very angry, and Larson thought, 7th circle magicians. Well, honestly, he is scary, but he will not forgive him just because of one apology. He said that among the dogs that guard his house, he is the most reliable. At least he won't do anything that would be considered betrayal. Jaffel asked, does he trust him? MC replied, no, he doesn't. Jaffel asked, what? Larson replied, not Jaffel himself, but he trusts the escort himself. He's very ambitious, isn't he? He thought, Jaffel is both extremely greedy and ambitious. He can be trusted more than anyone because he will work with him as long as they are on the same wavelength of understanding. First, he swore allegiance to the 4th master, Scion, and then switched to the 2nd young lady, Yahello. Jaffel asked how his ambitions relate to his escort. Larson replied, he feels that one day he will be able to help him. Jaffel asked, what is he talking about? He smirked and wondered what kind of thing a disenfranchised idiot could possibly offer. MC spoke up. Even though he now swears allegiance to his 4th brother, he wants to defect to the 2nd sister. Is that right? Jaffel thought in surprise. What? How does he know this? He said he's only an escort. That's why he doesn't swear allegiance to anyone. MC thought he'd been caught. He said, despite saying this, he seems quite emotional. It doesn't matter to him. For what other reason should an escort protect his master? Jaffel answered, absolutely right. Larson said he orders him as Myton to protect him. Jaffel replied, he accepts his order. He thought, is this the same fool he knew? What even happened to him? He'd heard rumors that he beat up the 6th young master, and that he created the 1st circle without a magic teacher. What's more suspicious is that it's not just the 1st magic circle. Even though he only has 1 ring, he senses from it the amount of mana inherent to the 2nd circle. Even the 2nd lady, Yahello, couldn't create the 1st circle with that amount of mana. He needs to keep an eye on him. He's sure something's going on here. After a while, they were walking along a forest road, and Ludia was happily saying, they'll see Dad. MC looked around and thought, this is Ludia's hometown, Hiron. While the Fire Tribe had enough power to rule the ancient continent, the Fire God Phoenix, whom they serve, exhausted his powers, and they went downhill. But this looks more like the outskirts of the Korean wilderness. A dog started barking at them, and then a loud cry was heard, Daddy! Larson closed his eyes from the loud cry, and Hampton said, young master. He asked to be forgiven. He didn't know he was coming, and he didn't meet him. MC replied, nothing. Ludia asked, Hampton, where's Dad? He replied, he's home. Ludia ran ahead and said, Daddy. Hampton asked to wait for him. Jaffel looked at Larson and thought, something's wrong. He remembered his words and thought he had never shown his inner intentions before. Father saw Ludia and cried out, Ludia. She hugged him and said, Dad. They bowed and thanked MC. Jaffel looked at Ludia and thought, this girl has so much mana and fire energy, it's simply incredible for a 9-year-old. Since when does he have such a friend? Ludia said, Dad, Larson is really very kind. She brought him here to give him a gift. Father said, I see, she really should repay his kindness. Jaffel thought, this idiot and kindness? And what kind of repayment is this? Thinking about all this, these people are very friendly to them. What did he do? No, what he did is not so important in itself. None of their companions could understand this. What is he doing that no one notices, and since when? Ludia grabbed MC by the hand and told him to follow her. She will give the gift. After a while, they approached a stone tomb, and Jaffel frowned, thinking, this? Ludia said, it's here. Jaffel thought, a stone tomb? Ludia closed her eyes and said, Lateni lali lata. The stones were covered in mana and rose, and a grail flew out from inside the tomb. Jaffel thought in surprise, this? What is this? There's fire burning in this, mixed with the golden glow of the grail. Is he here to eat chocolate? Is this just an excuse? He feels a strange flow of mana from this cup. MC looked at it and thought, this is the holy fire grail. The system window reported, the backstory of the other world has been revealed. The backstory of the other world has received insufficient predictability. Only those who have made a contract with the fire tribe can drink the fire-colored water from the holy fire grail. If someone who hasn't made a contract with the fire tribe drinks this, they will experience nausea and stomach pain, ultimately leading to death. MC reread this sentence several times and thought, does he have to make a fire contract to drink the fire flower water? The system window reported that when the fire flower water encounters the outside air, it will evaporate. The longer this happens, the less effective the fire flower water will be. Larson thought, the more time passes, the more it will become ordinary water. He doesn't have time, he needs to decide now. If he makes a fire contract, he will be able to control the super simple-minded Ludia. Even Kassan had problems with this. Will he even be able to? It's hard to pass up such a great opportunity like this. What would author Cha Sung-min do? Larson looked at Ludia and suggested making a fire contract. Ludia happily asked, really? MC said, they're running out of time, so they need to hurry. Ludia released her mana and said, good. The system window reported, the Holy Fire Grail reveals its hidden form. The Holy Fire Grail acknowledges the fire contract. Jaffel thought in surprise, this old bowl is restored to its former glory. He came here for fun and chocolate? What kind of new lie is this? He had planned everything carefully. This fire mana, he had never seen it as pure as hers. It is as powerful as when the third lady uses it. He is certain of it. The information about the seventh young master was incorrect. Ludia exhaled and said, fire contact completed. MC responded, excellent. The system window reported, fire contract completed. Ludia becomes a fire contractee. An unexpected change occurred that affected history. For a moment, Larson's body was enveloped in fire, and he thought, the fiery energy he just felt is gone. The system window reported, the Holy Fire Grail has witnessed the sacred contract. The Holy Fire Grail had advanced to the pure Holy Fire Grail. MC picked it up and thought in surprise at what the system window had said. He drank the contents of the grail and thought, it tastes like plain water. It felt a little carbonated. The system window reported that he had drunk pure fire flower water. He needed strength to control the pure fire energy stored in the pure fire flower water. Mana cultivation, which was easy to learn, had taken control of the fire energy. Larson thought, fire energy rising from his stomach and moving toward his heart. MC sat down on the ground and told his attendant to protect him. He was counting on him. Jaffel looked at him and thought, mana cultivation? Although it's not an exceptional cultivation technique, he's suddenly doing this here openly? Does he trust it that much? If he receives even the slightest impact, it will create great problems for his body. He's confident. He's aware of it. Jaffel remembered MC's words and thought he would repay his trust with his own. The system window reported, the beginner's magical combat technique, self-recovery, has been activated. Larson thought he knew it wasn't just water. The fire energy within him was creating various types of waves in his heart. The system window reported, easy-to-learn mana cultivation successfully controls fire energy. Pure fire flower water steadily flows into his body. With the effect of pure fire flower water, the Heavenly Eye was deactivated due to a lack of mana. He thought he needed to analyze this. He would use the Heavenly Eye again later. After a while, Jaffel asked, was he finished? Larson replied, yeah, it seems it took longer than he thought. He thanked him for his protection, and Jaffel said, it's okay. He did what he was supposed to. More importantly, he seemed to have gained some strength. MC replied, yes, nothing special. Jaffel said, but young master? He asked, yes? Jaffel said, this is the entrance to the Dragon Mountain. Larson replied, he knows. Jaffel said, he feels powerful mana from the center of it. It is moving towards them, flaunting its existence. They are warning them that they are coming. MC asked again, is he sure? Jaffel answered, yes, it seems that the powerful mana flower that flowed out of the cup attracted them. MC wondered, was it that strong? He doesn't think it's as strong as a 7th circle mage can be. He asked, does he know who it is? Jaffel answered, yes, if his instincts are correct, they are swordsmen. He can feel their unique energy. They are approaching quickly. It won't be long before they reach them. Larson asked, are they hostile? Jaffel answered, it's hard to say. However, it seems they are very powerful swordsmen. MC thought, swordsmen are, in fact, on hostile terms with the mages in this world. He doesn't know why they suddenly headed towards them. They won't be able to escape anyway. If his father heard that they had escaped from the approaching swordsmen, he would have been executed before his 10th anniversary ceremony. Since he had a 7th circle mage by his side, there was no need to run. If they did come, they would be waiting for them. Here they are. Swordsmen appeared in front of them, and the system window reported that the celestial eye had been activated. Larson's eyes widened, and he thought, wait, horror. The system window reported that an unexpected change had occurred that would affect the story. The true protagonist of another world. He is a genius among geniuses, blessed with great opportunities and good fortune. He is a typical munchkin, the protagonist of a munchkin novel. A munchkin is a person who, at any given moment, strives to become potentially more destructive to the world. He is the monster created by Cha Sung-min. A guy appeared in front of them, and the system window reported the character information. It was Kassen Sade. MC thought, what's going on here? Jaffel looked at Kassen and thought, the blue eagle embroidered on the left side of his chest. He is the same age as the young 7th master, the second young master of the esteemed Sade swordsman family. Kassen Sade and their family's guards. The system window reported that the families that are among the 3 most esteemed families in this world have a certain power that allows them to recognize each other. It is the same principle as wild beasts, recognizing their own kind through the mana that has been nurtured within them since birth. Larson thought. He was sure that Kassen also recognized that he is one of the heirs of the Maiton family. Kassen bowed and said, he came because he felt a strong wave of mana. He thought he could sense class and elegance from this 9-year-old child. MC asked again, a strong wave of mana? Kassen replied, yes, judging by what his guard knight said, there was a surge of fiery mana here. He felt it too. MC thought, Jaffel said so too. Although he doesn't think it is that powerful, why are they acting like this? Larson said, that's why they're here. Kassen replied, yes, it was because he was curious. The system window reported that young Kassen was a very curious boy. He had to satisfy his curiosity. It became the foundation of his growth. MC said, it seems he knows who he is. Kassen replied, he doesn't know for sure, but it seems he has the blood of the Maiton family, and since he's only a little younger than him, he thought he was the 6th son. But he heard that the 6th son is learning water magic. However, he doesn't smell water on him. Then he's the 5th son? MC thought he wanted to avoid contact with him at all costs. Should he just let him think he's the 5th brother? No, if he gets caught, it will be difficult to deal with. He changed his strategy. Larson replied, his 5th brother mainly uses earth magic. Kassen looked at him in surprise and shouted, then he's the 7th son? MC laughed and asked, he's different from the rumors, right? Kassen said he was very different. The guard's eyes widened in fear, and MC thought he saw shock in their gazes. He adjusted his hair and said they were the same age. He suggested they talk informally. The system window reported that young Kassen had everything in abundance. He had his parents' love, a wonderful teacher, and the perfect education to become the strongest man. However, he was missing one thing. He had no friends his own age. That was what he was missing, the void his parents couldn't fill. Larson thought, well, he wasn't surprised. Who would be friends with the heir to such a famous family of swordsmen anyway? Ludia grabbed his hand and asked if this was his friend. MC thought that only special people like Ludia, who feared no one, could become his true friends. Ludia said she was also 9, and he was handsome. She's Ludia. What's his name? Kassen introduced himself, and Ludia asked again. Kassen? He answered, yes. Ludia said he has a cute name and face. Kassen cleared his throat and sheepishly turned to Larson. He was curious about the mana wave. Could he tell him what it was? He said a while ago, he got a great opportunity. MC answered, that's right. He thought he was aiming right for it. Kassen asked, what kind of fire mana does he have? It feels pretty new. Larson said it's a power that protects him from external influences. Kassen asked, like poisons? MC answered, yeah. Kassen said it's a good power. Jaffel stood to the side and watched what was happening. He thought, in terms of power, they have the advantage. If they tried to harm them now, they would be in a helpless position. And yet they are just chatting carefree, unaware of it. Ludia touched the hilt of the sword and asked in surprise, is this a sword? Can she touch it? Kassen wondered why she didn't seem uncomfortable around him. He liked it though. Larson thought they probably wouldn't see each other again for a long time after they parted ways today. He'd just be friendly enough to make it a good memory. He extended his hand and said, Kassen. He replied, yes. MC said he'd never met anyone from the side family, let alone someone his own age. Kassen shook his hand back and said he'd never met anyone his own age either. Larson said he'd heard that in swordsman families, you have to cross swords before you become friends. He asked him to remind him, what's it called? Kassen replied, a duel. MC said, exactly, a duel. He wanted to try it. He'd heard it was a mandatory process to become friends with him. Kassen replied, it wasn't mandatory, but Larson interrupted him and asked, it would be nice to fight, right? Kassen was covered in mana and asked, so he's challenging him to a duel now? MC replied, exactly. He thought it was a great opportunity to see how big the difference in their abilities was right now. Jaffel looked at him and thought, a duel in this situation? When he has 2 knights on his side, his safety couldn't be guaranteed in this situation, but he couldn't stand up for him. In the eyes of society, the 7th young master was considered one of the heirs of the Maiton family, so he couldn't stop him without a good reason. Moreover, since a representative of another family was present, his attempt to stop him could be seen as disrespectful to the Maiton family. Kassen asked, did he also learn swordsmanship? Larson replied, no, he only learned magical combat techniques. Kassen remarked, few people study magical combat techniques these days. MC replied, as it turned out, that was the only thing he was good at. Kassen asked, why did he challenge him to a duel? He heard that the family of mages disliked them. MC asked again, he doesn't have any friends, right? Kassen froze, and the guards widened their eyes in surprise. Jaffel wondered why he said that. MC spread his hands and said he didn't have any friends either. They were in a similar situation. Kassen looked at him carefully and remained silent, and Larson said he thought it had to do with the families they were born into. Come to think of it, it's even harder for him to make friends. Cassian asked again. Why? MC replied. His family forbids it. Even if he meets someone of equal status, they can only be friends for the sake of establishing a business relationship. Cassian asked. What kind of friendship is that? MC replied, it doesn't even count as friendship. That's why he doesn't have any friends. But maybe his family will allow them to be friends. That's why he challenged him to a duel. The system window reported that the celestial eye is analyzing this world. The unpredictability assessment is being clarified. In a family of swordsmen, dueling is one of the ways to instill trust in each other. Larson said, trust and care for each other. And if there is no basis for trust, then one can greatly harm the other, right? Cassian answered, that's right, he knows a lot about them. The system window reported that it takes a lot of trust and courage for the weak to challenge the strong to a duel. But this also says, he absolutely trusts him. Larson thought, of course he is weak, and Cassian is strong. He said, as he already said, he uses magical combat techniques. He can think of it as martial arts. Cassian drew his sword from its sheath and said, he uses fencing, holding the sword with his right hand. He will only use the basic fencing of the side family. Since he is disarmed and he is not, then he will allow him to make the first 3 attacks. MC looked at him and thought, he drew the sword incredibly smoothly. Larson asked Cassian, who will win their duel? He answered, he is thinking. MC interrupted him and said, of course, it will be him. Why did he challenge him to a duel if he already knew the outcome? Cassian asked because he wanted to be friends with him. Larson asked if winning the duel was important then. Cassian said no, it wasn't important. MC frowned and said that if he wanted to win, he wouldn't have challenged him to a duel, but he wanted to be friends with him. Friends should be equals. Since they were the same age, let him treat him as an equal. Cassian said he was sorry, he didn't mean to insult him. MC replied that he knew. Larson said he would do his best, and he wanted him to try his best too. Yahello thought, the duel between the 7th young master and the 2nd son of the Sade family is about to begin. After a while, Cassian launched a powerful attack, and the system window reported that the slow flow attribute had been automatically activated. Larson thought, this is a nightmare. While they were talking, the tip of his sword almost touched his neck. The system window reported that the initial magical combat technique, weight control, had been activated. MC jumped and thought, great, he's regained his balance. If he dashes forward right now, he'll win. He rushed towards Cassian, who used a retreat and a powerful thrust. He almost hit Larson, who thought, why is he so fast? And he doesn't let him get closer. He needs to be closer to use magical combat techniques. But he constantly keeps his distance. If he gets too close, he won't be able to dodge the sword. But if he doesn't get closer, his attacks will still catch up with him. This is the power of the protagonist. He didn't think he could win, but despite his expectations, it seems possible. Thanks to his attribute, he sees the trajectory of his attacks. If he dodges, he will definitely be able to get closer. Cassian used a slashing attack, and MC thought it was a feint. He uses a strong thrust after that. No, not a feint. That changed. Because he didn't react, he decided to make it real. He won't dodge. He can only take his attack. The system window reported that he used the elementary magic combat technique, Advanced Steel Will. Cassian struck MC with his sword, and he cried out, clutching his arm. He thinks it will be better if it hits the arm than the side. His mana is in disarray because of his strike. Cassian put the sword to Larson's face, and he said, he lost. Yahello thought in surprise. What? Well, it's good that everything ended without any problems. Cassian put his sword away and asked, is his arm okay? MC replied, yes, it was like being hit with a steel mace. His whole body went numb. Cassian replied, that was an incredible defense. Larson said, but his attack still got through. Cassian replied, no, it's really incredible. He was a little surprised when sparks appeared. Larson thought, sparks? What is he talking about? He looked to the side and thought, did Ludia do something? After everything that happened, he couldn't notice it. Cassian said, this sword, it's the work of a master. Larson asked in surprise, really? Cassian said, it can cut steel. MC turned pale with fright and thought, and he blocked it with his hand? Cassian said, of course, he wasn't trying to cut him, but it was still an incredible defense. He's surprised. Larson said, thank you. He expected him to lose, but there's too big a difference between their abilities. Cassian extended his hand to MC and helped him up. He said, it's hard for other people to even approach him. Larson said, that's not surprising. They're all weaklings compared to him. That's normal, but the weak can't approach the strong. Cassian asked, then isn't he strange? MC said he felt like he could trust him. Cassian said happily he'd never met anyone like him. He's glad he met him, Larson Mighton. He hopes they'll meet again. He turned around and left with the guards. A system window appeared in front of MC. An unexpected incident that will affect history and unpredictability has occurred. Larson thought, another unexpected incident. Yahello said, 7th young master, maybe it's rude of him, but will he allow me to ask a question? MC told him to ask, and Yahello asked, when did he learn fire magic? Larson wondered when he used it, although come to think of it, he remembered Cassian's words and thought, wait, he feels something. It's the fire energy he recently felt near his heart. It's not strong, but it's definitely there. Mana with fire energy. He should analyze what happened with the celestial eye. He recalled the entire battle with Cassian, and the system window reported that the effect of the pure fire water flower had combined with fire attribute mana. Easy to learn mana cultivation had successfully combined them. Larson thought, so that's it. It was just a fire water flower, but he was able to control the elemental mana because he had absorbed the pure fire water flower. But isn't it impossible to add elements to magical combat techniques? Even if it were possible, he would have to be an advanced mage, or simply a monster like the third sister. And even then, the effectiveness would be low and therefore wouldn't be used. Jaffel asked how he did it. MC replied that he didn't know himself. Jaffel looked at him in surprise and thought, how could he not know? Of course he knows, he just doesn't want to tell him. He's practically telling him to shut up. Today's walk went according to his plan. Could it be that meeting Cass inside was also part of his plan? If his plans shouldn't be known to the escort, then someone at the level of the third young lady or higher is clearly involved. You need to be careful with him. He said he would take him back to the Maiton family. MC replied, okay. Ludia said to take it back. MC looked at her, confused, and asked, what? Ludia screamed. She would burn him alive if he didn't take it back. Larson asked again, what did she mean? He thought, could she really mean? He remembered what he said about him having no friends either. Ludia covered herself in fiery mana and screamed. She thought they were friends. That's why she made a contract with him. MC thought, apparently, friendship is very important for a 9-year-old. He said she's his friend too. Ludia asked again, why did he just say he had no friends? Larson said, well, he takes it back. Ludia asked again, really? MC answered, exactly. He was mistaken. Let her forgive him. Ludia smiled and asked, he wasn't lying, right? Larson answered, of course, she was his friend. She happily said, well then, okay. She grabbed his arm and told him not to forget she was his friend. Jaffel stood to the side and was silent, looking at them. MC said of course. Ludia said she would forgive him since it was the first time. After a while, a voice was heard. The idiot just wanted to eat chocolate and go back. The guy said, yeah, he really has no luck. The man spread his arms in different directions and asked why the patriarch doesn't do anything with him. The guy said, yeah, he thinks it's weird too. The man said there are plenty of ways to kill him and pass it off as an accident. Jaffel thought that's really weird. For the patriarch to just exile him, leaving him alive. There's clearly something wrong here. He remembered MC's words and thought, maybe he wasn't bluffing then. On January 1st, 219, at midnight, a festive table with various treats was set in the house. Soso thanked Hera, and she thanked her in return. The system window reported that Hera had the talent for murder. Larson wondered why this terrible heavenly eye activated by itself. He asked, Mom, what kind of person is father? Larson had few memories of his father. He had never even met him, and it seemed that Larson was even afraid of his father. It felt as if Larson had deliberately erased his memories of his father. Soso replied that he was a lonely man. Larson looked at her carefully, and the system window reported that the patriarch of the Maiton family, Dekatra, loved only Soso's maid. Soso was the only woman he truly loved. MC wondered, does he love Mom? A voice suddenly rang out. Is he a lonely man? Mana appeared in the room, and there was a bright flash, from which Dekatra appeared. MC's eyes widened in fear and thought, Dekatra. Soso stood up and bowed, greeting the patriarch. He said, she clearly doesn't watch her language, Soso. Larson bowed and greeted the patriarch. He looked up and thought only one person appeared, but the air became thick with tension. How could a person have such an oppressive aura? He even found it hard to breathe. Just looking at him made him want to run. Dekatra sat down in a chair and said, he. MC said, yes, the patriarch. Dekatra said, he heard something terrible happen between him and his brother. Larson said, if he's talking about the sixth brother, then yes. He thought, he's not the one to blame him for what happened, but then why is he asking? Since this is one of the characters he created, he should be confident. Dekatra asked, why did he do this? MC thought, this is a test. He will take matters into his own hands. He said he tried to punish him not with magic, but with his fists. Dekatra spoke up, and that's why he answered him like that. Larson said he felt like he was insulting the honor of mages with his actions. He tried to punish him incorrectly, and he simply responded by using mana. Dekatra asked, so he was right? MC answered, that's right, absolutely right. He also wanted to end this senseless fight as quickly as a mage could. Dekatra asked why he was so rude. MC answered, he doesn't think he was too rude. As a mage, he didn't receive fatal wounds, and that's why he used magical combat techniques similar to martial arts, trying to bring the sixth brother to his senses. The reason they have a war of succession is hardly just the senseless slaughter of relatives. He cried out. He believes they are not enemies, the Grandel family of martial arts and the Sade family of swordsmen. He believes it is so that they bow before them, lick the floor like dogs, and crawl like bugs. Dekatra said he likes his thoughts. Larson waved his hand and said, the sixth brother should be grateful. After all, he showed him what is necessary when fighting a parasite from a martial arts family. Dekatra thought, he didn't expect anything from the sixth and seventh sons, but if you compare them, the seventh is much better. MC said that if he still holds a grudge against him because of what happened, then he has no right to be Maiton. He fell silent and thought fearfully. Did he succeed? To be honest, he is still shaking. The system window reported that Dekatra's only love was Soso, and he still loves her. You need to look at the information regarding loyalty. Larson Maiton lived to 17 because he was Soso's son. MC thought, that's why he lived to 17? If you think about it, an idiot like Larson could not live that long. Although it is not said in the book, if everything here is based on his plot, then Soso will die a couple of years later from a blue dot, because when his mother died, he had no protection. In the past, Dekatra Maiton banished Soso, who gave birth to Larson, to the Badger Mansion, and he no longer paid attention to her, because he's an idiot who's too weak to protect his mother. and a son who can't help his father. Takatra acted this way knowing this. After all, only then will nothing harm his beloved, because the other mothers also knew that Takatra loved Soso. In that case, he realized something. If he grows up normal, if he grows up enough to protect his mother, everything will be different. Takatra also wants him to become stronger. He told his father that he would try. As he said, magical combat techniques have limitations. Takatra noted that they are weak and poorly understood, and MC said that even with limitations, it is better than doing nothing. Takatra said that some things cannot be achieved no matter how hard he tries, and he replied that he is not saying that he will become a patriarch. He knows that he is not capable of it, but he is capable of supporting the patriarch. Although his powers are limited as a mage, they are not limited as a person. Let him not forget that his blood flows in him. He will definitely become stronger and be able to protect his mother. Soso looked at him in surprise, and Takatra thought about it. Sometime later, Larson received a letter written personally by Takatra, in which he ordered him to come to the main banquet hall of the Maitan main mansion. He read it and noted that the letter was too short to be considered complete. According to the Maitan family tradition, the date of the 10th anniversary ceremony has been set. The 10th anniversary ceremony occurs when a Maiton family member turns 10 years old. It is a significant event where people gather to have fun together and eat snacks. And most importantly, on this day, they receive physical enhancement magic. A person's physical enhancement magic is not just a physical boost. It is the opportunity to gain the main attribute or mana of one of the 7 elements: water, fire, metal, lightning, light, earth, and darkness. It was time for the banquet. He put on his evening suit and thought that he had changed a lot since entering this body. Not only his body had changed, but also his mind. Afterwards, accompanied by a maid, he went to the banquet hall, the venue for the 10th anniversary ceremony. Upon entering the banquet hall, he saw a dining table with a permanent magic emitting effect, and thought it was just a waste of money. He asked the maid where he should sit, and she told him he would be sitting on the opposite side from the patriarch. He inquired about his mother, and she said that as far as she knew, she wasn't invited. He remarked that this was to be expected, and Carlton's indignant voice was heard. He entered the banquet hall and pointed his staff at Larson, exclaiming, "Is that him?" Larson greeted him amiably and asked if he was feeling better. Carlton nervously clenched his teeth and wondered who this punching bag thought he was. This idiot had changed a lot. Larson said with a smile that if he thought he lost because he was distracted, he could challenge him to a duel anytime. But this time it would hurt more, because he had become much stronger compared to the last time. Carlton passed by him and said that he would trample him, and he responded that he could try, and thought that it was better than if he was afraid of him. Persia arrived. She said with a smirk that her cute little brother was also here. He came early. Is he having fun with that toy he took? He told her that fire was quite fun, and she sighed in annoyance, saying that that's why she wanted to take it for herself. Larson said that when making a bet, you have to be prepared to lose, and Carlton thought in surprise, the third sister bet with this trash, and he won? This seems complete nonsense to him. Their second sister entered the banquet hall, and MC's face became surprised when he looked at her. She is the sorceress of the end, Yahello Maitan. He thought that she is a mage who will most likely become the next head of the family. Although she has a calm nature, she is ready to do anything for the honor of the family. She has the 7th circle, like his third sister, and her primary attribute is light, and her secondary attribute is darkness. And she was beheaded by Kassan, which is ironic because she was his first love. Yahello took a seat next to Persia and remarked that their younger brother had changed a lot. Larson said that he would take this as a compliment, after which he nervously thought that this was driving him crazy. Now he is sure, seeing Persia and Yahello, that he cannot live frivolously like a commoner. They are on a level where he will have to die to even get halfway close to their power. He was too frivolous. Finally, the whole family was assembled. The patriarch took a seat opposite Larson, and he thought that everyone was here. Takatra has 3 wives. Counting his first child, whose plans are unknown, he has 6 children. In total, there are 10 people here. Takatra said that the youngest has reached 10 years old. He congratulates him on this. Everyone else congratulated Larson on this, and he nervously thanked them. Yahello stood up and said that, in accordance with her father's orders, she had returned from exterminating the evil creatures, Balrogs, that had emerged from the source of darkness and chaos. MC thought this wasn't just a tea party, but a meeting where his relatives would recount their accomplishments. Scion stood up and said that he had captured the walking undead sorcerer of the north, Karen, alive and locked him in a demonic coffin. More than 20 undead sorcerers, followers of Karen, were killed. Takatra inquired about the casualties, and when he said he had fought alone, he praised him. It was Persia's turn. She said she had retrieved Sylvius's wings from an abandoned temple. This made Larson tense. He looked into her eyes and saw a malicious glint in them. The system informed him that Persia had stolen the wings of Sylvia, a sacred artifact that protected an abandoned temple. The wings of Sylvia are sacred artifacts that greatly increase wind affinity for wind mages. The wings of Sylvia protected 7 monk priests, and the 17 swordsmen who protected them were killed. Takatra said that apparently this temple served as an example. How did the Holy Empire react? She told him that they hadn't made any statements yet, but she thought they would soon carry out their plans. Takatra said that the only thing they could ask for was an apology. They would simply ignore them. Persia returned to to her seat, and MC thought that this was proof of resolve. Someone from the Holy Empire had harmed someone from the Mighton family, and Dekatra had set an example for them. They still wouldn't try to go to war with the Mighton family. There was a knock at the door, and Senken, the patriarch's right-hand man, entered the banquet hall. He placed a tray of scrolls on the table next to Larson, and Dekatra told him to choose. MC looked them over and thought they were scrolls of physical enhancement magic, the creation of which Dekatra had personally overseen. The system informed him of the activation of the celestial eye, and then he saw how the streams of mana coming from 7 scrolls merged together and created an 8th. He took this scroll, which surprised the others. He chose the exalted attribute on his first try. Larson told the patriarch that he would take this scroll, and silence fell in the banquet hall for a few seconds. Dekatra turned to Avelia and asked if she had told him about this. She told him that she had not, and her siblings had said the same. He asked, then they claimed that a 10-year-old child independently analyzed the mana streams, something that even Avelia couldn't do at 10 years old. She said that she thought his eyesight was better than hers at that age. Persia glanced at Larson and thought it was interesting. She hadn't even imagined he was capable of such a thing. Avelia said that perhaps his body was adapted to combat magic. After all, the rate of growth of combat magic skills is very high at first. Her father asked, so Larson, having only reached 10 years, is already capable of this. She said that at this point, that was the only possible conclusion. None of them had learned combat magic at his age. Dekatra asked Larson to bring him an exalted attribute scroll, and he rose from his seat. The system said that members of the Mighton family are offered 7 scrolls for their 10th anniversary. They can choose one of the 7 and receive the physical enhancing magic contained within. Red is the fire attribute, blue is water, silver is metal, dark brown is earth, yellow is lightning, and black and white are darkness and light. Combining the 7 attributes in specific ways can cause the attributes of the elemental system to materialize, making it an exalted attribute that allows one to control all 7. MC looked at the scroll and thought it was just a mixture of them all. Having everything at once isn't necessarily good. But he presented the scroll to his father, who said he didn't think he'd choose it. He told him he'd take it as a compliment, and Carlton nervously gritted his teeth and thought, how is he acting with his father? Has he completely lost his fear? He should have just kept quiet. Dekatra told his son that Avelia would use physical enhancement magic on him, which took Larson a little by surprise. He did say he would do it personally. His father said that if he did that, there was a 99% chance of his death. If he wanted to, he would do it. MC was puzzled, since he hadn't been told that, and asked, what if Avelia did it? He told him that the probability of his death would drop to 50%. Her mana was much softer than his. He became nervous and wondered if it had been foolish of him to choose the exalted attribute scroll. He immediately dismissed those thoughts. He shouldn't regret it. He could do anything. He won't survive in this crazy world without taking risks. He handed the scroll to Avelia and said that in that case he was leaving it all to her, and she asked if he trusted her. He told her that he trusted her as a mage, and she remarked that her father was too optimistic. She believed that the probability of success was much lower. The exalted attribute has very destructive and heavy mana, and physically enhancing magic would also be destructive. He asked, what were his chances of survival? She told him that at best, 50%, and he asked, what if she tried hard? She told him that it would still be 50%, and he asked if she wanted him to choose a scroll with a different attribute. She laid the scroll on the floor and said that those who chose the path of magic do not impose their opinions on others, but she wanted him to be strong. He stared at her in surprise, and after a short pause, declared that he would not change his choice. She ordered him to strip down to his underwear, and when he did, everyone could see his muscles, Persia paying special attention to them. He smirked and thought, who would ever think that this body belonged to a 10-year-old? He didn't look like this a month ago. She wondered how he saw the exalted attribute scroll, and why was he so pumped up? What secrets was he hiding? She said out loud that he had a good face and a good body. He was simply made to be an ornament. Her comment made Larson uneasy, and Avelia laid him on his back and placed her hand on his chest, telling her father that she was starting the ritual. She was grateful to him for giving her the opportunity to use physically enhancing magic. MC asked her to wait, and she asked if he was scared. He told her that he wasn't scared at all. He just wanted to tell his father something. The others were very surprised by his words, and Dekatra asked what he wanted to say. He asked him to do him a favor if he survived, and his brothers thought it was so thoughtful, and Carlton called him an idiot. Larson said that it was the Mighton family tradition for the patriarch to use physically enhancing magic, and this tradition was broken. Although Avelia was very experienced, she was no match for him. Therefore, he believed he deserved a special favor. Carlton smirked, hoping that his father would kill him for this insolence, and Dekatra asked what favor he was talking about. MC asked him to allow his mother to come here from now on, and the patriarch's other wives became nervous. The woman said that this worthless person cannot be allowed to come here. He asked why his mother was a worthless person, and she answered him that her rights and status were different from theirs. Larson said that he was the patriarch's son, and half of his blood was from his mother. By insulting her, she was not directly insulting him. This means that she is also insulting his father, because his blood is his. The woman immediately fell silent, and Dekatra asked why he wanted this. He answered that it was because his mother wanted to see him, and the patriarch's face softened slightly and became surprised. MC thought that because of this, those three would become his enemies. But it was not so bad. It was better to have one father on his side than three mothers. His mother was his father's only weakness. Decatra said that it was impudent, but so be it. If he survived, he would fulfill his request. His wives looked at him in surprise, and Ivelia told Larson to try to survive. He frowned confidently and thought that he would not disappoint him. He would try his best, but this was only half of his journey. Ivelia said that she was starting. After that, she began to cast a spell. MC began to feel pain, and then an intense heat throughout his body, as if he was being branded. After that, a flash appeared before his eyes, and he was transported to another space, where there was nothing but darkness, only someone's voice that said that they would help him. Larson looked around and thought that he had limbs, but he couldn't feel them. He remembered this feeling, similar to when he was under anesthesia in the hospital. He felt uneasy from this memory, and suddenly a light appeared in front of him, and a talking one at that. From his unexpected greeting, MC involuntarily took a step back and stared at it in surprise, thinking, "Is this the Holy Grail of Fire?" He asked, "Does he remember who he is?" Larson asked in response, "Is he the Holy Grail of Fire?" He thought that he had just received physically enhancing magic. Where is he, and why is the Holy Grail of Fire with him? The light became upset and said that he was mistaken. He is not the Holy Grail of Fire. His real name is the Holy Grail of Ascension. MC was surprised. He tried to analyze him with his celestial eye, but it didn't work, meaning he wasn't good enough. The Grail said there was a misunderstanding in the Fire Clan, and Curdle poured fire mana into him. His fire flared sharply, reflecting his displeasure, and he said he didn't need to know who Curdle was. He was just an old man, an archmage from legend. Larson immediately understood who he was talking about. If the great monk Alberto was a fictional character who declared himself a great monk, there were many who believed Curdle was real. The Grail called him brother and said that it wanted to help him, and he wondered why it even called him brother. He asked how it could help him, and it explained that he has a special body. Back when it was first created, such bodies were called celestial. His body is very strong, but not enough to withstand the mana he was trying to obtain because his ring is already saturated. What does he think will happen if such a destructive force enters his body in this state? He smiled nervously and answered that he will die, and he confirmed this. But he doesn't want him to die. It will be boring. He will have to sleep again, for at least 100 years. He asked how exactly he will help him, and he, pointing to a cloud of sparks next to them, answered that he will absorb this mana for him. He really likes the taste of it. MC thought that if he can't absorb all the mana, his body will die. It seems he will have to trust this Grail. The system said that the Holy Grail of Fire was hopelessly searching for a true master. He thought that initially the Holy Grail of Fire went to Kassan Sade. When this happened, the Holy Grail of Fire behaved completely differently. The Grail said that it is difficult to explain, but he is suitable to become its master. Its very existence is strange. This is exactly what is required to obtain it. Larson didn't understand what he meant, and said that he would understand everything later, but for now, they were distracted. He smiled, causing fireworks to pour out of him, and offered to become his master. It will now dissolve into his heart and consume all the mana. After that, he will be able to reincarnate as a full-fledged Holy Grail of Ascension. There are a lot of strange spells there, but that creepy sister of his will take care of them, so don't worry. It will take a short nap in his heart and then wake up when needed. He will have to use it often in the near future. The system informed him that the Holy Grail of Ascension will dissolve in the heart of its true master and act as another ring of mana. MC thought that in other words he will have one more ring of mana. If he doesn't accept its help, his body will slowly disappear. If it disappears completely, he will die. He panicked a lot. He doesn't want to die. He still has so much to do. He remembered his mother and asked the Grail to wait. He would become its master. The Grail immediately agreed, and then flames and fireworks erupted in the darkness. Larson watched it with admiration and thought that this was the power of the Holy Grail of Ascension. Then he woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw Ivelia above him, who told her father that she used physically enhancing magic. He praised her, while MC tried to catch his breath. He thought, so he's alive? Was it just a dream? Definitely not. His heart feels different. Ivelia said that she used magic, but Decatra didn't let her finish and asked, does she mean that the magic didn't work? She confirmed this and said that due to a detail she hadn't noticed, the mana and enhancing magic were destroyed. It's because she's not good enough. Decatra rose from his seat and said that this is fate. With this, the ritual of the decade is completed. Larson thought things weren't quite right. The mana hadn't been destroyed, but rather absorbed by the Holy Grail of Ascension. Before the Patriarch could leave, MC called out to him and reminded him of his promise. Decatra sized him up and said that promises should only be made to those who deserve them. Those who make such a promise must fulfill it. After that, everyone began to disperse, and Larson thought this was progress. But did Decatra and Ivelia really not know about the Holy Grail of Ascension even after performing the ritual? It was good that nothing was visible from the outside. Hera helped him dress, and he smiled confidently, Thinking that he now had another powerful ally, and they had successfully used physical enhancement magic on him, he headed for the exit and invited Hera to go home, and at that very moment, he felt an oppressive aura emanating from her and froze. He felt like he was looking at a well-sharpened assassin's sword. Hera was emitting an aura. She said that she wanted to ask him something. MC tried to analyze it, but nothing worked. This made him panic, and thought that there should be at least basic information. Is she showing her true self in front of his father? The system notified him that high-level security magic was in effect here, and he thought that the only mage in this building who was capable of such magic was Decatra. Hera asked if he was aware of what she recently learned. He asked in return if he should know this. She noticed that his attitude towards her had changed, to which he told her that he simply decided to pull himself together. She released an even stronger aura and asked who he thought hired her. He told her that he thought it was his father, and she asked why he thought so. He answered her that it was because she didn't hide her aura in the main mansion, even though his father was here. The girl remarked that it was funny. He could feel her aura? He nervously clenched his fist and said that her aura was sharp and penetrated to the bone. It was quite creepy. She said that it was because he was still weak, and he nervously said that he had only just turned 10 years old. Of course he was weak. Hera remarked that he was right, but was that reason enough to hire her? He thought that she was so scary that he wanted to run away. But if he tried, she would still catch up with him. If his father hired her, she wouldn't be able to harm him. He said that she was emitting an aura, but no one was interfering, and there were mages here who could sense the slightest flow of aura. Since no one was interfering, it meant that something or someone was hiding her aura from others. Perhaps it was security magic. No one can use magic like that in the main building without the Patriarch's permission. His father hired her and set up a magical barrier, and she received an order from him to show him her true self. She said he was right. He said she could do whatever she wanted with him if he couldn't analyze the situation. But he said that if he was part of the Maiton family, he should be able to do at least that. He nervously noted that this was like him, and she said that he didn't seem disappointed. He told her that he was disappointed, and very much so. The problem was why she showed herself to him now, since she had hidden herself so well until now. But on the other hand, this was the perfect moment. Today was his official arrival at the main mansion, and today was also the day he met his father. And since he had set up a protective barrier, today was the day he wanted to test it. He assumed a fighting stance and clenched his fists, and Hera immediately pulled out a hidden dagger and said that he had understood everything correctly. To be honest, she didn't expect him to be able to think of that either. He asked, what was she hoping for? She honestly answered him that she thought he would wet his pants as soon as she showed her aura. He smiled nervously and said that she clearly underestimated him. After that, she brought her hand to her chest and bowed to him, saying that she should introduce herself. Her real name is Hidden and Soundless, but he can continue to call her Hera. As soon as she said that, he became nervous again. This is one of the characters he created. Hidden and Soundless is quite famous. Her name is often mentioned in children's horror stories. She is an assassin, feared by the strongest people in this world. A famous family of swordsmen tried to find Hidden and Soundless, but to no avail. Hidden and Soundless was very secretive, and nothing was known about her. And now she is standing right in front of him. He never thought that the strongest assassin is a minor. He said that he heard about her. A famous family of swordsmen is trying to find her. She noted that it was 15 years ago. It's even surprising that he knows about it. He asked, so her current appearance is a fake? She refused to give an answer to this question, and then he asked how she will test him. Will it be a written test? She told him that he should know. Her specialty is assassination. If he reflects her attack at least once, then he will win. After these words, she suddenly disappeared, and he used Heaven's Eye, but it did not help him find her. He became nervous, and her voice was heard in front of him. She said that his father told her to get rid of him if he is weak. Because of this, he became very scared and immediately raised his hand, asking her to wait. What will he get if he wins? She remained silent, then appeared behind him and said that she did not expect him to ask for a reward. He immediately turned to her and thought in surprise, so she was there? But he definitely heard her voice in front of him. She asked what he wanted, and he asked her to always be with him. She answered him that she was his servant. Of course she would be by his side, but he did not mean that. He said that he wanted her to guard him. She herself said that he was weak. Therefore, until he became strong enough, let her guard him. She thought for a few seconds and agreed, which he was glad about and thought that this should be enough. She disappeared, warning him about the beginning of the test, and he prepared himself with the thought that he was sure, but to react, he needed to feel at least something. Even the heavenly eye cannot see her. If he cannot use this skill, he will not be able to predict her actions. She is probably aiming at him from her inconspicuous position. Hera may sound creepy, but she won't be able to kill him. Ending his existence is an empty threat. This means the attacks aren't aimed at his neck, head, or heart. If he can't figure out where she is, he'll have to defend himself against the attacks. In that case, he'll simply be beaten. Hera also needs to be on guard, and her possible targets are limited. Whether it's his legs or his arms, she'll use attacks that don't threaten his life. He'll be able to determine her position when she attacks. Plus he has Slow Flow and Heaven's Eye. Then Slow Flow activated. He glanced at his hand and thought that Slow flow not only slows down time, but also allows him to see mana in slow motion, its properties altered. A magic circle appeared in front of his chest, and the system notified him that the mana sealed in his heart was reacting to the enemy's will. The initial magical combat technique, Advanced Iron Will, reacts to the mana sealed in the heart, and will be replaced by the advanced self-defense. The Holy Grail of Ascension released mana from his heart to enhance his skills. Now his eyes can see how Hera will attack. At first, he thought it would be his side or leg, but then he clearly saw that she was aiming for his leg. He could dodge if he wanted, but then he wouldn't be able to deflect the blow. If he didn't deflect it, there was no point. The system notified him of the activation of Advanced Iron Will, and then he decided to accept the blow and attack immediately. He grabbed the dagger with his bare hand, gathered mana into a fist, and stabbed, but she caught his hand and said he almost hit her chin. He asked, "How about this? Does that count as deflecting the blow?" She agreed and hid the blade, saying she would keep her promise. From that day on, she vows to protect him no matter the cost. After that, she disappeared, and despite his bleeding palm, he smiled and thought that he had passed the test. Meanwhile, Hera returned to the servant's wing. She quietly entered her room, broke her stealth state, and began her report. It seemed that the young 7th Master anticipated her attacks. She cannot explain how he was able to reflect them, and she also believes that he did not dodge on purpose. Apparently he realized that she would not kill him. There were no other ways to reflect her blows. She thinks this is a wise decision, but there is one detail. Her dagger was coated with Melia poison, but he grabbed it with his bare hand. The dagger definitely made a cut, but despite the poison in his body, the 7th young master was fine. She is trying to understand why, but assumes that his mana neutralizes the poison. The important thing is whether he did it on purpose or it was an accident. She will try to look into this matter. She disappeared and left the room, thinking that she knew he had changed, but she never imagined that the 7th young master would be able to repel the attack and neutralize the Melia. His body and personality had changed a lot over the past month. Now he was worth protecting. In the late afternoon, Larson went to the city. He sighed heavily and thought that today had been a hard day. He should rest, since he was allowed to take a walk. The Grail suddenly appeared in front of him and asked, "He did well, right?" MC was frightened by his appearance and said that he didn't know he had a physical form. He looked around and whispered to him that he couldn't just jump out. He asked why. Only he could see him. Well, is he going to praise him? Larson stared at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant, and he said that the beautiful girl had Melia on her dagger. MC still didn't understand what he was talking about, and then the system told him that neem is a deadly poison. It's obtained from the poisonous South Sea starfish. If medical attention isn't provided within the first 5 minutes, death will most likely occur. Upon learning it was a deadly poison, he panicked and asked the Grail if he ate it to neutralize it. It answered that it wasn't, it was in his stomach. Poison is one of the attributes, and getting rid of it is a waste, but he should be careful. If his stomach gets sick and the poison comes out, his body will melt. Larson immediately called Hampton, who ran out of a nearby building and headed toward him. When he reached him, he caught his breath and asked if he knew what neem was. He confirmed it and, his eyes shining with delight, said that it was a very rare poison, but it was possible to find. Does he want to poison someone? Noticing his reaction, MC mentally exclaimed that he would not use it. Let him not think about such strange things. He asked if there was an antidote, and he answered that it was even easier to get. He ordered him to find it, and he immediately ran to look for it. Looking after him, Larson sighed heavily and thought that he was glad that his shadow's main talent was poison. The maid is a mercenary, and the shadow is a master of poisons. He heard a small rustle next to him. It was Hera. He immediately noticed that she changed her clothes, and she said that in order to better help him, she was appointed as his shadow. He will have a new maid. He confusedly clarified. So now he has 2 shadows? She confirmed it and asked if he was against it. He noticed that her behavior had changed and she said that her mask no longer made sense. He asked if she knew that she was a great actress. She told him that a mercenary must be an actor, and he asked if she had coated the dagger with deadly poison. She flinched slightly and asked if he knew about it. He confirmed it. He was only pretending not to guess, but the thought of it still angered him. She didn't try to kill him, but then why was there poison on the dagger? She asked why she pretended not to know anything, and he told her that he did it to show that he was fine even without an antidote. He thought that then she would not underestimate him so much. She noted that neem is a deadly poison, and he said that he knew it. It is obtained from the South Sea starfish. She asked in surprise, so he knew that too? He confirmed it, pretending that he had known about it for a long time, although he had just found out about it, and then she thought that not only did he have good physical characteristics, she had underestimated him. She said that he should become stronger. She promised to protect him, but set a time limit for him to become strong enough. Only then could she shed this burden of responsibility. He promised her to do everything in his power and said that she would try to help him. He asked how she would do it, to which she replied that she still needed to think about it. She would give it her all, protecting him like a second shadow. He sighed and mentally asked her not to do it too immorally. He asked her if she could bring him some oriental prickly pear powder, and she agreed, since it could be bought nearby. Suddenly, he grabbed his neck and wondered where he was getting such a thirst. He panicked and asked her to bring some water, after which he realized that he was so thirsty. Oriental prickly pear powder was very bitter. He didn't know why, but he suddenly wanted to eat this powder with water. She brought it all to him and worriedly asked if maybe she should go home and call a doctor. He opened the bag and exclaimed that there was no time for this, then took a handful of powder and ate it, washing it down with a glass of water. Afterwards, Hera noticed an aura around him and realized that something was changing. The system informed Larson that a special condition had been met. The Oriental prickly pear contains a small amount of an unknown substance called ether. This reacts with the deadly poison, Melia, expanding. At this time, Grail felt dizzy, and then he felt sick and vomited. MC dropped the glass, he clutched his chest and felt his heart expand, and with it, the tissue stretched and the bones shifted. Meanwhile, Hera was worried about him. She realized that his mana was expanding and wondered if she should run to a healer. If she touched him, he would die, and her job was to protect him. She promised him that she would protect him until he became strong, but she doesn't know how to help him since she's not strong in magic. She gritted her teeth and pulled herself together. There's only one way out. She'll let this mana enter her body and die for him. The system informed Larson that ether and Melia expand rapidly when combined. Only people with exalted attribute mana, also known as combined mana, can withstand such a reaction. He wondered why he was constantly so close to death. His heart was expanding, but he had the ability to cope with it thanks to his exalted attribute. He clenched his fists trying to endure it, and the system notified him that mana cultivation that's easy to learn was being used. He gritted his teeth in pain, feeling his ribs crack, and the system informed him that even those with exalted attribute mana couldn't completely withstand the reaction of ether and Melia. This was just one of the requirements. Unless he had the blessed body of a famous martial arts family, he wouldn't be able to completely avoid the expansion. He panicked. He understood that he couldn't. He would die, but not all was lost. The system said that despite this, a special body could withstand expansion like a celestial body. He stared at the system window in surprise and thought that this meant he would survive. He concentrated, and the Grail said that he felt better. Let him trust it. Immediately after that, a bright flash appeared near his chest, and the Grail said that his skill was helping him a lot. MC realized that he was talking about mana cultivation, which was easy to learn, and then his whole body glowed. Hera noticed that his chest began to return to normal and thought that the mana expansion had clearly begun. Had he stopped it? And then fire replaced the mana. It flared up sharply, forcing the girl to cover her face with her hand from the sharp heat, and she realized that something had changed. The flames calmed down, and she saw 2 circles, which greatly surprised her. She thought that as far as she knew, this was impossible. Where did he get the second ring? She had never heard of anyone achieving the second ring at the age of 10, but he clearly had 2. Larson called out to her and asked if she was going to keep staring at him. She apologized to him and congratulated him. He asked if she could see it. She confirmed it and said that he had obtained the second ring. He remarked that he had almost died, and she asked if he had stopped the expansion of his mana himself. He smiled proudly and asked, "That's quite good, right?" She told him that it was not at all. He was from the Maiton family, blessed with heart and mana, so this was to be expected. He was slightly disappointed because she never praised him. The deadly poison Melia and the ether from the Oriental prickly pear, exalted attribute mana and celestial body, easy to learn mana cultivation, and the holy grail of ascension. 6 requirements fulfilled due to pure chance. He called out to Hera and asked if she wanted to do it like last time. She understood what he meant, and then they went to the training building. The guy at the reception desk was asleep since it was night and there were no customers, but when he heard his name being called, he immediately jumped up and excitedly exclaimed that he was just lost in thought. He was surprised to see the young master and wondered why he was here so late. He adjusted his glasses and took a closer look at him, wondering if he had a second ring or if he was imagining things. After all, he only had 1 ring a month ago, and the maid next to him looked like an assassin. Although Joffel had told him about his thoughts, that someone was making their own plans, so they better be prepared. They were clearly planning something with the 7th young master. And he was right. He was too relaxed for a 10-year-old with a second ring. He looked dangerous. He shouldn't look for information about him. He asked how he could help him, and he pointed to Hera and said he would have a duel with his shadow. Noah was surprised when the maid had managed to turn into a shadow, but he didn't ask any questions and offered them a wide open space as a training ground. They headed to the training hall, and Hera gave him such a look that he became terrified and decided to play dumb. Meanwhile, they moved to a large clearing in the forest, and MC prepared for battle, asking if she had understood his skill level last time, right? Could she fight? Given his level, she clarified. Should she ignore the fact that he now had a second ring? He told her he would try something new, and she asked what she should do. He asked her not to kill him and to attack more slowly, and then she sternly said that the enemy would not be so merciful. He reminded her that he was not her enemy, she was his shadow. This made her face surprised. She agreed, and he thought that he now had 2 rings. The amount of mana changed when they connected. He realized that mana could be moved at will, and now he would distribute it throughout his body. The system notified him that the initial magical combat technique was affected by advanced mana. The level of the initial magical combat technique increased from normal to expert. Larson filled with confidence and told Hera to begin, after which she abruptly disappeared. He concentrated and thought that the situation was the same. He still couldn't see her, but now the celestial eye could notice his movements. Here it was, the difference between 1 and 2 rings. The slow flow should also intensify. He saw her attack and thought that she was stubborn after all. He activated the slow flow and realized that she was aiming at his leg again, but this time he would dodge. She swung the dagger and he jumped back, dodging, which surprised Hera and wondered if he saw her movements. Right after that, MC rushed towards her and pounced on her. A moment later, his fist was already in her face, and before he struck, she evaporated and moved behind his back. Feeling the cold metal on his skin, Larson immediately stopped and thought that she was really strong. He couldn't notice her last movement even with his heavenly eye. After that, she put away the dagger and said that she lost. She promised to fight him like last time, but couldn't hold back. He got a little better. He agreed with her after all. He now had 2 rings, and she said that she didn't know there would be such a big difference. He excitedly asked if she praised him just now. She answered him that that was not true at all. He was still weak. He crossed his arms in disappointment and asked, "Doesn't he deserve at least a little praise?" She told him that empty praise is poison. Meanwhile, Noah watched them through the crystal ball and was, to put it mildly, surprised by what he saw. He thought, and he's 10 years old? A mage is physically incapable of moving like that. This mercenary's movements would barely be noticed by magical detection, and the destructive power of this attack from the young master is incomparable to the one from a month ago. But the most terrifying thing was the mercenary's last attack. He had never even heard of anything like it. At that moment, the two of them left the training hall, and he decided to pretend he hadn't seen anything and knew nothing. Larson told Noah that they were leaving and also apologized for being late. The boy excitedly said goodbye to him and wondered in surprise, was he apologizing to him? At that moment, a dagger was pressed to his neck. Hera told him to forget everything he had seen today, and he nervously asked, "What is she talking about? He just came out of the restroom. Did something happen?" She said that young Master Larson had reached the 2nd ring, but had not yet learned to control his power. He pretended not to know about it and said that a 2nd ring at 10 years old is rare. She removed the dagger from his neck, saying that she was glad that he was not stupid, and then disappeared, leaving him confused. A new day began. MC went to morning training. Hera distracted him from this. She told him that he had received a letter, and he, without even getting off the horizontal bar, decided to read it. The contents of the letter excited him so much that he almost fell off the horizontal bar, and Hampton exclaimed worriedly, "Is he okay?" He immediately got up and exclaimed in surprise, "Did a famous family of swordsmen send him an invitation? But there's one catch. He didn't write about it in the novel. It's a change." After that, his father summoned him, most likely because of an invitation from the Said family. After reading the letter, he asked Hera to inform the main mansion about it. He passed the 10th ceremony, so he must participate in the succession war. To kill the tiger, you need to enter its lair. He added in his mind that he wished he had an advantage, and Ludia, sitting on a tree nearby, happily said that she also wanted to kill the tiger. He told her that she would also go with him. Cassin wanted to be friends with her. She smiled widely and said that she didn't have many friends, so that was good. Now, standing in front of the doors to the throne room, Larson decided to look at it from the writer's point of view. He received an invitation from a famous family of swordsmen, who were perhaps their main rivals. This could mean a lot. He entered the hall and saw his father and sister Evelia. Everything is as he expected. This is the world he created. He decided to change the original and write everything from scratch. The system notified him that a variable affecting the probability and plot had occurred. MC told the patriarch that he heard he was looking for him. Does he have a task for him? Decatra gave him a piercing look and said that he should know why he called him. Larson assumed that he called him because of Side's invitation, and then all the candles in the hall went out at once, and a wall of ice grew behind him. One of the ice spikes reached his neck, but he remained in place and nervously asked his father why he deliberately put him in such a situation. He chuckled and asked why he thought it was deliberate. He told him that if he had tried to kill him, he would not be alive, but he is still standing here, but he does not think he did anything wrong. Decatra said that Side's family should crawl at their feet like insects, and MC agreed with him. They will lick their shoes like dogs and crawl on the floor like insects. The patriarch noted that it was not noticeable from his behavior, and he replied that, as he had said, he had met Cassin in Huron and then challenged him to a duel. For their family, a duel is a kind of ritual for becoming friends. His father asked how he knew Cassin would be there, and he replied that it was a coincidence. He believed it was a perfect opportunity given to him by God to spit in the face of the Sade family. Decatra noted that he had challenged him to a duel, and he said that hidden magic is more terrible than that which is visible to the eye. Avelia, meanwhile, watched this exchange and thought that she had noticed it back at the 10th ceremony, but this child had changed. Where did this rumor come from? He hasn't changed. A person can't change that much. If Larson has always been like this, then someone was deliberately hiding it. The only one capable of this is their father. MC said he had passed the 10th ceremony, making him a full-fledged member of the Mighton family. He wanted to participate in the war for succession, but his siblings already had their own territories and had gained the support of family members. He couldn't say it was wrong, since he was born later. He was just saying that he wouldn't be able to establish himself within the family. Therefore, he believed he needed to build his power outside the family. Dekatra asked if he was going to drag outsiders into this war. He told him he had no choice, which made him angry, and asked if he even understood what he was saying. Larson raised his voice and told him that he understood everything. He had befriended Cassine so that he could one day become his dog. A well-trained wolf could even take down a tiger. Dekatra noted that sometimes wolves eat their owners, and MC said that, as he had said, if that happened, it was fate. Then he would be destined to die in its jaws. He will train him well, and instead of a great swordsman, he will become a famous dog who will bark, crawl, and lick on his command. His father smiled, listening to these words, and let him go. He and his sister left the throne room, and she asked if he expected this to happen when he received the invitation. He confirmed it, but he didn't know who would be summoned along with him. He thought that he would not send him to the Sade family alone, so someone would be sent with him as a guard. Someone he trusts and who can help in their case, and he thinks Dekatra will choose Yahello. She noticed that he sounded like he was preparing for this conversation. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, and said that it was true. His brain stops working in such situations if he is not prepared. She said that at his age, she could not talk to him like this. She wants to ask something else. Are you sure the magical ritual of physical strengthening didn't work? He became slightly nervous and confirmed this, and she asked what happened to the exalted mana that was in the scroll. He firmly answered that he couldn't tell her. Her father said so. She didn't question him further, and thought that now she understood. Larson is a variable given to her by her father. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to say such things. How she uses this variable is up to her. If she doesn't use it effectively, it will go to her brothers and sisters. Having received this opportunity first, she is obliged to nurture it. MC said that he wanted to show her something. He gathered mana in his fist with a smile, then released it a little, and sparks appeared. Yahello was very surprised. She thought that this couldn't be. He realized the exalted mana? Larson asked, "Can she see it?" She said it was mana of a transcendental attribute. She could feel its power, and its basis was fire mana. He was convinced that she also saw fire mana in him, and she told him not to strain himself so much. She had already seen his potential. He stared at her in surprise and put the mana away, wondering if he was straining himself. She said that it was hard for the heart to maintain mana in physical form. He thought that he didn't know that, and she continued. While he was young, he didn't yet know anything about a sick heart. His heart was currently under excessive strain, since he already had a second circle at such a young age. If he continued to overexert himself like this before he got stronger, he would not be able to become a successful mage. And she wanted to watch him reach heights for a long time. He was surprised that she was so nice to him. Now he wondered why his father hadn't told him anything about his second circle. Yahello asked what he was planning to do, and he said that the famous swordsman family wasn't the only ones inviting them, and she pointed out that Grandel should also receive an invitation. Even an alliance between the two families could change the world. MC thought there would be someone of a similar age and ability from a famous martial arts family, and that would be Grandel's only daughter, Rosalind. He told his sister that the famous martial arts family would use the portal they created to cross the Bestia continent, but he would get there before they did. She asked the reason, and he pointed out that she had said that he had been rude to Grandel. He remembered how the real Larson had beaten that poor girl with a stick, calling her a fish, and that was the reason for his expulsion. He told his sister that he wanted to apologize to her. He had been wrong. Yahello reminded him that their family stands firm to the end, and he replied that a mage doesn't grovel before anyone when his conscience is clear. But if a mage loses honor, that's a different matter. He hit her, behaved inappropriately, so he needs to apologize. He looked away thoughtfully. His martial arts technique hadn't been effective until he obtained a special body. How then did he defeat a man from the physically strongest family? The system gave him a hint. Rosalind, Grandel's only daughter, had always been sensitive and kind. Unlike other members of her family, she considered cruelty and violence savagery. Now he understood everything. In the future, she would develop a completely different, optimistic, and bloodthirsty personality. Could that fight have been the reason for this? Indeed, the system said that Rosalind was upset and angry that the seventh heir of a famous family of mages hit her. Then, for the first time, she realized how hard it is for the helpless and weak. After that, she started training hard, and her father, Von Grandel, taught her enthusiastically. MC understood everything. It was all his fault. She was a talented fighter. She just didn't think it was necessary to learn martial arts until that moment, but her progress was incredible. She was a pure genius, and the famous martial arts family welcomed her changes. Now Larson understood everything. It was like a butterfly effect. A minor character like him influenced one of the main characters. Yahello said that he wasn't just invited, he was the main character of this event. He could do whatever he wanted, but she would support him. After that, they set off and came to the third portal, which was in the sunflower field. Ludia happily said that she was so excited. Will there be delicious food where they were going? MC told her that he was sure there would be plenty of food, and she happily said that Casson was so good. Hampton, who was following them, thought that they were going straight into the enemy's lair, and a very dangerous one at that. The famous Sade family of swordsmen will force them to submit one day. Although he thinks Larson will hold back, he is very tactful. He already has some kind of plan. He is so happy to have the opportunity to accompany him on such a great journey. He almost burst into tears of happiness, and Hyra looked him over, after which they passed through a portal and found themselves in a midnight forest. And the next portal took them to the Black Sea. And soon, they finally reached the city. MC was uneasy. They went through 22 portals to finally reach the central one. He is not very pleased to go through all these portals. The Mosque Tomb is one of the largest portals on the way to the Sade residence. Despite the frightening name, behind the portal there is a small, actively developing city. They descended from the platform where the portal is, and Ivelia asked if he is okay. According to the plan, Grandel should be here in about an hour. He said he had just the time to practice his breathing and mana techniques, and Hera said they would get to the shelter first. After that, Larson began to meditate, and Ivelia wondered what else he could surprise her with. Meanwhile, Decatra met with his right hand and said that he had seen the younger one earlier. He clarified. He meant Larson? The ritual of strengthening the physical body failed? He answered him that this was not entirely true. Everything had been successful. Senkan said that the ritual seemed unsuccessful to him, and the Patriarch told him that everything happened in the heart, but he cannot explain it. He had never experienced anything like this. Mana dissolved in Larson's heart. He assumes that the presence of the Holy Grail was not without reason. Apparently, the cup traveled with Kirtle all over the world, and before his death, he realized that the Grail that had accompanied him all his life was not actually the Holy Grail. Senkan said this was the first he'd heard of this, and the Patriarch wasn't even surprised. This is only mentioned in the annals of the Mighton family. At that time, the Mighton progenitor and Kirtle were very close. Most likely, the Holy Beyond Grail disappeared with Kirtle's death, and when that happened, people forgot about it. He checked it out and found out that the child his youngest son brought as a toy was from the Fire Clan. Therefore, he is convinced that he can absorb anything into his heart. Does he know what the progenitor called the Holy Beyond Grail? An auxiliary circle. Senkan remarked that this was quite unexpected news, and the Patriarch added that Kirtle called it a portable charger, so he suggests it is some kind of battery. Senkan asked if he believed the young master had absorbed the Holy Beyond Grail. He replied that he couldn't find any other explanation for the current situation, and his subordinate said he wasn't sure he understood what he was talking about. Decatra said that he already had the second circle, and could also manipulate a small amount of mental attribute mana. The man was very surprised, and Decatra said that they were called child prodigies in childhood. He was a master at mana manipulation, and he was a master at physical strength. In his place, could he have mastered the second circle at 10 years old? He replied that perhaps he could, but he would have died from the side effects. He wouldn't have lived to be 20, or even 17. Decatra said that his youngest son had managed to do it without any problems, and that was quite impressive. But why now? Why did he notice his talent only when he was 10? He's still hiding something from them. He gives him an assignment, and a lot of time has passed. Senkan immediately stood up and bowed to him, telling him to simply order what to do, and he asked him to watch Larson and not let him die. He asked how long he should watch him. He answered that he should do this until he died. Meanwhile, MC was distracted from his meditation. He felt that the famous martial arts family was already here. He turned to the portal and saw two silhouettes, feeling a completely different power emanating from them compared to the swordsman family. He smiled and told Rosalind that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she measured him with a glance. She didn't recognize him at first, but remembering how he hit her and called her a fish, her gaze immediately changed. After that, she jumped down the stairs, landing right in front of him, and asked displeasedly what he was doing here. He felt uneasy that she jumped from such a height, and he nervously answered her that he wanted to apologize to her for everything. She laughed loudly, and then her gaze became furious, and she asked, "What does that mean?" He mentally noted that she looked much crazier than he imagined, and a man came down the stairs towards them, laughing loudly. He measured Larson with his gaze and asked, "Shouldn't he first greet the elders?" It was her uncle. MC bowed to him, greeting him, and he asked if he even knew who he was. He answered that of course he knew him. He was the Grandel family's escort, the martial arts Lord Magner. The man confirmed this, and Larson thought that he was one of the strongest members of the Grandel family, Rosalind's uncle, and the younger brother of the family head. Considering his martial arts skills, one could say that he was more advanced in them than the Patriarch himself. The man said that he planned to teach him a good lesson as soon as he got the chance, and Larson replied that a famous martial arts family doesn't do that. Magner immediately pointed out that he wasn't afraid of him, and MC said he'd made a mistake and was apologizing to their family. Rosalind smiled and asked if he wanted them to forgive him. After that, she immediately pounced on him, saying that if that happened, she would have to kill him. Her fist aimed straight at his face, but he didn't even flinch, which Magner found impressive. Rosalind stopped. She didn't hit him. In fact, she only wanted to scare him. But now she decided to act more seriously. She gathered mana in her fist and punched him in the stomach with all her strength, and the system informed him that the slow flow attribute was applied automatically, just like the martial arts technique for beginners, self-defense. He felt pain from her punch, and then she kicked him, throwing him aside, and he fell. Magner looked at the boy in surprise and thought, is this martial arts magic? If he remembered correctly, that's what a famous family of mages calls it. He reacted well and defended himself from the blow with magic. Rosalind exclaimed, what is he doing and why isn't he dodging? He apologized to her, but she didn't understand what he meant. And then he said that he had behaved rudely to her 2 years ago, so he was apologizing. He thought that since he lived in modern society, he had gotten used to apologizing. Rosalind exclaimed that this was some kind of nonsense, and when he said that she was so beautiful, she immediately calmed down and stared at him in surprise. He told her that she knew boys, he just wanted to get attention, that's why he mocked her. She let out a laugh, and then hit him on the knee with all his might. Feeling severe pain, he grabbed his leg and the system informed him that self-defense was activated automatically. The girl said that it was all so boring. She was bored fighting with someone who couldn't put up a decent fight. Let him fight her. This was his only way to apologize. He got up and agreed to fight her, but not now. Magner clapped his hands and agreed with him, and his niece exclaimed indignantly, why not? She would only feel better if she killed this idiot. Her uncle told her to look around. Onlookers had already gathered around, just waiting for the fight to begin and for a good spectacle. Larson pointed out that this was not a suitable place for a fight. If they fought, everyone would only talk about it. Rosalind exclaimed, who cares? He answered that the point was that people could get hurt, and she immediately calmed down. And Magner smiled and mentally noted that this was a rather wise idea for a child. The girl asked, what will they do then? He was going to apologize to her. He told her that he really did apologize to her, but in a different place. Magner agreed with him, reminding his niece that he still had to get to the Sade residence, after which he patted her on the head and suggested that she think about it there. At that moment, Magner's voice appeared in MC's head, telling him that he knew how to choose his moment. He should try to be friendly now, unless, of course, he wanted to spread rumors about a fight between Grandel and Maiton. Larson thought he heard his voice, although he didn't even open his mouth. The system notified him that the character Lord Magner had shown interest in him. He would analyze all his actions and provide an explanation for them. A twist had occurred that affected the relationships between the characters and the plot of the novella. MC could see him analyzing his actions, and the system notified him that the Celestial Mage was doubtful about the lack of credibility. A twist affecting credibility in the plot had already occurred 3 times, and there were doubts about the plausibility of the world. Larson stared at the system window in surprise and wondered, is the Celestial Mage Dekatra? The system said that 2 requirements were met. He could influence the thoughts of influential characters through deliberate actions. At that moment, MC realized that the Celestial Mage and the Martial Arts Lord were both skeptical of the plausibility. The system notified him that a new probability was being created. The character Larson Maiton had received creator privileges related to probability. Everything around him faded, and the system announced that the character Larson Maiton was receiving privileges. The lack of probability settings was activated. A notebook appeared in front of him, in which Evion's characteristics were written, along with an addition to them. He stared at it in surprise and realized that these were the settings he had created. Everything he had written was here. Avion, chocolate is the best. Persia Maiton, a hobby, chopping people into pieces. Discreet without a sound, a killer feared even by the strongest people in the world. But there are more gaps than words. An unfinished plot. Most likely the setting is not complete. And what is this probability? Why did he possess Larson? Why do these possibilities and plot twists appear? The system informed him that the time limit for using the settings had been reached, immediately after which the darkness disappeared, and he thought that everything was gone. Can he only see this for a limited time? It seemed like only a minute had passed. Perhaps he would have to wait or create the right conditions, then the settings would appear again. Magner suggested that they head to the restaurant. They were already waiting there, and MC became curious about what the future held. Upon entering the restaurant, they saw Yahello, and Magner happily said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She agreed with him, and he laughed, noting that she had become even stronger than before. She told him that she thought she would still be able to give him a head start in about 5 years, and he laughed again, saying that he would accept her challenge at any time. She smiled and said that before, she could challenge him whenever she wanted, but not anymore. Larson thought that now Yahello was a mage and a matriarch, so she couldn't challenge anyone. Magner smiled slightly sadly, asking where her childish playfulness had gone. She was always bothering him when she was little. One time, she burned his hair while he was sleeping. She laughed reservedly and said she tried to burn his brains but missed. MC thought it was hard for him to follow their conversations, and Rosalind shyly greeted Yahello and introduced herself, saying they had crossed paths once before 2 years ago. Does she remember her? Larson was slightly taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor, and Rosalind excitedly exclaimed that she wanted to become as strong as her, since women in a martial arts family were at a disadvantage compared to men. Yahello noted that she couldn't yet harness her fighting spirit. Swordsmen use swords as weapons, mages use their magic, and martial artists use their physical abilities. The human body's capabilities are limited, but one can use fighting spirit to increase strength and show incredible abilities. Rosalind stated that she would train her fighting spirit to become as strong as her, and she replied that she would be looking forward to it. After they ate, Yahello told Magner that the portal would activate again at 7 p.m. She would do it herself. Would they like to come with her? MC looked at the huge pile of plates, wondering how they ate it all, and Yahello told him that there was about an hour left and she needed to talk to him. Could they step out for a while? Magner and his niece stood up and said that in that case they would see each other at 7 at the portal, then left, and the brother and sister headed to the coast. Yahello asked him to explain to her what all of this was, and he asked if she meant that situation at the portal. She confirmed it and asked if this was what he had planned. He confirmed it and she clarified. So he knew she would attack him? He confirmed it, since that was why he came. And she said that if he was trying so hard to make peace with her, he could have called her to Side's special arena and offered to sort things out there. He asked if she wanted to know why he used a magical martial arts technique. She confirmed it, and he told her that it was because Lord Magner was there. He was the second strongest member of the Grandel family, and he was probably puzzled by how effectively he used a magical combat technique. Yahello looked at him thoughtfully. Magner would have thought that Larson's success in combat magic was higher than one would expect from a 10-year-old boy. He would have noticed the amount of mana he had. MC had acquired a bad reputation, so the most logical conclusion Magner could draw was that Larson had either changed or was raised to be variable. MC doesn't know the Lord very well, and she's very impressed by how well he's predicted and calculated everything. MC said he might think he's a variable created by Magner. Yahello was surprised, remembering her father's words about making it obvious that he's a variable, and now she understood why he said that. Magical combat techniques have potential limitations, but his ability to plan everything, taking into account the current situation and all possible scenarios, is astounding. But most importantly, he's only 10 years old. His potential is incredible, and despite his father's orders, she wants this child to be hers. She told him that she met Magner when she was 14. More of a pilgrim than a mage. He knows, right, that Myton's successors go through pilgrimages and searches for truth before becoming candidates for the family headship. She didn't even know who he was back then. Otherwise, she would have tried her best to finish him off. Larson mentally noted that she had such a charming face, but she was saying completely cruel things. She continued. Magner told her to kill him if she got upset and gave her 3 tries. MC thought that he didn't even know how many memories she had with Magner, but it looked like they were good friends. His sister smiled and said that in any case, he was the kind of person who considered it his duty to find out everything that seemed curious or suspicious to him, even if it was a young mage who wanted to kill him. Larson said that if he was so curious, he should come up and find out about him himself, and his sister agreed, and he said that he thought he would learn a lot from him. Yahello reminded him that they still had half an hour. Why don't they have some kind of little sibling date? There must be a lot to see here. It is a trading town after all. MC pointed out that she had been to trading towns many times, and she looked around, confirming it. Except most of those towns were destroyed because of her. The thought made her feel a little sad, but Larson immediately cheered her up. He took her hand and told her to follow him. He would show them the way. She smiled, and they went for a walk together. Meanwhile, Magner was also walking with his niece and thinking about Larson. 2 years ago, he was 8 years old and a real idiot, and now he has completely changed. It's incredible that he has changed so much in 2 years. But people don't change. He must have just been pretending. His appearance has changed. What do the Myton family want to achieve this way? It's some kind of plan. Side invited them, but secondarily, what they really want is a relationship between Sade and Myton. Something has happened that he doesn't know about yet. Grandel family, and if some unpredictable variable occurs, they will be destroyed by these 2 families. And if Larson is the central link in everything that's happening, he will find out what they are up to. When a portal appeared before them, emitting a bright magical light, they decided to move forward. Magner smiled and said that Yahello had opened the portal for them, and that it was an honor. She asked them to be vigilant during the teleportation, then decided to remind them that she had another chance, right? Magner was surprised by these words and decided to be careful, after which they set off. At this moment, Rosalind was uneasy because she was nauseous. She felt as if her soul was leaving her body. Ludia, standing nearby and smiling, set off with them. Magner asked again. She didn't even try? Yahello added. Yes, she was so kind because they had a sweet child with them. At that moment, Kassin ran up to them, waved his hand and shouted the names of Larson and Ludia. They must be tired from the journey. He was glad to see them, and at that moment, Magner realized he would most likely become the successor, since his family never met them. Larson approached him and expressed joy at seeing him, remarking that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Kassin confirmed that he had grown a lot since then. Larson commented that it was magic, when Ludia suddenly began to fall between them, separating them. She looked Kassin in the face and screamed that she was Larson's best friend, so he should get away from there. He smiled and replied that he didn't think friendship had any priorities. He and Larson got along because they shared thoughts and intentions, and that's how they became friends. Isn't that what matters? Ludia replied. Thoughts and intentions? What was he talking about? In any case, she was the closest person to him. And Kassin replied that they were actually planning to become friends too. She exclaimed that this was indeed the case, shook his hand, and said that she would become his friend. He thanked her, and she said it was nothing special. Rosalind then approached them and turned to young Master Kassin, asking him not to forget her, as she was also invited. All the boys turned to look at her. Kassan bowed to her and apologized, saying it was so rude, but he really missed his friends and now he was greeting her. For him, training was a great honor to meet such a noble person who walked this path alone. Rosalind decided to drop the formalities and let him speak to her more simply. She wasn't some adult after all. He noted that she said it at the right time, and at that moment, Ludia approached him and began to entertain him. This irritated Rosalind. He was so casual and friendly with them, but he didn't even notice her. Magner thought about what a cunning guy he was. It seemed he had deliberately created this situation. He was not a little boy at all. It was as if a 100-year-old snake was controlling him. At that moment, Larson offered Kassan a favor. He wanted to duel Rosalind. He asked in surprise, wanting to fight? Larson continued. Could he arrange a duel venue for them? The opponent was the only daughter of a famous family and martial artist. The setting was the fighting arena of the renowned swordsman family, and members of all three families were watching. This was the official debut of the idiot Larson. After some time, they moved to the estate. People were discussing among themselves who would win. Larson was a stupid little henchman, and of course, Rosalind would defeat him. Another guy noted that he had heard that she still can't properly control her fighting spirit, and in that case, it all depended on physical capabilities. But isn't Rosalind stronger? The point is, the idiot Larson's main skill is magical combat techniques. The patriarch of the famous swordsman family, Karsia Sade, turned to his son and asked what he thought of the duel. Kassan replied that he envied him. Carson replied that it was natural. Duels with friends were quite fun. He felt like everyone thought Larson was a scoundrel and a jerk. Kassan replied that he thought so too, but he was actually a good guy and might make a great opponent. Carson asked again, rival? But what kind of opponents could he possibly have at his age? He smiled and confirmed that he was stronger now, and Carson smiled and said he understood everything. There was a theory that the information about this child was deliberately distorted, meaning Larson is a hidden variable of the Mayton family, and this scene was created by the Decatra. Who does he think would win in this fight? Kassan thought Larson would win, and he asked again, Larson? Kassan added that he still thought he would lose. Carson didn't understand what that meant and asked again, how can that be? Kassan replied that Larson had a kind heart, and at that moment, his father rose to his feet and said he believed he would have to attend tomorrow's duel as well. But he asked again, will he be there? Kassan added that he had already introduced him to his friends. Carson said he had met his son's friends, and that it was great. The next day, in the Sky Sword Arena, Rosalind was training and confidently declaring how long she had waited for this day. Larson realized he would have to rule the arena, and there was no point in pretending to be a normal child. He had to accept the fact that this was his official debut. Carson, who had promised to come, was watching their battle. Rosalind looked fierce and confident, and her voice was now ominous. Here she comes, and a moment later, she unleashed a bright beam of light to attack. Larson tensed and became wary, and at that moment, he activated his slow currents ability automatically. He realized that when it came to physical combat, he had the advantage because Rosalind couldn't yet control her fighting spirit. At that moment, he decided to attack her, but Rosalind shook off the attack and confidently jumped up, then kicked him right in the arm, and Larson activated a magical self-defense combat technique. She actually intended to break his arms and ribs, but instead, it was as if she kicked a puddle. Magner and Avelia, who were watching, were very surprised by the outcome, and at that moment, Rosalind shouted at him not to get cocky, since he had blocked her blow by pure chance. With these words, she pounced on him again, shouting that she still had much more to offer. Larson tried to defend himself, covering his face with his hands, and Rosalind shouted again as she used her blow and hit him with her fist. But Larson was able to avoid the blow, and Rosalind jumped back several meters. She was incredibly tired and tried to catch her breath, her whole body flushed with fatigue. Larson was still composed and staring confidently ahead. Carson and Kassan were also stunned by how confidently he could shrug off her blows, as were Avelia and Magner, who still didn't understand what was happening. Magner began to think that he was calculating Rosalind's moves at least one step, maybe even two, ahead. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and the rumors about Larson were definitely complete nonsense. This guy had undergone his family's training. Rosalind wondered, looking at him, how he was constantly defending himself and keeping his distance. Why was this happening? Magner mused that Larson simply saw that Rosalind was ready to attack. Their time was ticking, and she was putting in more effort. Using wide movements, she exposed herself to the enemy, which only made her more frustrated, and Larson continued to see her weaknesses, while delivering blows that couldn't cause harm. This was only possible if he was more experienced than his opponent. He simply continues to defend himself, demonstrating his skills to her. He is a child of the Maiton family. Magical combat techniques are a primitive type of magic, but they are far superior to those of a martial artist. They may be children, but they have enormous potential. There are two reasons why he acts this way. First, he demonstrates that even the weakest magical techniques can be superior to martial arts. And second, it's a chance to demonstrate his family's strength to the other famous families. Carson assumed they were of the same mind, and the master replied that it seemed so. In his opinion, Larson was secretly raised as a mage, specializing in magical combat techniques. Carson agreed with the master and asked, Then why is he displaying his abilities here? He suggested that it seemed he had secretly broken the magical martial arts skills, and now wanted to use them in a real battle to test and improve his abilities. Magner was confident as he knew they would notice. Carson remarked that it was a challenge, and the master confirmed this. Yahello listened and thought that this was exactly what Larson had planned. Kaysen was amazed at his capabilities and was stunned and delighted. At that moment, Rosalind paused and asked how long he would simply defend himself. He smiled and replied that it would be until she stopped going crazy. Rosalind clenched her fist and shouted that if this was what he intended, he should at least pretend to be tired. At that moment, she used her fighting spirit skill and punched him square in the chest. Larson took a tremendous blow. Blood began to pour from his chest and mouth, and he cried out in pain and horror. When he fell to the ground, he continued to cough loudly, and Rosalind asked what was going on and why he hadn't dodged. He smiled and replied that he thought she'd like to hit him at least once. At that moment, she screamed angrily, "What kind of battle is this?" After that, she offered him a potion to drink and threw it into his hand. He looked at it in surprise, and Rosalind said that she had lost and turned away from him. Larson, confused, asked again, what did she mean? She replied that he irritated her. He probably hadn't even noticed that she had used her fighting spirit right then and there, and she didn't want to be angry anymore because he remained a kind person. She forgave him. His rib was broken, so she no longer held a grudge for what he had done. He thanked her for these words, and at that moment, Casson became afraid for him and growled his name, then began to step over the fence and run towards him. The system reported that young Casson enjoyed hero biographies, viewing the world through his own beautiful eyes and joyfully exploring it. He's a lonely boy with no friends, but he's inspired by the concepts of friendship, trust, and even camaraderie between allies in battle. He ran up to Larson and shouted that he felt like he'd improved his abilities. Larson wondered if this meant he was inspired by the battle between him and Rosalind. He then replied that magical combat skills increased quickly at the initial stage. Casson shouted that he was sincerely glad his friend had become so strong, and Larson wondered if this meant what he thought. Suddenly, Casson shouted that he officially challenged him to a duel, his friend. It turned out the protagonist was right, and he replied that he was very glad he'd thought of it, but he was very tired after the battle with Rosalind, and magical martial arts techniques required a lot of mana. Casson, with sadness in his eyes, asked again, is that true? He wants to fight him when he's better, and he thinks it's the least he can do. If they have a duel when he's this worked up, he doesn't think he can handle him. Casson thanked him for these words, and Larson, who had started drinking the potion, replied that nothing serious had happened. Casson wondered if he should fight him tomorrow then. He wondered if Casson was really looking forward to the duel like it was his birthday present. At that moment, he replied that everything was correct, and the system reported that his wounds had been healed. After that, he approached Rosalind, who was sitting nearby, and said he needed to ask her something. She asked again, her, but what did he want? He replied that she had attacked him using her fighting spirit. Rosalind asked again, does he want to humiliate her? He replied that he wouldn't do that, and she asked again, so what did he want from her? Larson put his hand to his chest and said he felt something when she hit him, and she asked again, what? Maybe he was a pervert? He replied that he didn't know, but it seemed like some kind of excitement, and he could almost understand what it was, but not quite. She became angry and asked again, what is he talking about? Larson asked her for help because he thought her martial arts techniques would help him become stronger. At that moment, she was dumbfounded and decided to ask again, why should she help him? He replied that she should think of it as a debt that he would repay her later. Rosalind thought about how every night she promised herself she would get revenge, but it was all in vain. At that moment, the master came down to them, and laughing, asked her to try it. She screamed at her uncle in anger, but Magner asked her to do a favor for the son of a famous family of magicians, and especially in a public place, it wasn't a bad idea. After these words, Rosalind rose from her seat and said she would help him only this once, for which Larson thanked her, and she continued to say that he should be prepared to repay her this debt. He replied that of course he would, and swears by the honor of a future mage. At this point, Yahello was dumbfounded and asked herself, he swears by the honor of a future mage? Could he really have said that? It was tantamount to saying he would participate in a war of succession as the legitimate successor of the Mitone family. He was saying this in front of the patriarchs of famous families who could hear everything perfectly well. Rosalind asked, she should hit him again, right? He replied that he was ready, and the system reported that he had used a magical martial arts technique for self-defense. Rosalind frowned and said that she wouldn't even call it martial arts, so it wasn't her fault if he got hurt. At that moment, she pierced him with her fist again, causing Larson to cry out loudly in pain and grit his teeth. But he realized it was the same reaction, as the mana in his heart was interacting with Rosalind's unformed fighting spirit. When she realized she hadn't done anything to him, she asked again, is that all? He asked her to do it again, and she punched him again joyfully. The master, watching, didn't understand what was happening or what he was trying to do. He continued to shout for her to hit him again and again. Carson turned to Yahello and asked, what is the young master doing now? She guessed that the mana in Larson's heart was reacting with Rosalind's fighting spirit, but what kind of reaction was this? She didn't want to guess, and could only say that a reaction was occurring. Just then, Rosalind continued to punch him, and suddenly Larson clutched his stomach and began to approach the ground. Rosalind asked fearfully, "Is he alright?" He realized he was fine. Of course, his transcendent mana was reacting with his fighting spirit, but according to canon, mana and fighting spirit cannot interact, meaning the probability decreases. The system reported a note. He had discovered a missing probability, and he was given the opportunity to fill part of the missing probability. What was he supposed to do in a world where probability was absent? It wasn't just survival. Suddenly, the setting book he'd seen earlier appeared before him, and he decided to work on it while everyone around him watched in bewilderment. Suddenly, he realized time had stopped, and everything around him was painted in black and white. He thought time stops when settings are created. He began flipping through the book, and the system reported that his spirit, from a famous martial arts family, and the mana of a famous mage family were two incomparable things that couldn't mix or react with each other. But during the battle between Larson and Rosalind in January of 219, Larson's mana reacted with Rosalind's fighting spirit. The reason was somewhere where there were gaps. He wondered if he really had to fill this gap. A pen appeared in his hand, and he realized the previous setting ended here, and he had to fill it now. If he wasn't careful, he'd mess up the previous settings. He couldn't just write and then erase, and he'd probably become the world's destroyer rather than its creator. So a reasonable reason that wouldn't interfere with other settings was this. He wrote his answer. The character Larson doesn't abide by the rules of this world. He considered writing another reason, because he possesses the Holy Grail. Is this because he possesses mana from an ultimate attribute or because of a celestial body? But he believes it's better to focus on Larson than on external factors. If he appoints himself as a character who doesn't have to abide by the rules of this world, he'll be free of this possibility and will no longer encounter other settings that were previously set, since Larson will become an exception to this world. At that moment, time returned, and the system reported that he had gained the privilege to add another row regarding the missing probability. The privilege to add another row was available for 10 seconds. He was stunned and asked himself again, should he add another row? Sometime later, night fell and Ludia fell asleep sitting on the floor. She opened her eyes and looked questioningly ahead, then went out the door, hearing a knock, and asked, "Who is it?" The master replied that he was Rosalind's uncle and had arrived with a famous swordsman family. Then he asked, "Where is Larson?" She replied, "Does he want to destroy him?" Magnar asked again, "Does she mean he looks like a hooligan?" At that moment, Ludia decided to listen to him and entered Larson's room and called him. Magnar saw him through the window and realized that his body was so toned, and his mana, unlike his fighting spirit, spread throughout his entire body. Most mages keep their mana in their hearts, but he is an exception. Like a mutant, mana would be awkward to use if he trained his muscles like a renowned family of martial artists. This meant his body was specifically trained for magical combat techniques. Ludia chuckled at the 8-pack abs he had on his stomach. Could she touch them? He confidently replied, "No," then called Hera and asked her to bring him his clothes. Hera replied, "Yes." And Larson realized this maid's movements were on another level as well. Could he use someone so strong as a maid? There was no way. After some time, Hera announced that she had brought fruit and placed a plate on the table where the master and the protagonist sat. He assumed the master had come to him because of his insatiable interest in his magical combat techniques. Magnar replied that this was correct, as he was curious about him. Larson became interested in martial arts, while the master devoured all the fruit in the plate. After which, he said with his mouth full that he seemed certain he was going to teach him about martial arts. He grinned and said that he thought he was so curious about him that he would tell him about it. Magnar responded that he would learn martial arts from him. But had he considered the consequences? He replied that this was precisely why the famous swordsman family had invited him. It was ironic, but his father never made it here. Even a Decatra couldn't attract the attention of the famous swordsman family. The renowned swordsman family is the most dangerous enemy lair, but on the other hand, it's also the safest place. This freak, didn't the Mighton family train him? In that case, let him show his body for the first time, and he should strip to the waist and turn around here. Larson rose from his chair and began to undress, and the master realized his back was smooth and hard, unthinkable for a 10-year-old. This was clearly the result of extensive training. His fighting spirit surrounded his body, so he shouldn't resist. He should simply accept this energy. Larson asked in surprise, was he sure there would be no side effects? Magnar asked him to trust him, and asked again, what could he do if he didn't trust him? Larson replied that he would trust him, and the master thought about how cunning he was. He had created a situation in which he couldn't do anything, yet he acted as if he were risking his own safety by trusting him. He truly was wise beyond his years. At this point, the protagonist took advantage of the privilege to add another line, which would be available in 10 seconds. After the duel with Rosalind, he had so many thoughts. What would the author give the protagonist if he himself was the author? The system reported that the spirits of a famous family and martial artists interacted with Larson's mana, helping him grow without any side effects. At that moment, as the master began to massage his back, a bright red aura began to emanate from his body, the fighting spirit permeating his body. Magnar wondered, has he absorbed part of his fighting spirit? Is this what the Miton family wants to show them? A mage who can absorb fighting spirit is a casus belli for Miton. Who teaches him magical combat techniques? Larson replied with a smile that he was studying them himself. The master said he had analyzed his body, and that this was the first time he had seen a mage capable of absorbing fighting spirit. Larson replied that he, too, had never known mages could do this. Magnar asked again, did he realize that any Miton would grow up using martial arts and fighting spirit? He replied that he needed to find out what he could learn. Magnar considered the Miton family to be primitive, and martial artists to be failures, looking down on everyone except mages. But this younger boy was taking steps to study martial arts to grow. Was he really a purebred member of the family? Larson asked again. If he was talking about his father, then yes, it was Decatra Miton. At that moment, Magnar laughed and clutched his head. He'd never seen anyone like this guy, so what did he want from him? Larson asked again, could he say it? The master replied that he would have done it anyway, right? He shouldn't waste his time and just say everything. Larson asked him to be his mentor, and Magnar looked at him in bewilderment. Larson then reflected on his belief that there was a connection between magical combat techniques and martial arts. Magical combat techniques are perfected through fighting spirit and martial arts, and that's why he'd always lacked magical combat techniques. Magnar asked, did he really just say the word mentor? Larson replied, yes, he said mentor, and Magnar asked, does he think the Miton family will allow this to happen? He replied that he would take care of everything himself. And Magnar asked, what's going on? He replied that he was the son of a 7-member family, and Magnar retorted that that wasn't what he was asking. Larson added that he was also a mage who wanted to learn martial arts. Magnar shouted that this was the craziest idea he'd ever had. Did he even understand what he was saying? Larson clutched his head and replied, yes, because he's the potential successor. It might seem like the family is bowing to the Grendels, but if he'd wanted to reject his offer, he wouldn't have hesitated so long. At that moment, Magnar was dumbfounded and realized what a scoundrel he was. He'd created a situation in which he couldn't refuse his offer, awakened his curiosity, and allowed him to study his body. Without rejecting his offer right away, he'd automatically lost. Larson continued to say that he did not do it. Wasn't he interested in magical combat techniques? The master replied that he was interested in the magical combat techniques he used, to be more precise. Larson continued to say that magical combat techniques were most effective when combined with fighting spirit and martial arts, and that these would be his own new martial arts. He realized that this wasn't something he should have said to a Miton mage, even if he'd been born a mage. For that, he'd shown them his strength since he'd met Rosalind again. He replied that he'd seen him paying special attention to him. The master expressed that it seemed he had other intentions, and that meant the duel was also about that. He confidently replied, yes, although he really wanted Rosali to stop being angry with him. Master, would he like to see the creation of new martial arts? After these words, Magnar was dumbfounded, and he suggested that they hope the famous Sade family of swordsmen will help him here. Magnar shouted that the others would think he was a hostage, and he replied that it was because he was a brat, and whether he was part of that family or not didn't matter. He was sure that in exchange for him staying with the Sade family, his father would receive his benefits. Magnar repeated, he's asking them to help, because this is the safest place, right? Larson confirmed this, and the master continued to say that it was madness if he were honest with him. He couldn't tell if it was because he'd been raised by Miton, or because he was a mutated freak. But Larson took these words as a compliment and reflected on how incredibly calm he was, how he'd planned everything for a long time, and how his decision had clearly not been spontaneous. So the master decided he'd figure it out himself. Larson looked at him questioningly and was about to ask his own question, but the master forestalled him and confirmed his thoughts were correct. He could try to become his apprentice. Step by step, he would study his magical combat abilities and watch his body and mana like a hawk. He knew everything Miton had prepared for him at the time. He must take everything he could from him. Larson shouted that this was exactly what he wanted and rejoiced at the conversation. Meanwhile, Hampton, sitting alone outside, pondered the young master, who represented something so enormous that he might never be able to understand. He allowed him to eavesdrop because he completely trusted him about Larson and Magnar's conversation. He watched them through the window and heard everything. The world the young master dreamed of was a world in which 3 families were united, a wonderful world in which everyone could be happy. At that moment, tears welled up in his eyes, and his sister came to him, handing him a handkerchief. He woke up at the sight of her and cried out, as she had frightened him. Hera asked him not to cry, and he said he hadn't yet fully come to terms with the fact that she was just another shadow, and that at this rate, he would die of a heart attack. Hera remarked that if he was going to die so easily, he was unfit to serve the young master. He considered her insensitive, and she continued to say that he had probably heard about the young master's decision. Hampton confirmed this, saying that he had said he would stay here. When the birthday piece ended, he would return to the main house to obtain permission. When Hampton heard these words, he froze and clenched his fists tighter, but they trembled, and Hera suggested that they might have to risk their lives. He replied that this was the duty of the shadow, and Hera asked, would this be the case even if the patriarch punished him? He replied that he would always protect young Master Larson. This would be because the young master was his light. At that moment, his sister disappeared from sight, and he was left alone. After a while, Yahello called the protagonist and suggested that he was about to say something important. He replied that she quickly understood him, and Yahello asked why didn't he say it a little later. She had a feeling that these ordinary moments were too precious to speak. He asked again, did she like tulips? She replied that people are drawn to beautiful things, and he thought the most beautiful thing for her was magic. She replied that magic was the most beautiful thing for her, and she remembered those days when she used her magical powers and destroyed her enemies, also using her disappearance skills, and everyone turned into destroyed skeletons. But at the same time, she became the cruelest girl. At least flowers don't harm people. Next time, he'll give her a bouquet of flowers. And Yahello asked again, flowers? Even hearing those words makes her heart flutter, and she smiles. Then maybe she should listen to what her younger brother has to say? He replied that he would like to stay here with the famous swordsman family. And Yahello asked again, does he want to become the patriarch? He replied that he absolutely would not, but if she wished, she could test him with her ability. Yahello replied, okay, she'd better make sure of it. And she used her magical powers, the Eye of Truth skill, to point it directly at the protagonist, who was watching in surprise. Yahello noted that he was sincere, so what was making him so impatient? He replied that he wanted to live, and Yahello, stunned, asked, he wants to live. Even her older brother, the sixth young master, was itching to kill him right now. He'd screamed at Larson that he was a freak, and that he was going to kill him, no matter what. She knew the war for succession rights was brutal, but they wouldn't take the lives of their own siblings. At that moment, her brother informed her that wasn't true. Even their father had eliminated his brothers to claim his title as patriarch. Yahello shouted, okay, but what if he did that? Why did he want to stay here? He confidently replied that he wanted to become stronger. And Yahello asked, but why would he? He remarked that it was all because he wanted to live. And Yahello said she wanted to know another reason. After that, Larson honestly explained what he wanted to protect. And she asked again, what? He replied that he needed to protect his mother and himself. At that moment, Yahello froze and widened her eyes in surprise. She impartially loved the Maiton family and could be both evil and kind, all for her family. One day, a guy attacked her with a sword, shouting at her to die, calling her a witch. Yahello turned around and, with a terrifying expression, restrained the guy, and he began screaming. She said she didn't want to kill him and wanted to keep him alive, then turned her attention to the already destroyed skeletons and said, but this is right for the family. And a moment later, she destroyed the guy. She loved everything that concerned her family and rejected a war for succession. She literally hated it because beloved family members were fighting and making each other bleed. So she decided to do everything possible to become matriarch, and she vowed to become the absolute ruler to stop the war between her siblings. And to do this, she needed magic that would surpass everything. This peacemaking force, she was a sorceress who desperately wanted it. People say that she hunted the evil spirit Balrog at the right of the decade, and it was a much more difficult test than those her other siblings endured. But unlike them, she chose the monster over people. He wrote all these stories without much thought, but for them, it was reality. It was not difficult for him to write that someone was killed. A tear trickled down Yahello's cheek after all her atrocities, because these are just words. At that moment, Larson turned to her again and asked if he wanted to become stronger, to be able to protect even her. Would she consider that a reason to be proud? Yahello exclaimed, he wants to protect her? At that moment, she began to laugh loudly, and Larson realized it was the sincerest laugh he had ever heard from her. She continued to say that he wanted to protect her, and that this was the first time she had heard such a thing. Larson asked again, are you serious? Yahello began to cry and smile because it was always such a pleasure to talk with him, her little brother. Larson asked her to please help him. He needed permission from his father. Yahello didn't think he would allow it, but Larson confidently replied that he could convince him of it. He could convince his father. After some time, music began to fill their estate. The protagonist, dressed in a formal suit, sat trembling on the floor, thinking about how this place resembled a pavilion in Gyeongbokgung Palace, but he felt he'd rushed into putting everything together at the last minute. How could he be listening to classical music in a pavilion? At that moment, Ludia shouted his name and asked him to look at this. He looked at her and wondered where she'd even found this. She pointed at the cake and asked, can you see that? This cake has 4 tiers. Wasn't he enchanted by a 4-tier cake? He looked at her in surprise, thinking that her sparkle was even more charming. At that moment, the boys were wishing a happy birthday to Kassan, who was also dressed formally and smiling from the congratulations of all his friends. Ludia handed him the object and said it was his gift. Her father had given it to her, and he'd said it was a lucky stone. He thanked her for the stone, and she replied that it was nothing, after which she wondered if she could eat the cake yet. Larson, meanwhile, was thinking that it looked like the stone he'd seen on the side of the road before. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by Rosalind, who handed him a wrapped gift with a bow and said that it testified to the sincerity of her family and herself. Kassan thanked her as well, and she was surprised that he was speaking to her in a friendly manner, after which she cleared her throat and said, "Please." At that moment, Larson turned to Casson and said that he hadn't prepared a gift for him, but Casson smiled and replied, "Fine." An awkward silence fell between them as Ludia continued to eat cake and look at them questioningly. Larson continued to say that in exchange, he would like to stay here and continue the fight, although in reality, he hardly considered it a gift. Casson asked in surprise, "What? He wanted to stay here in his house?" He replied that he would get his father's permission, and Casson asked, "Is that really true? What an unexpected gift." Larson asked, "Is that so?" He replied, "Of course, he was having a great time with his friends," and Larson asked him to inform the patriarch. He would get permission from the Mitone family. Hera overheard all this, frowning, as she watched the boys from behind the pillar. The protagonist had two goals. He wanted to secure Casson's support and use Magnar to his advantage as much as possible. They gathered at the exit, and Casson asked him to return quickly. Larson smiled and replied that he would be back soon, and Rosalind, watching this, reflected on how he was definitely not the Larson she knew. Next time, she hoped they could greet each other with smiles when they saw each other. But he was about to say it first, and at that moment, Avelia asked if he knew how dangerous it was. After a brief silence, Larson replied that he was confident. Sometime later, they arrived at the Mitone family's main estate, which from a distance looked like an incredibly gloomy and dark palace. Larson found himself in front of the door and felt a piercing cold. When the gates opened, he realized he didn't need to greet him. His father announced that he had received a full report from Avelia. Had he really said he wanted to stay with the Side family? Larson replied that he had, and his father had said so. Didn't he know how it would look? If he couldn't explain everything to him, he would consider his actions insulting to the family he led. At that moment, the protagonist used a flash of light, and magic appeared in his hand. It was a dagger of instant death. If a mage below the third circle came into contact with the blade, they would certainly die. Larson asked himself again, instant death? The results of this flash were death. At that moment, he turned to his father and asked if he remembered the swordsman's kennel. He replied, yes, they were a powerful pawn. The guy he met, Casson, had a weakness for human feelings and relationships. If he stayed there, he was sure he could make him his lapdog. Decatra smiled and asked if that was really the only reason he wanted to stay in that kennel. He replied that magical martial arts hadn't been fully explored for the rest of the world, but he saw their potential. His father asked him to continue talking about it, and Larson explained that, as he already knew, he had created his second circle, and something special was hidden within his body. His father was surprised and asked, does he mean the Holy Grail? Larson realized he already knew everything, and said that this transcendental mana, this Holy Grail beyond the grave, his unique physical attributes, and his body also responded to the fighting spirit of a famous martial arts family. He absorbed some of this fighting spirit, and it slowly accumulated in his body. He also received an invitation from the Sade family, and even then the relationship was confirmed. Descendants of world-famous families interact with each other for the sake of improving world peace. Does this really feel like defeat? The swordsman's box doesn't resort to petty battles for public opinion. If they spread the rumor that they surrendered voluntarily, he would take full responsibility and give his own life for it. At that moment he put the blade to his throat, and his father replied that he thought he was confident in himself. And what will he do next? And Larson wondered, next? They were the first to extend a helping hand to achieve unity, and he was confident that he could find out how the rest of the world views them. If this is absolute Decatra, then absolute strength and power are the most effective method of ruling in his opinion, but warm embraces and modesty are what make a true ruler. At this point, Decatra said that if he had spoken such words without any changes, he would no longer be able to breathe. The protagonist was dumbfounded and frightened by what he heard. After this, his father told him to get out of here. He would watch him to see whether or not he would attain the abilities he spoke of. Larson thanked him for this, as he would try to live up to his expectations, but he was still a child, only 10 years old. Decatra frowned, asking if he really thought of whining here. He smiled and replied that this was why he needed his mother's warm care. Please, let him send him and his mother to the Sade family. At that moment, his father began laughing loudly at him and asked, did people see that? He knew how to control people. At that moment he thought, that was amazing. Was this boy really considered a loser? Unfortunately, his talent was magical martial arts, but it was still strange that no one had found out about it before. At that moment, the protagonist was dumbfounded, and the system reported a note that the celestial mage was suspicious of the world's missing probability. The probability had partially collapsed. At that moment, he realized that the probability had collapsed, and realized that if this collapsed, he would also be destroyed. Sometime later, Avelia was sitting in her office, looking at various books and documents. When she heard a knock on the door, she looked towards it and was surprised that Persia had come to visit her in her room. This was unexpected for Persia. She asked again, what book is this? Why is she reading basic magic texts? Avelia replied that she was doing it for fun. Text 77. To Albert, How to Easily Master Mana. Larson had also read the book and thought it was popular. At that moment, Avelia turned to her and said she had something she wanted to tell her. Persia replied that she had something to tell her too, and Avelia decided to speak up first, saying she was going to take care of their little brother. At that moment, Persia remarked that it was funny, because she had come here to say the same thing. They smiled and exchanged glances, when Yahello suddenly wondered if their father had really given Persia a chance. Did it matter whose hands this variable ended up in? She had said it was none of her business. Persia replied that it was probably none of her business. Since she had long had her sights set on him, she would have to act based on the commandments of Mana, and if she didn't cooperate with it, would she then achieve everything by her own power? That wouldn't happen, since she had had opportunities to seriously injure her once. For example, in the Nubia canyons when she was hanging from the cliff. In her place, she would have crippled herself that day, but she couldn't do it. Yahello started screaming that it was a misunderstanding and then used her magic powers. Persia smiled and asked, "Is she serious?" At that moment, a bright flash of light erupted in their room, spreading everywhere, and a moment later, blood spilled onto the carpet. Persia asked, "Does she understand now? After all, she was a gentle girl." At that moment, Yahello stepped on her shoulder with her heel, and Persia asked again, "Why does she need a little brother?" Yahello replied that she didn't want to, and wasn't going to tell her about it. Persia got angry and said that her reaction only made her want him even more. Yahello asked horribly, "Why does she need him?" She replied that he was a nice guy, and at that moment, Yahello asked her to stop talking such nonsense and slammed her to the floor. Persia hit her head and cried out in pain, then shouted that she'd heard he developed a second circle. Did she really think she wouldn't find out? There had to be a reason the child had such a muscular body. A second circle at 10 years old was so tempting. She hired a shadow to keep an eye on him, and that shadow disappeared. Besides, she was obsessed with him too. Yahello realized Persia had come to see how she'd react to these words and asked her to get up because the subordinates they'd released would soon be replaced by senior people. Persia coughed up blood and looked into her sister's eyes. Her reaction made her want her little brother even more. At that moment, Larson froze in horror, and his mother, sitting across the table, asked what happened. He replied, "Nothing," after which the maid announced that food was served and it was spaghetti with meatballs. He mused that having Hera meant the likelihood of being killed by some hired killer was much lower, and that was a relief. He thanked her for the food, and she replied that it was nothing special. He should eat well while he was growing. Larson knew her reaction was kinder than usual, and that was suspicious. At that moment, he activated his celestial eye and realized the food contained traces of Scion. The system reported that it was a poison, fatal to those who lack mana. Because it wasn't fatal to those with mana, it was no longer used to boost immunity to poisons. At that moment, he turned to her and asked if there was anything special in this. She replied that it wasn't quite so. She had been eating this poison since she was 3 years old, and Larson replied that perhaps there wasn't anything special in this food, but rather poison or something similar. At that moment, the servant started shouting that he'd forgotten to warn him about this beforehand, that it all happened because of his carelessness, and that he should kill him. Larson asked him to get up first and explain what was happening. After some time, he learned everything and said he understood everything. Hera asked how he knew. He replied that it was intuition, and Hera adjusted her glasses and remarked that he had great observation and analytical skills. He must have smelled the poison. But how resourceful he was, he attributed it all to intuition. Larson didn't understand where she got those glasses, and Hera reflected on how he always exceeded her expectations. As his shadow, she would continue to do everything possible to make him stronger, and besides, Miss Soso's dish had been prepared with all her preferences in mind. She didn't need to worry about that. Soso thanked her for these words and began to eat. After some time, the protagonist found himself in his room, and the magic grail appeared before him, informing him that it was already here. Larson replied that it was poison, but that kind of poison was nothing. Although the grail seemed quite tipsy, and began shouting for him to listen, as if it had happened a long time ago. He didn't have time to finish this sentence, when Ludia suddenly entered his room, and Larson asked again, "What's going on?" She asked fearfully, "What time are they leaving?" He informed her that departure was at 8 a.m., and Ludia asked again, "Can't they leave now?" She wanted cake again. Larson replied that they wouldn't be able to pass through the portal if they left now, and she asked again, "Is that true?" She lay down in his bed and said that in that case, she would fall asleep right now, and if she slept, tomorrow would come faster. Larson was surprised by her impudence, and at that moment, she began to snore. He turned to Hera and asked if she could hear it. She appeared right next to his bed and replied that she was already there. He wondered how long she had been standing there. He asked her to take Ludia to the room, but not to wake her. Hera replied that she understood and, using her magical powers, lifted her up, and a moment later, they disappeared from the room. Larson thought this was just like Hera, which impressed him. Sometime later, morning arrived and the carriage was ready. The protagonist's servant apologized for having to ride in the carriage, and Soso replied that everything was fine. In their time, mana-powered cars were exclusively for aristocrats. Therefore, for them to take a car to drop off their mother would mean that other mothers would envy them. Ludia approached the horse and stroked its head, saying that it was smart and beautiful. Now they had no need to arouse envy. He needed to take his first step toward independence. He climbed into the carriage and decided to head to the famous swordsman family, who would help him realize his plans. They set off, and after some time, they arrived at the palace again. They found themselves back with the Sade family, and at that moment, Casson greeted him again and began shouting, "Larson." He knew he would be back soon. He smiled and was incredibly happy to see his friend. Larson replied that he had arrived and announced that he kept his promises, so they would begin the battle. Everything went as expected. This time, it would not be easy for him, so he abruptly removed his cloak and used his magical powers, declaring that now he would show his strength. He had changed greatly since his first meeting with Casson. He had gained a second circle, and he was much more proficient in magical combat techniques. He now possessed the Holy Grail, the magic of the physical force of transcendent deception. Casson was confident and also used magical powers, but Larson decided he needed to see how far he could go against an opponent like him. He couldn't defeat him anyway. That's how he'd shaped his personality. No one his age could defeat Casson, for he was a genius among geniuses. He was so talented that other geniuses would be mediocre in comparison. The youngest son of the Sade family combined hard work and talent to become the best. They were the same age, so he must have also perfected his skills. At that moment, he launched a solid strike, and a bright red dot appeared in front of Larson, glowing so brightly that it began to approach him, but he managed to deflect the attack. As expected, his attack speed and destructive power were much better than before. The system reported that he had used the slow flow talent, which had been activated automatically. At that moment, Casson lunged at him with an attack, and Larson wondered if his heel was slightly raised, intending to use a follow-up attack. The solid strike was merely a cover for his real attack. If he dodged it, Casson would definitely close the gap. He was so fast that a slow current was almost useless, and at that moment, Casson confidently looked ahead and cast a sweeping strike spell. At that moment, Larson noticed his sword and suggested that perhaps this clever sword wasn't intentional. But in fact, it was even better that way. He smiled, and at that moment, Casson was stunned by what he saw. He should realize this too, because using a clever sword in a duel is cheating, and he had let his guard down, so he would use this to his advantage. At that moment, Larson lunged at Casson in response, and he jumped back. Larson realized he was dodging and had to break through now. At that moment, Casson tensed up. Larson shouldn't chase him like that. It would upset his balance, which would result in a loss of destructive power. As soon as he got even a step closer, he would strike back. At that moment, Larson clenched his fist and decided to use an advanced magical combat technique for beginners. Skillfully using weight, he grew angry, gritted his teeth, and rushed to attack his opponent. Casson realized he had regained his balance and covered himself with his sword, but Larson struck him with his fist, and a bright flash of light from their collision appeared across the field. Magner and Carson, who were watching the unfolding events, were dumbfounded by what they saw. Casson realized he had been hurt, although not badly, but his combat techniques were different from before. He would lose if he let his guard down. How had he improved so much in such a short time? He replied that his magical combat technique was improving rapidly, yet he was a completely different person. He still had plenty of surprises in store for him, so Casson shouldn't relax. Magner wondered if this child was truly something incredible. Could it really be Rosalind? The duel wouldn't end after Casson's first attack. At that moment, Casson grew angry and pounced on his opponent with a firm blow. Larson dodged the attack, and the teacher wondered what if he were born into a Grendel family. This thought tensed him up and asked how such a terrible thought could have occurred to him. At that moment, Carson realized he was simply toying with such an opponent, and if Casson had fought with killing intent, his opponent wouldn't have lasted long. But the most astonishing thing was that he predicted Casson's actions and decided to rush forward when he used the smart sword. This was definitely no coincidence, as he smiled as Casson acted, penetrating every possible loophole and outsmarting him. He realized something was wrong, and wondered if Takatra was trying to convey some kind of message through this child. After a while, the boys grew tired of fighting and collapsed to the ground, trying to catch their breath. Casson remarked that he'd heard that magical fervor and techniques decay quickly, but he hadn't thought it was that bad. Larson replied with a smile that he'd still lost, and Casson remarked that no matter who won or lost the duel, he was very happy. Larson asked why. He replied that his friend had gotten strong so quickly. The system had informed him that no one his age could defeat him. In other words, no matter how quickly he got stronger, Casson would get stronger even faster, and he would never be able to defeat Casson because of his abilities. He shouldn't rejoice too much, and Casson asked why. He replied that they might one day become enemies. Casson was surprised and asked what he meant. He replied that such was their fate. After all, he was a Maiton, and he was a Sade. Casson started shouting, "What kind of nonsense is this? They're friends." He replied that he, too, would continue to think of him as others did, and they would remain friends, but they couldn't stop being part of a world in which people fight for power. At that moment, Casson was dumbfounded, and his father arrived. Carson cleared his throat and said they had done well. Such a performance from small children was interesting, and he was proud of them both. Larson replied that he was flattered by his praise, and Carson continued that he had already heard that magical combat techniques were improving, so he believed it was true. Larson replied that he wanted to become stronger, and Carson remarked that that was excellent. He continued to say that he didn't just want to become strong, He wanted to become stronger than Carson. Carson looked at him in surprise and asked again, stronger than him? At that moment, Carson suspected that this child wasn't just a passion or desire. He was determined. He smiled and replied that that was great. In that case, he'd make a great rival. So, how did he intend to achieve that? After a moment of silence, Larson replied that he was going to learn from a martial arts master. Carson was very surprised by this and turned to the master, who then said that this was why he'd sent Rosalind home while he himself remained here. The master clutched his head, thinking how perceptive this child was. He'd declared this before the patriarch of the famous swordsman family. This meant that he wouldn't be able to do anything that wouldn't be unfair to him as long as they were on their territory. But for the successor of a famous family of mages to learn such a martial art from the second settlement of a member of a famous family of mages is astonishing. There's a chance this will be interpreted as an attempt by the family of mages to take over the family of mages, yet he announces it anyway. Magna replied that this was true. As promised, he would teach him martial arts. Did he have permission from his family? He replied, yes. He told the patriarch that he would work harmoniously with the two families to share his knowledge with each of them. At this point, Carson was dumbfounded by what he heard and asked himself again, did Dekatra allow this? What nonsense. He would never have allowed it. Magner mentioned, by the way, there's a test that everyone who wants to learn martial arts must pass. All potential successors of a famous family of mages must pass the test before learning martial arts. Larson asked again, a test? The system continued to say that this test must be passed before reaching the age of 10, and that it involves hunting a red tiger or a white tiger. Adults are not allowed to assist him. He understood what was being discussed, a red tiger and a white tiger. He decided that he would hunt the white tiger, and Magner said that he hadn't even explained anything yet. He needed to learn a lot about their family. At that moment, he approached Carson and asked if he could come with him. He just knew he wouldn't be able to get help from adults. Carson asked again, a white tiger? Are they really that strong? He replied that they were strong and as big as a house. Carson was dumbfounded and asked again, are tigers that big? Magna replied that there was one thing he didn't understand and smiled, because he hadn't given him the right to choose, so he was ordering him to kill the red tiger. Larson replied with a smile, okay, and at that moment, Magner was dumbfounded. Had he really wanted to hunt the red tiger from the start? Carson addressed him by name and asked how he knew so much about such things. He replied that he'd read about it in the library. Magner was still pondering how easily he'd deceived him. Larson had difficulty hunting a white tiger undetected, and he'd wanted to hunt a red one from the start. He was quite smart, and Larson replied that he could learn a lot from him. Perhaps he'd taken on a truly smarter student than expected. After a while, the boys were sitting in a separate room, and Carson, eating chips from a bag, remarked that it was just like hiking. Larson remarked that it was, and Carson continued by saying that this was his first time going to Garan. He'd heard the mountains there were incredibly beautiful. Garan is a medium-sized city located in the far east. Red tigers live in the Tegrin mountain range near Garan. However, despite its proximity to Garan, it takes 4 days to get there on foot. Although the Tegrin mountains are considered quite dangerous, they can also be considered quite peaceful, as there are no powerful monsters there, except for red tigers. Ludia approached Larson and asked if she could go with him to have more fun. He replied that he wasn't planning on having fun, and Ludia continued, but he'd said it was like a hike, and she loved hiking and used to go there often with her father. He said that if her teacher allowed it, he'd take her along. After some time, Carson, amazed by the astonishing magic, picked up the letter. Larson asked if he should put his things there too. He replied that he'd take care of his own, and sometime later at sunset, they arrived in Garan. Ludia asked to rest for a while at an inn before continuing, as they had already passed through several portals. She was incredibly hungry, and Larson suggested that there must be a restaurant in this village, and that they should hurry. They descended the stairs, and Larson greeted the city, but it was rather strange to him that the city was completely deserted. Suddenly, a man appeared before them, terrified at the sight of them. Larson asked for forgiveness and wanted to ask him a question, but the man was incredibly frightened and asked, what's wrong? Larson asked again, it's Garan, right? The guy asked again, what's he talking about? Of course it was Garan, but instead of asking questions, he hoped they could quickly find a place to stay and leave this place. Larson was surprised and asked again, why should they leave? The guy shouted that bandits were coming here, and the boys wondered what kind of bandits they were. Ludia was very scared and said her stomach was still gurgling from hunger, and Larson asked her to be patient a little longer. After some time, they approached an establishment. Larson knocked on the door and asked if anyone was there. No one answered, but he didn't think the problem was the inopportune time of their arrival. He was surprised that something like this could happen in the Garan region, which was supposed to be a small and relatively peaceful place. Who were these bandits to provoke such a violent reaction from the locals? At that moment he froze, and all the boys tensed at what they saw. A huge tiger with bright red eyes appeared before them. It was the very red tiger he was supposed to encounter, but Larson knew something was wrong. This wasn't just a wild red tiger. Someone was watching. He turned on the celestial eye and wondered what was going on. Could that freak really be here? The system reported his taming ability and hunting instinct. He's not the kind of hero with many special traits, but he remembers him well. He's part of a different power circle beyond the 3 clans, a huge bandit group called the Pine Trail. He was definitely born to be the leader of the Pine Trail. And they're telling me the city is literally grinding to a halt because of this one guy? Kaiden asked. Who are they? They're just kids, right? So there's not much to see here. Kassan asked. Is he the bandit who's terrorizing the entire city? Kaiden asked, surprised. A bandit? Suddenly, he started laughing loudly, and Kassan frowned and asked, what's so funny? Kaiden replied that he wasn't a bandit at all. He just enjoyed hunting people. Larson was well aware that even with Kassan's abilities, if they fought Kaiden now, they would die. At that moment, he asked, is he trying to hunt them? Kaiden wondered. What? He honestly didn't know who gave him the right to do this here. Kaiden continued to say that a hunter doesn't need permission to hunt, and smiled. After which, Larson continued to explain that this was the Garen, and 7 high-class sword warriors were supposed to protect it, so how could they allow someone like him to cause trouble here? He thought there were 2 possible answers, either a secret deal or a terrible possibility he'd created. At that moment, Kassan exclaimed that it was approaching them, and the system reported that the low probability had been investigated. The tiger was getting closer and closer, and the copyrights associated with Larson's character had been obtained. He was horrified by the advantage of copyright, then signed the contract with a pen. Even after Kaiden declared the hunt, the knights protecting the Garen didn't budge. All the townspeople were suspicious, and Kaiden's reasons for hunting in the Garen as he pleased were specific. This time, he could definitely do everything perfectly. Tension grew between them, and the tiger began to roar loudly and approach them, attacking. When the monster jumped, Kassan rushed to attack along with Larson, who realized the red tiger was much faster than he expected. Fortunately, Kassan and Ludia were unharmed, and at that moment, he addressed them by name and told them that, as they could guess, this evil beast was a red tiger, and that if they encountered it directly, they would die. However, they had one peculiarity. It flew straight ahead and then stretched through the air. Ludia again said she was simply starving, and at that moment used the fireball she created directly above herself. Larson shouted at her to wait, but she was so angry that she shouted that if she got rid of this beast, she could eat, right? At that moment, she pounced with a fiery flash of light directly at the tiger, and Kaiden asked again, is that really all? The tiger easily caught the fire, and Larson realized he had indeed absorbed it. Kaiden grinned and said he was such a strange mage, and it was funny. Perhaps they would like to join the Pine Trail? In that case, he would spare them. Kassan shouted, what is a Pine Trail? He replied that they were the masters of the mountain range, meaning they were bandits. But the word bandits was so crude, so what did they think of his proposal? Kassan replied that he had no intention of associating with bandits. By the will of his sword, he would cut off the heads of all the freaks like him for daring to intimidate the people. Kaiden grew angry and asked mockingly, is he sure about that? Are they all ready to die right now? Larson yelled at him to stop, because no matter how much he thought about it, this was also stupid. Why didn't he ask who they were? Did he often see 3 young children fighting a red tiger? At that moment, he remained silent, and Larson wondered if the assigned value was being properly implemented. He had written down the copyright benefits in advance, and the reason Kaiden could hunt in the Garen as he pleased wasn't because he was actually hunting, but because he had received orders from someone to conduct a test. Since ancient times, tests had been planned in advance, and the receivers were never in any real danger. That's exactly how Rosalind hunted the white tiger, so he already knew who they were. And the reason he continued to spout all this nonsense, even after learning about them, was because he trusted someone. Kaiden watched silently, and Larson continued to suggest that this someone might be Avelia's older sister. At that moment, Yahello actually appeared on the battlefield, and everything around her glowed with a bright light. Kassan's mouth dropped open in shock when he saw her, and Larson realized he was right. Kassan became embarrassed when he saw Lady Yahello, and couldn't say anything else. Larson knew there was a catch, and things were going too well. The specialists in charge of the portal gates were at least Circle 3 mages. It wouldn't make sense for bandits to damage Mitone's lucrative business, and it would be even stranger to lock their doors and flee simply because a hunting warning had been sent out. Besides, Kaiden isn't yet a known villain, and he might not even be hunting humans at this point. A city like Garen isn't a place you can do anything to under the guise of a test. Then there's only one answer. This isn't Garen. It's an artificially created space, and there's only one person capable of this, Yahello. She said it was amazing and asked when he noticed it. He replied that it was when everyone started hiding. So, was his fight against the red tiger a show? Larson replied yes. He thought he should show some interest in the test. She asked again, so what now? At that moment, the master appeared nearby and said with irritation that he had passed the test after all. Kaiden dismounted from the tiger and said that, as expected of Maton and Sade, he had shown such calm in front of the red tiger, so he apologized for his stupidity in front of the young masters. He replied that there was no need to apologize since he was not at fault, and in any case, it was his sister and the martial artist who had created it. Kaiden thanked them for their understanding, and the master saw that Larson was the leader of this small group. He thought Kassan would lead everything, since he was the strongest, but it turned out Larson was quite an interesting guy and would enjoy training him. After this reflection, he mentioned that the Grendel family doesn't directly tell its potential successor to defeat either the red or white tiger. Kassan asked if the purpose of this test was to see if they would weaken in spirit before the enemy. The master replied that it was, and Kassan remarked that the guardian spirits on their side must also be hiding somewhere right now. At that moment, Larson was stunned and saw upon activating the celestial eye that he was right. Kassan was only 10 years old, and if he weren't the creator, he wouldn't have been able to figure this situation out at all. He probably would have immediately lost consciousness when confronted by this red tiger. At that moment, the master asked, Kassan, did you attack the red tiger because you trusted the guardian spirits? He replied that it was, and Magner admitted that it wasn't a very satisfactory answer. He didn't believe that a wise man was always alone. And the master asked again, who was he? He replied that someone who was strong only on their own couldn't achieve true victory. Even if he lacked something, there could be reliable people around him who could fill it, and in his opinion, that was what constituted mindfulness in life. Larson turned his attention to his thoughts and realized that he wasn't at all bothered by the fact that he was weak. Instead, he had discovered the existence of guardian spirits and trusted them, and those he could trust represented his strength and skill. And this was coming from a child of a renowned family of mages. Yahello would never have thought so, but listening to this child's reasoning, why did her heart break into pieces? The system reported a change affecting the plot. Larson wondered, another change? He couldn't see what kind of change it was, because his experience from his heavenly lesson was insufficient. The master grinned and said that guardian spirits were undoubtedly another trump card, Kassan, even if it wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. But did Larson know about the existence of guardian spirits? He replied, of course, that happened before he met Kassan. A potential successor to a famous family of mages, officially invited into a famous family of swordsmen, shouldn't be injured while walking with a child of a famous family of swordsmen. This would not only offend the dignity of the famous family, but also give their family a perfect excuse. Yahello asked again, what excuse? He replied, yes, that would be an excuse, big sister. Yahello shouted that this was also an insult to Maiton. How could he say that a threat to his life would be an excuse? He replied that it was because he wasn't hers. He's not as important a figure in the family as she is, and just recently he was a living piece of trash. If someone like him were in danger, it would be advantageous for the Maiton family to turn a blind eye, as he's weak and would create a pretext they could use to threaten the Sade. Yahello realized that even during this conversation, he was completely calm. Is that how a 10-year-old should think about his family? He asked not to misunderstand, but he didn't hate his family. He was simply reasoning logically. At that moment, Yahello approached him and hugged him passionately, telling him that their blood still flowed in his veins. He blushed as she drew so close, and Yahello said that it was extremely painful for her to hear such words from a small child, and that she hoped the Maiton wouldn't become a heavy burden on his shoulders. He thanked her for her words, and at that moment, Kassan began to shake with anger. Larson wondered what was wrong with him. Kassan shouted that he would be his family and could treat him much better. Larson didn't understand what he was talking about, but the situation had changed so much, and he didn't know how to cope. At that moment, Ludia ran up to Larson, jumped on him, and shouted that she was hungry, and the test was over, and now they could eat, right? Larson replied with a smile that yes, they would go eat now. A few days later, the protagonist entered the master's room, who, lying in a pool of rose petals, asked him again, what brought him here? He replied that he wanted to go to the Tegrin Mountains. The master asked again, what? He replied that he had heard there were stunning views there, and he wanted to see a real Tegrin, not one artificially created with magic. Magner asked again, so he wanted to go on vacation? Larson replied that this was not true, and he asked again, so what did he mean? The protagonist said he'd found something in the space his sister had created, and she'd prepared something for him. He asked again, what was it? The protagonist of course was lying at that moment. It was high time he accepted the order he'd written as the creator. The master asked again, what was it? He'd simply been told there was something in the mountain range, and even in the artificially created space, he could sense a strange flow of mana. So she told him she'd left something in the Tegrin Mountains, and the master asked again, why didn't he know about that? Larson replied that the Maiton family had their own way of communicating, and Magner was very surprised and asked, do they really communicate through magic? They were clearly insane. Should he have told him about it? He replied that Magner was his teacher, and there were two reasons why she communicated with him this way. He asked again, what is that reason? Larson replied that the first reason was to keep everything secret from Kassan, who could be considered his rival, as Yahello would have done. The second was to see if he would understand the message. His sister killed two birds with one stone by passing on the information to him this way. The master asked again, so what's in the mountain range? He replied that he'd know when he saw it, but she gave him an approximate location. Magner asked again, where is it? Larson realized he actually knew the exact location, and Kassan had the opportunity in the original series. The location of the Millennium Dragon Mine. If Magner went with him, it wouldn't be as dangerous. He said it was located not far from the mountain, the head of a dragon, one of the 108 peaks. Magner was dumbfounded by what he heard and shouted, a dragon's head? Larson wondered if something was wrong. The master replied, nothing. He just has funny memories associated with this place. He grinned and grabbed his chin. After some time, they emerged from the portal, and Larson, turning to the teacher, said that they had passed through so many gates that he was already feeling ill. Couldn't they rest somewhere around here for at least one day? The master replied that time is money, or had he forgotten that? He replied that he understood that this was the head of a dragon on the mountain, and that they would have to walk for 3 days. What did he mean? The master replied that one day would be enough, and Larson shouted, "What? Was he seriously talking about this now?" Magna replied that he would fall behind completely if he didn't hurry, and Larson shouted for him to wait for him. And what hope did he have if he couldn't even keep up with an old eccentric like himself? Larson screamed, "He's a mage." The master suggested he use distortion in that case, and Larson asked horrifiedly, "How could a Circle 2 use distortion?" He replied that in that case he should actively review his powers, and Larson screamed at the teacher in despair. After some time, he tried to catch his breath and realized the master was out of his mind. He was simply insane, and at this rate he'd rather die than reach the dragon's head. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, screaming that he couldn't go any further. He suddenly felt very ill and vomited all over the ground. The master asked, "Why is he such a frail boy?" Meanwhile, he was thinking that he'd walked even further than he expected, and thought he'd pass out halfway. Rosalina would have run out of steam even sooner, and he'd absorbed a fraction of his fighting spirit, but it was still impressive for a child whose basis is mana. What did such a weakling expect to be his student? Larson asked again, "Do you want to take back what you said in front of the Seed Patriarch?" The master was angry that he was putting him in an awkward position, and decided to say nothing. He thought about how this guy was just a freak. His breathing had completely returned, and he felt uneasy, even if he had already regained his fighting spirit. So how long would he sit back? They still had a long way to go. He replied that he had said it usually took 3 days. The master asked again, "Is this according to Maiton standards?" Larson assumed so, and tried to rise to his feet, clutching his knees. At that moment, a multitude of stones appeared on the road, and Larson stumbled constantly, wondering how he was moving so quickly over these stones. Not even dust had risen despite his speed. He was moving like the wind. Suddenly, he froze and realized he had an idea. The wind was blowing at his back. Maybe this would work? He was focused on circulating mana throughout his body. But what if he used it to create a channel that would capture the wind and help it flow? At that moment, he used his magical powers and was stunned by the success. His movements became much easier. The system reported a note that beginner magic martial arts was an attribute used sealed in his body that had been facilitated. Beginner magic martial arts were attributes for using the wind that had been activated. He asked again, "Attributes?" The system continued to say that beginner magic martial arts were attributes for using the wind that had been activated. He realized that he couldn't become a true attribute mage like Ludia, but he could still use attributes thanks to his transcendent mana. This was the path a mage who had mastered magical combat techniques should take. At that moment, Magna realized that this child had just learned something. After some time, Larson lay down on the grass and realized he'd used up all the mana stored by the Holy Grail beyond. The creature said it was starving to death. He couldn't go any further. The master might even kill him. He spoke in a trembling voice that he couldn't go on, but suddenly the Grail began screaming at him to get up. The master watched silently, and Larson thought he was simply a terrible monster. A mage had to cover 100 kilometers in 50 minutes? It was simply unbearable. Larson fell asleep, so the master decided that if they continued walking, a path would appear. If he couldn't do it, he had only his abilities to blame. That's what he and his brother had been taught. What was he like 10 years ago? Walking 100 kilometers in 50 minutes was beyond even him, just like his brother, the current patriarch. In any case, the more he strained himself, the lighter his body would become. Suddenly, Larson woke up and froze, then began screaming when the master grabbed his leg and dragged him along. He cried out, "Teacher, what are you doing?" He replied that he had dragged him up to the dragon's head on his old fragile hands, and he should go back to sleep. Larson asked, "Are those old fragile hands?" Magna replied that he was tired, and now everything depended on him. He was just here for company. Larson clutched his head and thanked him through clenched teeth, then realized that the Dragon's Head mountain was in front of him. He needed to pretend to explore the area and try to spot a well. Larson looked around and said that it looked like an abandoned city. Magna replied that it was probably an agricultural settlement. Larson asked again, "Didn't he say he retained memories of this place?" He replied that he shouldn't know about it. And Larson continued that it didn't look like anyone was here. He wanted to look around a bit. Magna replied that he could do as he pleased, and the system reported the activation of the Celestial Eye. The current location was an old bandit town, a small settlement where bandits lived 30 years ago. Magna was clearing it out when he stumbled upon it by chance. He killed more than a dozen bandits with his bare hands, and the public still doesn't know about this incident. Did he really kill the bandits? He wouldn't have thought about such things. In this place, he met Maya, a girl kidnapped by bandits. He fell in love with her at first sight and, to save her, destroyed all the bandits. He grabbed her and carried her as best he could, but by that time, she had already been poisoned and was bleeding from her mouth. She died in Magner's arms before he could escape the mountains. and he began to sob loudly from the grief he felt. Is this the reason he's still unmarried and lives alone? It seems he simply can't forget his first love. When Larson looked around, he asked the teacher if there was anything unusual here. He replied that he shouldn't find out about it this way. Larson got angry and asked again, was it really that hard for him to help him at least a little? He replied that in any case, it was none of his business, and Larson said that now he would simply go look for more clues. Magner replied, okay, he needed to rest, since he was so old and fragile. After some time, he arrived at the well and said it was still there. Who cares about this abandoned city anyway? This well is full of blood after all. He dumped the bodies of bandits there, although maybe they weren't bandits. What if he looked in there? When he put his hand to the well, he was dumbfounded with horror, and thought that this simply couldn't be happening. Where is the pile of bones that by all logic should be there? Who could have pulled them out of there and why? Even if that had happened, they would have installed a special barrier or cast a spell. Then Magner folded his hands in front of him and smiled, thinking, there's a barrier on the well. The bodies must have disappeared too. Could they be sealing the soul like this? He wasn't sure what this barrier was for, but he could easily destroy it. With these thoughts, he clenched his fist and prepared to attack. At that moment, the protagonist asked, teacher, is there anything here? He was surprised to notice it and replied that there wasn't. At that moment, MC smiled and thought, what have you found? A blood well containing the 1,000-year-old dragon's breastplate. At that moment, the system reported that the well contained the willpower of a barrier arts master. The blood well installation is activated by the will of a barrier arts master. He thought, barrier arts master? He had never prescribed anything like this in the barrier for this well. Then he approached the structure, placed his hands on it, and asked, teacher, does he know anything about barrier arts masters? Magner folded his arms and asked, a master of barrier arts? Why would he need one? He glanced at him slightly and assumed he must already know there was a barrier installed on this well. At that moment, Magner thought, what a scoundrel. He then asked how he thought a martial artist could know about barriers. He replied that it was very strange that a barrier was installed on a well that no one used. He looked inside and added that hiring a master of barrier arts requires a lot of money and time. He said there are many more madmen in the world than he thinks. The protagonist said that this barrier seems to be over 10 years old, which can't possibly correspond to reality. At that moment, Magner frowned and thought that he was quite knowledgeable for a 10-year-old. He then asked what he meant by that. He replied that he thought this well naturally created the barrier. Magner clarified, does he mean that this well is intelligent and created its own barrier? What nonsense. This well. At that moment, he thought, wait. When he killed all the bandits and threw them into the well, he met May. She was greatly weakened by the poison the bandits tried to give her. On the road leading down the mountain, she died. He thought in surprise, what? Wait, May was in serious condition, but she could calmly walk around the well? Then the protagonist said that the only condition under which any object can have its own will and establish a barrier is a special setting embedded in it. Magner asked, is that what magicians call it? The protagonist thought he could tell him more about it, since he is not very talkative. Then he said, yes, that is what they call it. There is a secret that he can reveal only to him. He asked, a secret? The protagonist smiled and said that he has an eye that can read supernatural settings, and as proof, he can sense May's name from this well. The next second, Magner asked, perplexed, what? Then MC said that this well is called the Blood Well. That's what his sister wanted to show him. At that moment, Magner thought that he met May 30 years ago. He wasn't even born then. His special eye really is. Then the protagonist put his hand to the well and said, but the strangest thing is, he doesn't feel any blood. The teacher asked, what do you think? Any ideas? How much more does he know? He replied that this is all he can see. He will have to figure it out. The next second, a bright burst of purple smoke burst out of the well, causing the protagonist to fly to the ground and ask in surprise, what kind of smoke is that? Magner said that he doesn't understand a damn thing. At that moment, May's silhouette appeared from the smoke. Magner and MC looked at it in confusion, and then Magner asked in surprise, May? She came out of the well and noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Then the protagonist looked at her and thought, this girl is Magner's first love. May, she's definitely not human. She's a yokai. That smoke, that pheromone that seduces people. Then she said that he had matured a lot and had come to find her again because he hadn't forgotten about her. Magner said that he hadn't forgotten about her. She asked, so what was it like to meet your first love again? She smiled, putting her hand to her face, and added that he had aged, and she had become even more attractive than she had been back then. At that moment, the protagonist thought, this woman is Magner's first love. He believed that someone like Magner's first lover would have a special meaning. Then the teacher said that he was still happy. May asked what he meant. He said that he had been thinking about how she died. It was the heaviest stone lying on his soul all this time, but now he can easily let it go. She said Magner. She appeared behind him and added, so much time has passed. She hugged him from behind and, pressing her face against his, asked why they didn't give in to passion for a little while and be together. He was still a boy then, but now he was more like a real man. That's why she had much more desire to seduce him. She licked his neck neck and suggested spending an eternity sharing their warmth. At that moment, Magner called out to the protagonist. He replied, "Yes, teacher." The next second, he grabbed Mei by the neck and told him to watch carefully. The yokai screamed, "What is he doing?" He lifted her up and said that this was the first lesson he would teach him. This woman is a yokai, which means spirit. There are only two ways to banish a yokai. The first is to have enough physical strength to kill it. The second is to use your fighting spirit, mana, or any other energy to kill it. Then he let her go, and she said Magner, she didn't know he liked it rough. He spoke because of what he was about to show him. He concentrated energy in his fist and swinging it, added, "This is a basic technique of Grandel martial arts. One of the 4 cardinal powers, rupture." Powerful energy gathered around, and MC thought an incredible amount of fighting spirit. The next second, Magner aimed a punch at Mei, piercing her chest. She began to cough and screamed. What? What did he do to her? The protagonist clenched his teeth and thought that he didn't just hit her. He broke the space where she was. Then Mei screamed, "Magner, is he trying to kill her? Really? What about their love? How can he do this to her?" He clenched his fist again, concentrating his energy, and shouted for him to watch carefully. This is the first way to kill a yokai. At that moment, the protagonist crouched on the ground and also began to concentrate energy. He thought, destroy the space with colossal force to defeat the spirit. He said he understood, then concentrated his energy in his fist and charging forward thought, now. He delivered a powerful blow, piercing the yokai, and she screamed. How could they do this to the most beautiful girl in the world? What are they, guys? Eunuchs. Then MC stretched his shoulder and thought that he felt a strong pressure in his chest due to the fact that he had thrown out too much mana without preparation. Well, not bad for a first time. Then Mei sighed and, smiling, said it must be just rivalry between two males. He's trying to kill her only because only one of them can possess her. The next second she began to disappear, and Magner said, not bad. The protagonist asked, how could it be otherwise? He has a wonderful teacher. He smiled, looking at him, and asked why he didn't kill her right away. What were they talking about? He's sure that the only reason he didn't destroy her was because he still loved her. The next second, the teacher punched him in the head, and he clutched the bruised area, and thought that he hadn't even had time to activate his iron will. Then Magner folded his arms and thought, this idiot just let his mouth wander. The move he used to kill the yokai was too different from what mages usually use, and it definitely didn't resemble any martial arts move. He simply concentrated all his mana into his fist and unleashed it. It wasn't uncommon for such a move to rob an arm. He honestly couldn't understand how his body could withstand it. Then MC shouted, does he want to kill his student? He said that next time he'll show him another move, and the protagonist looked at him resentfully and asked if he could guess what it was for. And then the teacher sighed and said they should go. The protagonist asked if it was to hide his eyes. He asked why he thought that. He said that his brothers and sisters must be jealous. Then Magner thought, why does he trust him so much? Well, it's not that he doesn't like it. And how did such an outrage appear in the Maiton family? After that, MC sat down on the edge of the well, swinging his legs, and Magner came closer and asked, is this what Yahello prepared for him? He answered, exactly. He thought, despite the fact that he created it, he asked, an artificially created dungeon? The art of dungeon creation refers to a class of virtual spaces created by mages for a specific purpose. He said he thought it was a natural dungeon, but she clearly did something to it. Magner said, it looks like a mage was at work here. Then he yawned and added, whether it was true or not, why did she make it so complicated? She was still a little crazy. Then the protagonist smiled and said that he didn't think Yahello wanted to kill him, but maybe there was a guard or something down there. After that, he jumped into the well. Magner said, yeah, well, he wishes you luck. He then jumped after him and thought, such a deep thought. Right, all those bandits he killed were part of his imagination. It was just a manipulation of his mind. How come he didn't figure it out right away? And how come such a powerful yokai wasn't discovered? If Yahello had come here, she would have left everything as is. At that moment, the system reported that the character who destroys the settings began to doubt the probability of the world. MC thought, a destroyer of the settings? Then he turned around and thought, it was Magner. The system reported, the destroyer of the settings doubts the missing probability of the world. The probability is partially destroyed. He widened his eyes in surprise and thought, destroyed? The settings again? This time, after Magner had been in the blood well, no one had been able to find the well for 30 years. The reason they couldn't find it was, he thought, right, in the original it was written that Kassen had found it before researchers and yokai hunters. He needed to fill in the line to stop guessing anymore. It said that only those with the celestial eye could see the well's true nature. Then the system reported that the missing probability had been partially filled. He thought, and he got another line? This time, he flew further and thought, nothing is happening. Isn't this the perfect answer? And if this happens again several times, the world could collapse. He must be careful. After that, he landed, and the system reported the current location. A 1,000-year-old abandoned dragon nest. He thought, this is it. A 1,000-year-old dragon nest. After that, Magner folded his arms and said, his student. The protagonist asked, right? He asked why he didn't use magic. He was surprised. Magic? He said yes. He couldn't use study or reconnaissance or any other technique. After all, he was only in the second circle. Then Magner asked what level he had to be at to use it. He asked, third, right? He thought his mana was enough for the third circle. How was he still alive then? What a strange guy. Then Magner walked forward and said, before they went on their way, Shouldn't they check if there were any traps here? The protagonist said that he didn't think she would use him beyond his capabilities. The teacher noted that this was true, but could he at least light the way? Anyone in the first circle could do that. The protagonist raised his hand and said that this was just a dungeon, no need to waste mana. Magner said, "What a strange guy." After that, they moved forward. The protagonist thought, the air in this cave is very humid. There must be a lake somewhere here. Right, it's a lake. At that moment, they heard a voice. They should leave. Magner folded his arms and asked why she put him here. MC looked ahead and said that he heard she picked up a funny toy that emits light and called it a bronze giant. Magner asked, "A giant? Something too small for a giant." He replied, "Of course, this is not a real bronze giant. It is simply created from a model." Then the creature told them to leave. It commands them as the guardian of treasures. The protagonist crouched down in front of it and said, "Yes, this opponent is not easy." Then Magner noted that he would lose in a fight with it. He replied, "Of course, but he cannot give up so easily." Then the giant told them to leave again, and the protagonist began to stretch his legs and thought, it will all be over if he makes even one mistake. That's why he brought Magner here. There's only one chance. In the original, Cassine was seriously injured by a blow from the bronze giant. He barely survived. In the present, he dodged the giant's attack and thought, but he will not let this happen again. The next second, the giant prepared to attack again, and MC stood in the water and said, "Okay, they must fight. He will finish him with one blow." With these words, he walked forward, rolling up his sleeves. He offered to fight, and he will finish him with one blow. Then he noticed how the giant was concentrating energy in his weapon and thought, now they are going to have fun. The next second, the enemy's weapon burst into bright flames, and the protagonist thought, fire. He jumped to the side, but a flash of fire grazed his back, burning through his clothes. He began to pull down his t-shirt and shouted, "Hot." He thought, he's a speck of dust compared to Cassine in the original story. Cassine swung his sword like that, despite his grievous injury in the original novel, and this is his only option. Cassine lunged at the bronze giant's chest, but he couldn't defeat him by simply charging at him. Then he'd have to circle around a bit. The next second, he activated self-defense and leaped forward, thinking, that's it. With a sword, it was hot, but he could wait a few seconds. His hand turned red from the fire, and he thought, now he just needs to reach the giant's hinge. Then the giant swung his weapon. He thought they were flying into the wall. Then, fragments of stone flew in all directions, and Magner frowned as he watched, thinking, not bad. At that moment, the protagonist had already climbed onto his opponent's head, and thought, if only he could move, then the opportune moment had arrived. Cassine cut the giant's hinge with his sword. A rusty hinge, the bronze giant's fatal weakness. This was his Achilles heel. Well, maybe he should try the skill Magner had taught him, making just one strike at the hinge. The next second, he concentrated his energy in his fist. But at that moment, a poison-coated arrow flew past him, grazing his back. He began to fall and thought, poison arrow. How could he have forgotten? It had grazed his burn. He had programmed it in his settings, but ultimately didn't use it in the novel. He had been too focused on the Guardian alone. Then he looked ahead in surprise, seeing a huge explosion. He flew into the wall, and shaking in pain, said, damn, it's not as simple as he thought. At that moment, Magner thought, what a bastard. The giant swung his weapon again to attack, and Magner thought, he tore off the Guardian's arm. In such a short time, he concentrated all his fighting spirit and mana into his fist, and dodged the Guardian's strike. Such incredible power sent him flying. At that moment, MC shouted, teacher, won't you help him? He thought it was worth trying a new skill, since he'd already missed his chance, but it was so hard to control. Then the teacher said he was giving it his all against such an insignificant opponent. The protagonist said he'd used up all his mana due to the unexpected turn of events. The teacher said he was weak, and then added, oh well, great performance, but he also wants to show him something. At that moment, he concentrated energy around his body. The protagonist thought, wow, Magner's fighting spirit, which he'd only seen once, but this is much stronger than that. The next second, the giant extended his hand forward, and Magner looked at him sternly and ordered him to disintegrate. At that moment, a powerful explosion occurred. MC thought in surprise, this is the highest level of verbal commands, so this is what the settings meant when they talked about the authority of a supreme being. Could he even survive in such a world? He continued to tremble and clutched his head, crouching on the ground. Magner told him to hurry. Meanwhile, Hera and Hampton were running through the forest. Hampton, holding onto the straps of his backpack, suggested they rest for a while, but Hera, turning around, said how could he even be called the young master's shadow, being such a weakling? He replied that it was not he who was weakling, but she who was impossibly strong. She asked if maybe he wasn't tired at all, since he was talking so much. She stopped abruptly and told him to stop as well. She looked at the well and thought about the night before last. She remembered MC lying in bed and telling Hera that she should leave 2 days after him. The destination was Dragon's Head Mountain. The well would serve as the entrance to the dungeon. She had to find it. Currently, she thought, the well, traces of the battle. They must be there. The entrance to the dungeon. At that moment, the protagonist rose to his feet and reflected that he was immune to poison thanks to that transcendental grail and Seiken, but it still stung. He said he should have helped him sooner. His mana was gone. At that moment, Magner stretched his back and said that he was old and weak. It had been very difficult for him too. Did he understand? He looked at him in surprise and asked, What? Old and weak? Magnar asked. So what now? He said thoughtfully that if there was a guardian here, then he had something to guard. Magnar added that he didn't even know how to act when he said such obvious things seriously. The protagonist said, so, he must find the treasure, he must follow it. By the way, isn't that strange? He placed his hand on his shoulder and asked, what? He said the bronze giant's body was protected by some kind of special oil. Magnar smiled and wondered if he'd noticed. Letton doesn't even have a scent. He must have noticed when he was on the giant's head. Then he looked ahead and asked, oil? The system reported that Letton is a special type of oil, most commonly used in the southern regions, most often used to protect metal from moisture. The oil prevents corrosion. He mused, even though the giant was covered in oil, its body was still rusted. Isn't that odd? Letton is also susceptible to certain poisons. Magnar's supposed Larson had always been a nuisance. Just before that, Avelia had shouted, what nonsense! She thought it would work this time. She directed energy forward and said, just a couple more centimeters, and he would have definitely died. Magnar sat across the fire from her and said that he hadn't dodged. It wasn't worth it. She said that next time she would definitely kill him, sir. She hoped that the darkness attribute magic would work better because the humidity level was lower than usual. MC said that the poison corrodes the lethan. Considering this, the entire path should be flooded with poison. Magnar thought, he really is Ivelia's brother. Then he looked ahead and said, so this road is indeed flooded with poison, but this poison is very different from what was on the arrow. If he absorbed this, he could forget about his arms and legs for the rest of his life. He can't help it in any way, after all, he's not a mage. With these words, he smiled. The protagonist thought, why is he looking like that? Then he said he had prepared something for this case. He asked, what is it? Meanwhile, Hampton looked into the well and shouted, hey, is she sure this is the entrance to the dungeon? Then Hera kicked him in the back and he asked, where's the safe way down? The next second, he flew down, screaming loudly, no. Hera said that she was sorry, but they didn't have much time. With these words, she jumped down after him, and at that moment MC said, if there is, then there must be an antidote. At that moment, Hampton fell to the ground, and Hera landed. He looked at her and desperately screamed, Hera, she wants him to die? She took out a knife and, looking at him, asked, what? She concentrated energy behind her and said that he would really die if he didn't get up right now. Pain is the best means to help a person come to his senses. Then she ran forward, and Hampton ran after her and thought that she was really going to stab him with a knife. 2 years ago, when he was crying, she gave him candy. But it was all an act, she said. Here. At that moment, Magnar turned around, and the protagonist smiled, looking at them, and said that they were here. Magnar asked, who are they guys? They bowed sharply before him, and Hera shouted that she greeted a martial artist. Magnar said, his subordinates. This servant, he saw her last time. The protagonist added that his father entrusted them to him because he lacked it. Then the teacher laughed and shouted, did his father really do that? Magnar thought, a normal person has an aura that indicates whether they are strong or weak. A person with a strong aura is nothing surprising, but a person with absolutely no aura, only those with the highest level of skill are capable of such a thing. Then Magnar looked at Hera and said that she was the best assassin he had ever seen. She said that she assumed that the assassins he had met were no longer with them, so she really was the best. He folded his arms and noticed that she was modest. But it didn't matter, because assassins with huge egos were doomed to die. She said she would take note. After that, she looked at Hampton and asked if he had any poison with him. He replied, yes, he did. At that moment, Magnar said, it must be his shadow. Hampton clicked. Yes, sir, he said. Okay, but how does he plan to protect his master if he is such a coward? Then he added, so this is their plan. So where does he get such confidence that the boy can get rid of the poison? At that moment, Hampton began preparing and said that he could not destroy all the poison, but he could prepare an antidote that could temporarily protect the young master's body. At that moment, MC approached him and, patting his head, said, Hampton. He replied, young master. The protagonist looked at him and, smiling, thanked him. He did well on this journey. Hampton looked at him happily and shouted, yes sir, young master. He thought that he was not afraid of anything as long as he was by his side, master. Then Hampton put the item down and told them to listen. If he put this thing in his mouth, his body would be able to resist almost any poison. MC took it and asked if the effect would stop if he ingested it. Hampton said worriedly, yes, this can't be swallowed. The protagonist thought, the main character, Casson, has been sick for 3 days because of this poison. Now, knowing the story, it's easier to understand what exactly needs to be done, he thought. After all, he was the one who wrote this. Then he said that he would be right back. They should wait here. Hampton said okay. Magnar smiled and said, what a lot of fuss over this weak poison. The protagonist thought it was better not to answer them. They walked forward, and then he looked ahead, and noticing the dragon, thought that they had arrived. The place where the 1,000-year-old dragon breastplate is. The next second, he thought in surprise, over there. A bright light struck the ground, and a system window appeared in front of him. saying, "1,000-year dragon breastplate." He thought, 1,000-year dragon breastplate. This piece of cloth acts like armor and will protect his heart at least once, something like an extra life. Then he looked to the side, surprised, and wondered what this was. The text said that only the one claiming to be the successor would be able to read it. He thought there was writing on the ground. Since Magner hadn't said anything, he thought only he could see it thanks to the celestial eye. Then the teacher asked, "So this is what Yahello wanted to give him?" He wondered if this writing hadn't been made by him. There might be hidden things in this world that even he, as the creator, didn't know about. In any case, now he just needed to take it. The 1,000-year dragon breastplate. If he put it on, the next second his body glowed with a bright light. He thought that it had turned into mana, that this was what would save his life. At that moment, the Grail said, "Wow, that was an interesting feeling." He had felt a little empty before. Then the protagonist pointed forward and whispered, "Now we need to go back." He was grateful, teacher. And Magner smiled, looking at him, and thought that if he wanted to thank him, he should pay. After a while, Kassin asked, "Is this the artifact he took?" MC confirmed. It was some kind of armor that would protect his heart. He asked, "Armor?" He had nothing on. He said, "How can I explain it more clearly? It's just that the form of this existence has changed a little." He shouted in surprise, "What? He's not joking? This is very cool." The protagonist thought that he was definitely still a child, and then smiled, pointing his thumb at himself and said, "If he didn't believe it, then maybe he should try punching him in the heart?" he asked, with his fist. The next second, he jumped out of the water and swung his weapon. He asked if it might be better to try with a sword right away. The protagonist screamed in fear. "What?" He wondered where he got a sword in the bathroom from. He said, "Easy," and he screamed, "Wow, it really does feel like armor." At this point, Ludia, putting on the swimming ring, said that she wanted to play too. Hera calmly replied that it was forbidden. At that moment, a system window appeared, saying, "Note, the durability of the 1,000-year dragon breastplate is 32 out of 100. The artifact will be destroyed once the durability reaches 0. The durability of the 1,000-year dragon breastplate can be restored with mana." MC thought the durability had decreased because Kassin liked the breastplate so much that he wanted to try out all its capabilities. After that, he asked, "Can he stand guard?" He was about to use some mana-infusing techniques. He smiled and replied, "Okay." He thought that today he had stabbed his friend in the heart with a sword. This is what his father meant when he spoke of heroic friendship. Then MC sat down in a meditative pose and began concentrating his energy. The system reported that the durability of the 1,000-year dragon breastplate had increased by 1, and the durability of the 1,000-year dragon breastplate was currently 33 out of 100. He thought that durability increased by 1 every minute, so in total it would take an hour. The system reported that the durability of the 1,000-year dragon breastplate was currently 100 out of 100. Then the protagonist looked at Kassin and said that he was grateful to him. "Good work." He replied, "No need, it's nothing difficult." "Well, they will see each other tomorrow, Larson." MC thought the main character he wrote. He said, "Of course." Then he called Hera. She appeared and said, "Yes, young master." He said, "His heart. Does she want to try to really hit it?" She closed her eyes and said, "If she uses all her strength when she hits him, then he will definitely die. Is that okay with him?" He replied fearfully, "Not really." Oh well, he thought. Her words were too frightening, even with him wearing a 1,000-year-old dragon breastplate. Then she called out to him. He asked, "Huh?" She said that he must become strong, absolutely must. Then he closed his eyes and noticed that she was right. He declared that he would become. A year later, the mountains behind the Sade family mansion. Magner said, "This is the end of the basic endurance training." He reminds that black clothes should always be worn inside out. The protagonist shouted, "This? No way. This thing must weigh a ton." He said 300 kilograms. He can only hear its increasing whining. MC shouted that he could only do this during training. He said that every day was a training session for him. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and asked, "Sister?" Magner told him not to even think of deceiving him. "Idiot." The protagonist pointed a finger behind him and shouted, "No." He wasn't deceiving her this time. He turned around and asked in surprise, "Huh?" At that moment, Yahello said that they hadn't seen Larson for a long time. He was sending a letter. He said, yes, it had been a long time. He missed her. He thought, the life of 11-year-old Larson is beginning. To his dear sister Yahello, whom he values and respects very much. This is how the letter began, in which he wrote everything he wanted from Yahello. She said that she wished it had written love instead of respect. They were sitting on a bench, and MC asked, "Sorry?" She said that it would have been better if he had written love too. He said, "I understand." Then she covered her mouth with her hand, laughed slightly, and said she was just joking. So he wanted to leave Ludia with her? He confirmed it. Just before, the monkey was holding a banana and looking ahead with annoyance. The protagonist said, as he wrote in the letter, "Ludia can't grow here anymore." She fought with the monkey over the banana and shouted that she would fry it to a crisp. Yahello said, "So he wanted her to raise a girl who didn't even have Mytone blood in her?" He replied that that wasn't true. She was bound to him by a special contract. She simply served him. She asked, and he said that he might as well obey her. She blushed with embarrassment, looking at him, and said that he meant that he would work under her. He replied, "Only if she took him." She said, then she needed to ask him something. He asked, "What?" She asked, "What had he been doing all last year?" He looked at her and thought, it's true. He hasn't developed as a mage at all. He frowned and thought that the quality and quantity of his mana had plateaued at the same level as a year ago. But he rose from his seat, focusing his energy, and said that he was focusing on creating a strong vessel within himself, capable of accepting pure mana. She asked, a vessel? He clenched his fist and said, magical combat techniques and superior mana press heavily on his body. He was creating a vessel that could withstand this pressure. If only she would believe and wait. At that moment, she shouted, Larson. He looked surprised and said, huh? I mean, yes. She asked who she was. In his opinion, he said, the pure-blooded heiress of Maiton and the best candidate for the position of head of the family. The only one who walks the path of magic. That's who she is. She said she was his sister, and she didn't mention that his mana hadn't increased over the past year. She only asked what his strength had been a year ago. He thought he might have underestimated her. Like Kassan, she was starved for brotherly love. He must be the first in their family to write her a letter. He smiled and asked, sister, would you like to have dinner with him tonight? As is proper in family. She said, family, such a sweet word, so warm. He said that later he would bring her some flowers from the garden. The flowers that had just bloomed this spring were beautiful. After some time, he lay in bed and remembered the words. She remembers exactly what he was like a year ago. He must prove to her that he has changed. He sat up abruptly in bed and asked, prove how he has changed in a year. Yes, he called for Hera. She answered, yes, young master. He asked, she heard their conversation, right? She answered in the affirmative, and added that she would wake him up tomorrow morning so he could leave by 6. They weren't sure how long his journey would last, so she'd also prepared a supply of food and water. He then asked what she thought his prepared for him. She replied that she believed it would be something he'd never encountered before. He asked, really? He figured she'd definitely recognize Larson's younger brother, but they'd have to see how much Larson had changed. After a while, the protagonist stretched, walking forward, and asked if she'd slept well. Yahello replied, yes, he seemed in good spirits. Had he already figured out what he had to do? He replied, yeah, that's part of the test too. Yahello spoke, and he must have spent the night pondering. He confirmed this and added that he had to prove he'd become stronger, despite the fact that his mana hadn't increased at all. Then he added thoughtfully, and a test that could be completed in a few days without disturbing the sade leaves, leaving only one option. She looked at him and asked what he thought the test she had prepared for him was. He replied, to drive out the poisonous goblins in the Byronstone Mountains. That's what he thought. The next second, she created a magical symbol behind herself, and holding out her hand said, yes, he's right. So can they go there right now? He took her hand and said, yes, sister. He came closer and added, okay. Can he take Hampton with him? She asked. Hampton? After some time they arrived at the right place, and Hampton fell to the ground and said that he seemed to have suddenly twisted. The protagonist scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, sorry Hampton. The system reported the current location as Byronstone Mountain. Class, Red Pine Grove. He thought it was Byronstone Mountain. So many red pine trees everywhere. He clearly remembers how he described this place in detail. The system window said that a place inhabited by various monsters was considered one of the most dangerous places in the world. He thought that the red pines symbolized danger. He walked forward and asked, she'll just watch, right? Yahello confirmed this until he died. He thought that she wouldn't bat an eye, even if his life was in danger and all his limbs were torn off. The next second, Hampton pointed forward and said, young master, he should look. There's a sign here. He looked at it in surprise, and a system window appeared in front of him, saying, a place inhabited by poisoned goblins. Dangerous, do not approach. He thought, this is it then. Hampton followed him and, trying to catch his breath, asked, young master, how much longer do they have to go? He replied that they were almost there. Hampton's face was covered in sweat from fatigue. He said that he said this an hour ago. Then MC stopped and said, it's somewhere around here. He should lay out everything he asked him to prepare. Hampton crouched on the ground, opened his backpack, and said, yes, sir. Yahello wondered if he took Hampton because he was afraid of the poisonous goblins. Then the protagonist pointed his hand forward and told him to scatter more. Yahello thought that Larson alone wouldn't be able to defeat the poisonous goblins, since they moved in groups. So she planned to get rid of the rest as soon as he killed a few. But it seemed he had prepared something more interesting than she expected. Then he said, okay, that will be enough. Hampton said, okay, sir. Then MC asked, can he climb trees, right? Hampton said, maybe he can, but he replied, no problem. He just needs to climb on his back. After that, he sat on his back. The protagonist began jumping from tree to tree, and Hampton cried out in fear, young sir. Watching what was happening, Yahello thought she was a little surprised. His movements were much faster than a year ago. That's when she used her stealth skill. Several monsters then caught the scent and stepped forward, and MC thought it was a whole pack of poison goblins as he expected. They charged, screaming loudly. Yahello whispered that mages shouldn't use this method. The protagonist sat down on a branch and said he knew. He didn't want to work for her as a mage. He wanted to be special. Then Yahello approached the goblins and said she now understood. They had devised this plan knowing that poison goblins lived in packs. The protagonist replied, exactly. He thought that poison goblins were pack animals, but they wouldn't tolerate encounters with another pack. Once they lured them with meat, another pack would want to feast on them, and a massacre would begin. The next second, the goblin swarms met and began attacking each other. The protagonist looked at this and thought, it worked. Now all we can do is watch. The next second, the goblin swung his weapon and rushed forward, dispatching everyone in his path. At that moment, Yahello watched the scene unfold and thought, 1, 2, 3, 4. She noticed a smiling goblin with a weapon stuck in his back. She thought the only survivor. Then the goblin began to laugh and turned his gaze to the protagonist. And at that moment, he concentrated energy in his fist, then attacked the monster. Meanwhile, Hampton grabbed a tree trunk and shouted, "Young master!" He climbed down, and careful not to step on the liquid, asked, "How many are there?" Yahello thought 24 in total. She wondered what her father would think if he saw that. On top of that, he wears a special artifact that protects his chest. He weighs, mind you, 300 kilograms. At that moment, MC said she probably wanted to see him use magic. Maybe if the goblins have some sort of pack, there must be a leader somewhere around here. He's marked all the caves along the way. He'll show them his path of magic. At that moment, Hampton looked away and thought, more goblins? After a while, they entered the cave, and the protagonist covered his mouth with his hand and said, "It smells terrible." Yahello walked next to him and thought if the leader were a warrior, he would have already shown himself. However, if he's a healer, things are a little different. The next second, the goblin, trembling with fear, sat on the ground, a staff lying in front of him. The protagonist thought, bingo, the goblin healer senses his sister's presence, so he doesn't even dare move. At that moment, Hampton looked at the protagonist anxiously and shouted, "Is that the leader?" And he thought, although Hampton seemed even more frightened, there were human remains near the goblin. Humans must be their main source of food. Well, whatever. He concentrated the energy in his fist and, swinging it for the attack, said goodbye to it. He thought, as they say, survival of the strongest. After that, he approached his sister and said, "Here is the magical combat technique he learned." She replied that she could see he was trying so hard. He was able to approach the goblin healer with such confidence because she was nearby. He answered in the affirmative. He felt protected by her. She said that having such a weak mind and will was not very becoming. He looked at her in surprise and asked, "Really?" Then she laughed and added, "But this answer will be fine with her." He said, "Sister." She said that she was testing him that time, but next time she will bring him gifts in return. Brother. The next second, she disappeared into a magical symbol, and the protagonist thought, is she in a good mood? At that moment, Hampton called out to him. He turned around and asked, "What do you want?" He hesitantly asked, "Isn't it time for them to go home?" After that, they left the cave, and the protagonist said that they would stay in the mountains for a couple more days. Hampton was surprised. "Right here?" The protagonist said, "Does he hope he has packed lunch?" He answered, "Of course." The MC asked, he wants to know why they can't go home right now. He hesitantly shouted, "Oh, no." The protagonist said, "Because he left Ludia with his sister." He was surprised. "What do you mean?" He said that she would do what he said, and Hera would find out everything when Ludia left. He smiled and said, "That's it? He wants to go back, Hera." He replied, "You just have to wait for her here. This place will be safe, since they got rid of all the goblins." Then Hampton called him and said, he came here to perhaps save all the people, even though he himself lives in an unprotected area. "Why?" he asked. "An unprotected area?" He said those who live in those areas are unprotected. Most people live in areas like that. His parents died in one of those areas too. He began wiping the tears from his face and added that he believed he knew about the goblin's love of human flesh, which is why he killed the leader. He is so proud to be his shadow, young master. At that moment, the protagonist thought he was being overly sentimental, but he had to play along. He smiled and said, "Yes, he was right." Hampton shouted, "Because he is so beautiful." And then the protagonist thought, wait, if he were his sister, would he be satisfied with the work he had done? It sounded like she liked everything. Yahello, which he would have written, definitely. The real test remained. At that moment the system reported, the heavenly attack was activated. He said, "Hampton, on the count of 3 he should run into the cave and look up." He was surprised. Up. Then, he looked at the monster, which roared loudly. The system reported, a desert ferocious white tiger. Hampton trembled in fear, and the protagonist said 1, 2, 3. His shadow closed its eyes and ran forward. Then he turned around and thought, why isn't he chasing after him? Is he distracting him? No, he should just trust him and do as he said. At that moment, the protagonist said he should look at him. He thought maybe she was a little upset that the test was too easy for him, since what she wanted to see was his limit. A year ago, this would have been impossible. The system reported, a magical combat technique for beginners, using the wind attribute. He thought he was catching a real white tiger. After that, he concentrated energy in his hand and said, the wind is so pleasant. Then he clenched his fist and said, her test, he will pass this with ease. Then he looked at the monster and smiling asked, was he so confident in his speed? Well, he should try not to slow down. The next second, he rushed forward, while the monster moved after him, its toothy maw wide open. The next second, MC jumped aside and said that he apologized, but now he was finished. The system reported that proper weight distribution was being used. He concentrated energy in his fist, then delivered a powerful punch. It flew to the side and, looking at this, asked, how was he? Still alive, huh? The next second, the tiger roared loudly, and the protagonist thought it was about to strike again. He crossed his arms in front of himself. The system reported, using magical combat technique for beginners, self-defense. The next second, he flew to the ground, and the system reported, the 1000-year dragon armor blocks all external attacks. The armor's durability is 62 out of 100. The protagonist sat on the ground, clutching his wounded body and gritting his teeth. He defended himself with all his might, but he still broke his left arm and rib. If he hadn't been wearing the 1000-year dragon armor, he would have died on the spot an hour ago. Then he used self-healing and thought, even though he was faster, the tiger was superior in both attack power and defense. He should hide in the cave where Hampton was now and come up with a plan. After some time, Hampton placed a crushed plant on the protagonist's wound and shouted, "I apologize, young master." He asked him to kill him. He wondered why he should kill him. He thought, self-healing uses a lot of mana. He should conserve some mana while he wasn't in critical condition. At that moment, his shadow, with tears in his eyes, said he would not have been injured if he had used him as bait and run away. Then the protagonist noticed that he was mistaken, and he said that it was an honor for a shadow to die for its master. After that, the protagonist stood up and told him to shut up. He said, "Young master." MC said, how would he know if he had never died? Hampton wanted to object, but the protagonist, still holding his hand, asked, how would he live if his shadow was dead? He would never let him die like that. At that moment, Hampton thought that he, like the young master, had done much more than he thought. Then they heard a loud roar. At that moment, the tiger was approaching the cave, and Hampton asked, "Can't the tiger come close to the cave?" The protagonist looked away and said, when they came here, he felt something was wrong. He asked, "Is it wrong?" He said, "For an area inhabited by a large number of goblins, there are very few of their tracks here, outside the cave. This means that for some reason, the goblins were forced to remain in this cave. Consequently, the waste from the goblins' poisons was accumulating, and the white tiger won't come near the cave, since it's susceptible to the poison." The next second, Hampton raised his leg and said, "Gare too, young master, perhaps." Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist said, "That's right, Yahello imprisoned the goblins here." He smiled and said, "And she did this to make this place safe from the white tiger." He slammed his fist into his palm and added, "Like this. Now they just need to wait for Hera to arrive here?" The protagonist replied that that wasn't true. Hampton looked surprised. "No?" MC then folded his arms and said, "Of course, that's the safest option, but not the best. They'll kill the tiger before Hera gets here." Hampton cried out in surprise. "A white tiger?" He asked if he could make a paralyzing potion now, right? He replied that he could, but how much potion would he need to paralyze such a huge tiger? He said he didn't need to completely paralyze it. Hampton asked, then how much? He replied, the same amount to calm him down. He thought that if he passed this test, Yahello would reward him in full. After some time, Hampton said, "It's done." The protagonist ordered to smear the goblin's body with it. Hampton, looking at the body, asked, "A goblin's body?" The protagonist added, he should also cut it into pieces and smear it. He was surprised. "Cut it?" The next second, MC threw several parts of the body covered in the substance forward and looked further. He began to think, 58, 59. It must have been 30 minutes already. That's right, the sultry hour of the day has arrived. The white tiger is exhausted. It is impossible for an 11-year-old mage to catch this very white tiger in the world he created. This applies to everyone in this crazy world, not just mages. He is sure Yahello understands everything perfectly well too. That's why she gave him this impossible test. She would like to see how far he has gone. He concentrated his energy in his fist and thought, now he must properly show her everything he'd learned over the past year. 2 years had already passed since he possessed Larsen's body. Now Larsen had 7 years left to live. His death was predetermined. He must change this world, no matter how, to become stronger than Yahello, Decatra, and the main character Casson. The next second, he walked forward and said, well, they'll begin the second round. He thought he'd come back alive. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him, saying, note, Larsen's character has shown firm determination. Counterattack tactic unlocked, he thought in surprise. Counterattack tactic? Then the system announced, counterattack tactic in use. He saw a bright light ahead, and Hampton thought in surprise, the young master's mana has increased to the fourth circle. At that moment, the system reported that he could maintain the counterattack tactic for up to 3 seconds with his mana. Automatic activation of slow flow. He thought of the counterattack tactic as a skill that released all his mana in the blink of an eye. The basic law of fighting spirit that Magner taught him. Not long before, he said, strength, destruction, severing, and death. Strength is needed for the strength of his body and spirit. Destruction is for the destruction of his body and spirit. Severing is for creating lines on the surface. Death is for creating points from lines. This is the basic law of fighting spirit. Then the protagonist sat on the ground, holding a bucket of water on his head, and said that he didn't understand at all what he had just said. Magner said, in other words, mastery of will. The protagonist caught a butterfly in his hand and asked, will, what's so important about that? He said the 4 basic laws will affect will. Instead of talking, it's better to show him once. MC smiled and remarked that this was a great idea. What about him? Before he could finish speaking, Magner clenched his fist and said that if he unclenched it, the earth would split in 2 and then begin to crumble. At that moment, the protagonist covered his mouth and said, teacher, what nonsense is he talking about? He added, this is the Sade family's land, so he's not. Before he could finish speaking, Magner concentrated his energy even more, and the protagonist thought, "Stop." He shouted at him to wait. He thought, but he wasn't joking. The Sade family would be wiped off the face of the earth. Then Magner dumped a bucket on his head and asked, did he understand? He thought, so the full power of the fighting spirit can be harnessed by influencing willpower. There's no time. He needs to fill the mana with his willpower as soon as it explodes from the counterattack. Then he said that he would kill him, no matter how. He concentrated the most powerful energy in his body and thought that he would become stronger. Then he used the surprise attack technique and thought that there were only 3 seconds left. He had no time. He rushed to attack and then suddenly looked to the side and thought, stop. He wouldn't be able to maintain his balance because his physical abilities had increased so much. The system reported that there were 2 seconds left in the surprise attack technique. He thought, Then he used the wind attribute and instantly rushed forward, leaving bright flashes of light in his wake. The system reported that there was 1 second left in the surprise attack technique. He said that he needed to be prepared to kill. He thought, this is how to use fighting spirit. He thought that he must kill the white tiger. The next second, he concentrated his energy even more and delivered a powerful blow, causing a huge explosion. At this moment, Hampton, observing what was happening, placed his hand on his chest and said, young master. The next second, the system reported that he had completely expended all his mana. Surprise attack technique completed. Heavenly Eye completed. MC said he was grateful for the reward. The next second, he fell to the ground, and Hampton ran up to him in alarm and shouted, young master, is he okay? Then the Grail spoke desperately. His body felt very strange. He was completely exhausted. He had felt better before. The protagonist thought that not only could he not move, he barely even had enough strength to say anything. This skill has very serious consequences. It will take a long time before he gains the necessary dexterity. The next second, Hampton heard loud sounds, looked ahead, and cried out in fear. Another white tiger? MC raised his head and thought, another one? Just as he thought. At that moment, Hera walked forward. He thought, she's here, Hera. She approached the monster's body and said that she would give it a little rest. The next second, she delivered several slashing attacks and said that she was glad that the two of them were okay. Hampton looked at her and said that she was scarier than a white tiger. MC thought he saw what happened. No, his consciousness. Then he heard voices. Young master. Hampton, he must carry the master on his back. After that, he slept for several days. In the dreams that he saw all these days, he saw himself, Sunmin. By day, an ordinary worker working to pay off all his debts. And at night, a novel author and a B rank. While he was living this life, he completely forgot that he had taken over Larson's body. After some time, he sat up in bed and breathed loudly, and at that moment Hera said, young master. He woke up. He looked at her and asked how long he slept. She answered, approximately 3 days. He said, 3 days is quite a long time. He thought that he had never been so shocked as he was then. Then he lifted the blanket and shouted in surprise, what the hell? Hera said it was a piece of the heart of the white tiger she'd killed. The white tiger he'd caught was in pieces, so, he asked. No, he understood that. But why was it here? She replied, a white tiger's heart was excellent for restoring mana. She thought it would come in handy. Then he took the vial containing the heart and thanked her. He added that it felt like his sister knew how things would turn out. That's why she'd prepared 2 white tigers. Perhaps she was stalling for time while he fought the white tiger. But something was bothering him. She asked what it was. He said that with her skills, she must have known there were 2 tigers on the mountain when she'd climbed it. Despite that, she'd walked slowly while carrying the white one, and he didn't think it was because the tiger was heavy. She said that whether she carried the tiger or not didn't affect her speed. He thought he had no doubt about it. She was supposed to be the best assassin in their fantasy world. He then said he was sure his sister, Ivelia, had asked her to do something, but knowing her personality, she probably agreed, and his sister wanted to test him, but his protection came first, and his sister would use restrictive magic, preventing her from moving any faster. Then, Hera closed her eyes and noticed that he was 100% right. She thought the young master wasn't talking to her. The only one listening right now was Lady Ivelia. Then the protagonist got up from the bed and said, well, since he'd finished his homework, maybe he should get back to training. She asked if he was feeling well enough. He replied that she shouldn't worry. He wasn't one of those weaklings. At that moment, Ivelia was in the sky, and the next second, she disappeared into a magical symbol. After a while, Decatra asked if he was doing well. Ivelia answered that he was, and that he was currently holding on to the second circle with ease. He said that a year ago he had something to brag about, but his current state was significantly inferior to his previous one. She said that she planned to make him one of her confidants. He said that the squabbles between them, guys, were their own business. He wanted to know something. She answered that she did. He asked what it was about their youngest that pleased her, that she cared about him so much. She said that she loved him very much. He was far from a true mage, but he was much smarter than the children she had met, and he had a healthy dose of selfishness, and she actually liked that. If he allowed her, she wouldn't mind making him one of her men. He looked at her, then turned and said that it was up to her to decide. She closed her eyes and thanked him. A long time had passed since that day, even a very long time. Finally, January 1st, 223, according to the Hyponian calendar, arrived. In other worlds, 3 years had already passed. After some time, Hera approached the clearing where the protagonist lay. She said, young master. He looked at her and asked, what is it, Hera? He thought that he had turned 14. She said that he had received a letter from the patriarch. He thought, Finally, it has happened. Then he approached her and said, Hera. She answered, yes, young master. He said that she could cut his hair as usual. After some time, she began cutting it and asked if he had read the letter. He answered in the affirmative and added that he was returning to the main residence. All members of the Might family between the ages of 14 and 16 must participate in the pilgrimage ritual. She said that she understood that he definitely wanted to participate. He said he would be able to explore the world, collect artifacts, hire people outside the family. She asked, his own people? He answered yes, people like her, Hera. She asked, when he returned to the main residence, what did he want to do first? He said that the first thing he needed to do was clean his room, since he had been gone for quite some time, and unpack his things. She said that he was not a servant, so he could ask someone to do it for him, although she really liked that quality of him. Then she cut a few more strands of hair and asked, how was he, young master? He looked in the mirror and smiled, saying that he liked it. He turned around, straightening his shirt, and said, as always, he was grateful, Hera. She replied, you are welcome. After that, she asked, what would he do when he returned, master? He replied that he had thought about it for a long time and had decided, he will go. After some time, Ludia, taking notes, looked ahead and asked, Larson is returning? The next second, a toy hammer flew at her, and Yahello said that she had already asked her to speak to her politely. She indignantly replied that she couldn't take it anymore, that Larson would come back soon. Yahello came closer to her and added that Larson would only greet the patriarch and leave, so they wouldn't even meet. She was surprised, then said that this couldn't be true. Yahello asked why not. She replied that Larson had told her so. Yahello smiled and said that nothing is more precious than family. She said so, but she had signed a fiery contract with Larson. She replied that that didn't mean anything yet. Ludia smiled and added that then they would start a family. She was surprised. What? She said that if she married Larson, she would become his family. Then, a toy hammer hit her on the head, and she screamed indignantly. What's going on? Yahello said that she had already asked to be more polite. After some time, Persia folded her arms across her chest and, looking at Sando, asked, so, is the younger one on a pilgrimage now? She answered, yes, Lady Persia. She said that when she heard rumors that he wouldn't leave her sister alone, she wanted to cut off all his fingers, but he was lucky. At that moment, the enemy asked, what is she talking about? He drew his sword and shouted, they not only burned their things but also took away their Selphilia wings and the ancient stone. By Henker, he will kill her. Then the robber approached Persia and asked where she hid the stone. Her shadow held a sword in front of him and said, Lady Persia, she. Then she looked at her in surprise and thought, Persia? She smiled, looking at the robber, and he shouted, it seems she wants to die. She mustn't forget to leave a will. She said, his hands are so beautiful. He was indignant and shouted, and these were her last words? She said that now this hand no longer belongs to him. The next second, he grabbed her face with his hand and shouted, damn. He threw her aside, and one of the bandits said, Maiton is not such a special family. Their leader shouted for them not to let their guard down. Maiton are not that simple. His subordinate told him not to worry, Commander. The next second, the bandit screamed desperately, his hand, his hand. No. At that moment, Persia, holding his hand, appeared from behind the smoke and smiling said, what a sight. Who else wishes to express their opinion? The others looked at her, and then the bandits reached for their weapons and shouted, all of them, you can't be afraid of her. Whatever family she comes from, she's just a weak girl. We must kill her. At that moment, she looked at her shadow and said, if even one person touches him, she will die first. At that moment, the bandits realized they hadn't been told she was a monster. She wasn't the head of the family, and she had such powerful strength. At that moment, she was dealing with his subordinates. The leader thought, especially since this is one of Henker's elite squads. He needs to return immediately and report this. He ran forward, and at that moment he felt a terrifying aura behind him. The next second, his head flew off his shoulders, and Persia, catching it, said, it looked better from a distance. She shouldn't have approached after all. But isn't this pure trash? At that moment, her shadow said, if she means Prince Carlton, then she's right. What should she do next? She replied, nothing. Right now, she has no interest in insects who have no talent whatsoever. At that moment, Carlton, controlling the creature, said, see you soon, Larson. Persia smiled and said that what upset her most was that she couldn't get Carlton. She folded her arms and added, she can't just ignore this. It's time for a surprise. After a while, Casson asked what a pilgrimage is. MC replied that he's been traveling the world for 2 years now, finding different artifacts, and he's succeeded in it. Casson, enjoying his food, added, so he trains outside their world. But why does he need that? The main character looked at the chopsticks in his hands and said that the most important reason is to become #1 in his family. And one more thing, the brothers aren't allowed to touch him. At that moment, Cassine said, the brothers are enemies. How sad. MC got up from the table and said, it's all because they're from the Maiton family. Then he called him. He walked up to him and said, yes. The protagonist extended his hand forward and said, even when he returns home, they'll remain friends, right? He shook his hand and said, of course. After a while, Hera said that she would help her. Soso shook her head and said she would do everything herself. Hera sat opposite her and said that in that case she would have nothing to do. She replied that Hera was not her maid. She shouted, then she was asking her to let her be her maid. She answered negatively and Hera was indignant, asking why. She replied, it's because she does it better than Hera. She blushed with embarrassment and noticed that this was true. Then Soso said, still, if they returned to their hometown, would they still be so close? Well, she didn't know either. It's all right, Hira. There's nothing wrong with that, right? And then Hera rose to her feet, and she asked, will Larson come? She confirmed it. Then she looked away and said, she's sure Larson likes Hira very much. She said, the master shouldn't relax for her sake and for his own sake, and even for his own. The next second she disappeared. And at that moment, the protagonist approached the door and asked, Mom, does she know that they are returning to the city tomorrow? She replied that she knew. He said that he would like to visit his father first. She replied, yes, of course. He added that he would like his mother to go there with him. She was surprised. If she meets him. She cried out in fear. He said that everything was fine. He would protect her. And there was one more thing. She began to cry, and he said that he wanted to ask her. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him, which said, note, there was a plot change. After a while, Soso smiled and said that she was here. Hera appeared next to the stairs and asked how she knew. She said that she simply felt her presence. She thought, her presence? And then Soso looked at her and, smiling, added that she was glad that she came there with her. She replied, not worth it. Soso added that he told Larson to find a room together. Hera said so, but since she says so, she added that he doesn't want her to continue hiding, really. She herself doesn't know what's right and what's wrong. Until now, she thought everything was fine. Since she doesn't have a very good past, she can't be a strong support for Larson. Whatever she does, it opens a huge gap between them. And this gap will become a problem for Larson. But he tells her not to worry. If she follows her heart and does what she wants, then everything will be fine in the future. So she decided. Hera asked what. She replied that she will be a support for Larson. Hera was surprised. Madam? She said that of course she has no experience in this, but she will try. Until now, she lived in hiding, always thinking that Larson could suffer because of her. After all, they were persecuting him back then. Now she understands that Larson is old enough to do things his own way. There's no point in hiding anymore. Hera looked at her and thought, amazing. A person without power, no ability to kill or extensive knowledge, yes, and doesn't even know the family. And where does she get such willpower? She said she understood. The patriarch loves her more than anyone else. The next second, she disappeared. Soso looked around and was surprised. What? At that moment, Hera covered her mouth with her hand and thought, how dare she discuss such things with her? What did she even say? If they found out about this, she could die. Why did she blurt that out? The next day, MC said, the master is returning. He replied, yes, he must be careful and should not write letters. They have enough problems as it is. He replied that he remembered. Then Magner folded his arms across his chest and added that they should not even mention that he was their teacher. Otherwise, they should expect consequences. The protagonist replied, yes. And then they walked to the carriage, and he, turning around, added, master, he will definitely write to him when he arrives. He said he wasn't listening to him at all. The next second they set off, and MC thought he'd be back in Maiton town. Looking after the carriage, Magner said he was willing to bet there wouldn't be any letter. At that moment, the protagonist thought, this is what he was thinking. There should be a mage from the residence standing at the teleporter. Who could he be? After a while, everyone got out of the carriage, and MC said, Hira. She replied, yes, sir. He approached the gate and said, there should be a mage from the residence here, since they crossed the Black Sea. And who could it be? She said, I think it was. The next second, Evian emerged from the portal, and the protagonist shouted in surprise, Evian. She said, the librarian of the Star Library, Evian, greets them. He thought, the Ice Witch. That must be the one with the bounty. He smiled awkwardly and said, they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Evian. He thought that her arrival here meant that everything was very strict here. Then she said, it's been a long time. Would he like a cup of black tea, sir? He thought, black tea? Then he answered, okay. At that moment, Hera thought that the sir didn't like black tea. Why? The next second, the protagonist held the cup in his hand and noticed that the tea had cooled slightly. Evian said, is that so? She's glad he's back. He should visit the Star Library more often. He replied that they agreed. Now that the tea party is over, can they enter? She answered, yes, of course. He thought, is that it? Is she letting them in? Then they walked to the portal, and he said that in that case, they were off. They headed forward in the barrier, and then Evian said that they were almost there. MC began to squint and thought, such a bright light. After that, they arrived at the right place, he said. Home sweet home. He thought they arrived very quickly. Then Evian bowed and said that the carriage was ready. They could leave. The protagonist thanked her, then looked at Soso and asked, Mom, is she ready? She trembled slightly and confirmed it. Sometime later, the main mansion of Maiton. The maids began to whisper. Apparently, Miss Soso was already here. How would she cope with the anger of the other wives? She would say there was something wrong with her. The head of the family asked, Larson, what's going on? At that moment, MC clenched his fists and thought, so much pressure, it's suffocating. He gritted his teeth and said, he must keep his mother safe, and doesn't he want her to be safe? He asked, where did he get that from? He replied that spouses should love each other, right? Doesn't he love Mom? They looked at each other, and then Decatra said, in order to protect her, he must tell why he brought her here. He said, Mom will no longer run away and hide from him. He remembered his father doing everything he could to keep his mother in a cage, but they would change the future. He realized a lot. The world they lived in wasn't a world. Using power to subjugate people was normal for them. Decatra noticed that he was right. Humility is for the weak. He thought, he's so protective of Soso. He remembers him being a coward. Then the protagonist added that since he's no longer a helpless child, he has no choice but to humble himself. His father noticed that he was right. The protagonist was surprised, thinking how easily he admitted it. At that moment, Soso said she wanted more power. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, and she said she didn't have the power to protect Larson. The only power she had was him. The protagonist asked, isn't that enough? Father is the strongest man in the world. After a while, Decatra asked what he thought. Senkan replied that he never thought the head of the family would be so worried. Decatra came closer and asked what advice he would give him as a friend. He answered when he told him not to look to the future, but to the present. Decatra put his hand to his head and asked, did he say that? He said, because he has always tried to live in the present. His life is real. That's why he is here now. After that, he bowed and said, Decatra, the friend of his youth, had no sense of fear. Therefore, he completely trusts and respects his every decision. He must trust his heart. Then Decatra smiled, folding his arms across his chest, and said that he was glad that he thought of him that way. He said, before meeting Layla, his world was full of ambition and purpose. But as he knows, a year ago she died of an unknown disease. She was his world. She replaced everything. Layla is no more, and he deeply regrets it. After all, at the time, he was unable to save her. Every day was torture for him. But now, perhaps he regrets it less. The head of the family, he wished his world were a much kinder place. Sometime later, in the autumn mansion, Hera was lying on the bed, then suddenly opened her eyes and, standing up, walked into the protagonist's room. She pulled a dagger from the portal and sharply pointed it forward. And at that moment, the weapon pierced the hand of Senkan, who appeared and said that her skills had not changed. He did everything possible to enter here unnoticed. She asked, Senkan, what's going on? He looked at his injured hand and said that he had come to pick up young Master Larson. She asked, by whose orders? He replied, by the head of the family's orders. She was surprised. The head of the family? He asked, did she think he was joking? She asked, does he even know what time it is? He said, in any case, the head's orders come first. Hera said that in that case, she would accompany him. He replied that she should do whatever she wanted. Time was passing. She hadn't changed at all. She remained silent, and then he began concentrating the magical symbol and said that she could lower the knife. He would not touch it. He looked at her and added, she was still ready to give her life for him, right? Although there were no orders. After some time, they found themselves in Decatra's room, and Hera, kneeling, said that she greeted him, sir. Senkan said that he had brought young Master Larson. He said, excellent work, Senkan. And why was Hera here? Hera said that it was necessary to ensure his safety. He asked, isn't Senkan someone who can be trusted? She answered, of course. However, she believed that trust should not influence the way she works. He said, right, Hera. She should calm down. He will only perform the magical ritual. She replied that she thanked him, sir. At this point, MC asked, can he stand up now? He thought he had been put under a sleeping spell. He rose to his feet and looked at Decatra and asked, Father, what's going on? He replied that the Mitone family had many magical techniques, including a body strengthening technique. From now on, he would draw a tattoo on his arm and begin the Decatra procedure. The protagonist countered that he needed to know what that was. He mused that it must be a very remarkable procedure to have named it after himself. His father replied that usually, other people immediately agreed when he did something like that. He rose from the floor and wondered where he was. MC noted that the time and place were very strange. He tried to analyze the area, but a system window appeared, notifying him that this space could not be analyzed by the celestial eye. The protagonist remarked that he still didn't understand why his father was doing all this secretly, and at such a late hour. Decatra explained with a smile that it was simply for his convenience. Also, his technique could be poisonous to him. He asked, why is he doing this then? His father replied that he saw potential in him. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared around Larson, completely enveloping his body. He thought he heard something glowing. It was incredibly painful. It felt like his entire skin was being cut into pieces. Decatra remarked that he was doing well. Afterward, the magic circle disappeared, and red symbols appeared on his skin. He remarked that this would be useful someday. MC asked how useful it would be. His father replied that he would find out for himself. Immediately after, Larson lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Decatra said he couldn't believe he didn't even scream. The pain must have been intense. He was weak now, but he would become stronger in the future. Sometime later, the protagonist woke up to Ludia climbing on him and calling out to him. When he opened his eyes, she exclaimed that she was hungry. She pointed at Ivelia and with a smile said that this witch had dragged her here. The sister remarked that she had been wanting to see him since early morning, but she was completely at a loss for words. Should she really punish her now? Ludia cried out tearfully. Let him listen. She had woken her up very early this morning. MC wondered if she was complaining to her parent like a child. The tattoo had disappeared from his arm, Maybe it was a dream? At that moment, Yahello cast magic and pulled the girl toward her. He remarked that she seemed to be taking good care of her. Ludia grabbed the blanket and exclaimed that no, she was being bullied every day. The protagonist said he thought she was in a good mood today. The sister, holding her by a chain, asked when he was leaving for the pilgrimage. He replied that he planned to take a 3-day break and then leave. The girl remarked that his mother would be very worried then. The protagonist was very surprised to hear this. She asked, "What's wrong?" He replied that it was nothing. He thought he'd misunderstood her. Yahello said she didn't know what the problem was, but she hoped it would be resolved. At that moment, Ludia tried to attack her with magic, but the girl calmly created a magical barrier and blocked the blow, then remarked that he'd passed her test with flying colors, and now she would give him the reward. MC happily wondered if she was talking about the white tiger. Yahello asked if he could get out of bed for a minute. When he stood up, she used magic and put on the robe, then said it was her gift. A system window appeared, stating that the robe was called White Dragon's Scale. It was a masterpiece created by Utali, a legend among all blacksmiths and the leader of the dwarves. Utali had put everything he could into it. The robe was imbued with a strange magical power. The protagonist, surprised, said that if this was a robe made of white dragon scale, she must have worn it before. Yahello agreed, noting that she had worn this robe during her pilgrimage. He thought that this was definitely the thing that had saved his sister's life more than once. The protagonist said it was a wonderful gift. The girl warned that it had become weaker since then, because she had repaired it. With the robe, he could kill a mage below the 6th circle once, but only once, so he should keep that in mind. He was shocked to think that 6th circle mages weren't so easy to kill. The day would come when he would have to use it. Afterwards, the MC thanked her with a smile. Yahello replied that as his sister, she hoped he would return safe and sound, and she would say, as the eldest daughter of the Maton family, let him return even stronger. He smiled and agreed. Afterwards, Yahello grabbed Ludia and began to leave. She considered letting him return even stronger, so he could protect what was dear to him. 3 days later, Hampton tearfully reported that he had loaded all the antidotes into his luggage, and the instructions were also included. MC thanked him in return. Hera told him to become stronger. He thanked her and told her to take care of his mother. Afterwards, the protagonist shook Evian's hand and remarked that she was doing well. He thanked her for coming to meet him. She agreed, handed him a candy, and told him to be careful. The protagonist paused, thinking that this was the best gift she could have given him. He thanked her and remarked that they would see each other later. Larson, the 7th son of the Maton family, must set out on his pilgrimage according to the strict rules and laws of the family. Suddenly, a flame appeared in the sky, and Ludia landed next to it, happily asking if she was too late. She had received permission from the witch. The girl approached him and joyfully handed him a piece of paper. MC began to read and said it was a letter from Yahello. The letter said that studying with her was certainly good, but she thought exploring the outside world would also be fruitful. She had been showing him for about 2 years how hard it was to study without a mentor, so he should take a friend with him. After all, she was his strength. The protagonist noted that they were together now. Ludia happily agreed, adding that she was free of the witch. He thought that they would move forward, no doubt about it. They were looking only to the future. After some time, they set off, when suddenly the girl began sniffing him. Confused, MC asked what had happened. She furiously exclaimed that his clothes smelled like that witch. He examined his things and replied that he couldn't smell it. At that moment, Ludia noticed the Fat Cat Inn and smiled, noting that this was the place he'd mentioned. The protagonist mused that there were about 3 inns on Savior Street. The first was the Fat Cat, owned by the organization called Sound of the Night. The only important thing here was that Sound of the Night was connected to his father. There was a connection between the Maton family and Sound of the Night. When they entered, the protagonist said he was on a pilgrimage. Brig, a member of the organization and an informant, greeted him and noted that the price was 30,000 grains per night. 35,000 if they ate. They had to leave at 12, but if they were late, it was okay. They weren't busy right now. MC approached the counter and asked if he would show them to their rooms. Brig pointed to the stairs and suggested they go up and to the right. Their room was the 3rd, the largest. He wondered, perplexed. Wouldn't he show them? The protagonist asked if it had been quite hot lately, hadn't it? The guy chuckled and replied that he wouldn't say so. Lately, he hadn't been able to sleep from the cold. He asked what he should eat on such a hot day. Brig asked what he would like. The protagonist replied that he wanted a beer and 2 slices of pizza. He chuckled and replied that he would make that for breakfast then. However, wasn't he too young for beer? MC agreed and added that he would just play with the cats then. He wondered if that was the password for the Sound of the Night. On a hot day, you should say you're cold, and on a cold day, you should say you're hot. If you're a child, you should ask for beer, and if you're an adult, you should ask for candy. Such absurd statements are the password to access this place. In exchange for permission to carry out its activities in the Maton family, the Sound of the Night grants certain benefits to the family's students on pilgrimage. Brig noted with a smile that they have 2 cats here. The protagonist thought about how this man already knew he was the 7th son of the Maton family. The boy explained that the cats were named Hobbs and Valve. The former was picky, which is why he was so skinny, but the latter was fatter. He ate too much. Which cat would he like to play with? MC replied that he'd happily play with Valve. Brig, perplexed, said he thought it would be easier for him to take Hobbs. He wondered why the son of the Maton family was asking for money. For this family, any amount of money meant little. Why didn't he ask his family for money? The protagonist wondered if the Maton family could only get financial support from their mother. He felt sorry for the artifact, but he needed the money more. By helping him, the Sound of the Night would end its contract with their family, and the inn would close. Afterwards, he and the girl began to climb up to his room, and Biggs glared at him. After a while, Decatra asked how Larson knew about this. Senkan replied that he might have found the information in the library. He wondered if he'd found the book he needed in the library himself. The boy explained that maybe Evian had helped him. Decatra asked that he thought librarians maintained neutrality, didn't they? He said that Evian seemed attached to the youngest. The patriarch remarked that the other children wouldn't stay in some old inn or read such boring books. Senkan wondered if he'd planned all of this. He replied that the odds were equal for everyone. The boy smiled and said he seemed to be enjoying himself. Decatra explained that he was the only one who had followed his intended path. In that case, today was the last day of the Fat Cat Inn. The next day, the protagonist woke up to find bags of gold in front of him and joyfully asked, how did he manage to do that? He didn't even hear anything. He thought about how much gold there was, roughly 3 million grains or 3 billion won. That's enough for 2 years of luxury living. At that moment, Ludia woke up and asked, what's this? When are they going to have breakfast? She'd been dreaming about cats that day. MC noticed she was dreaming about cats because she was sleeping in a cat hotel. It suddenly dawned on him, and he began to think that this girl's dreams often turned out to be prophetic. She'd once dreamed of an attack, which later happened, so Cassine was on guard. Even the Divine Eye was sending him a warning. Something was about to happen. The protagonist called out to her and told her to set the hotel on fire and to spare no expense. After that, the girl carried out his instructions and set the building on fire. At that moment, mercenaries ran up to them and tried to enter the room. One of them shouted that the target was outside. Prepare for battle. The seventh son was only a second circle member, and they mustn't let him escape. MC approached them and asked with a smile, are they attacking even though they know who he is? It seemed they had completely given up on keeping it a secret, and they were all quite strong. He would have definitely died if not for his training with Sade. Besides, he now knew that they had no idea what had happened to that guy. Despite being a secret information trading organization, now they would end it. A system window appeared, notifying him that with his mana, he could maintain blitz tactics for 1 minute. The protagonist used the skill and changed his appearance. The mercenaries shouted in surprise that his mana wasn't at second circle level. They needed to use defensive magic and keep their distance. MC dashed forward with lightning speed, striking several opponents at once. The mages, horrified, began using a powerful skill and shouted that even Maiton wouldn't survive this. They would meet him in hell. Seeing the powerful fire mana, he wondered what so much mana could possibly be. Suddenly, the Holy Grail of Ascension appeared, absorbing the fire mana and declaring it delicious. The mercenaries, confused, began asking what had happened. A system window appeared, notifying him that with his mana, he could maintain blitz tactics for 52 seconds. The protagonist thought his entire body was filled with mana. After that, the time increased to 2 minutes. He smiled and said that he wanted to play with Valve, but that wasn't bad either. The protagonist thought he was at his peak. Sometime later, the Patriarch's men captured Brig and took him captive, and then contacted Decatra himself. He instructed them to remove his bandage. Why did he and the Night Sound Squad attack a member of the Mytone family? The information broker replied that they thought they could continue operating. The Patriarch remarked that this was strange. He remembered that he had allowed business to continue. A little earlier, he had approached Senkan and asked, today is the last day of the Fat Cat Inn, right? He had changed his mind. Let the inn continue operating. Currently, Brig said he was an information broker. He thought the Myton Patriarch wanted to learn more about the seventh son's abilities, how he handled difficult situations. He attacked the seventh son because it was a small favor in return for the Myton Patriarch's kindness to the Night Sound Squad. A little earlier, the protagonist had defeated everyone, sat down opposite the mercenaries, and said that he would not ask who they were. This place is under the control of the Myton family. If the magical fire causes harm, the family will immediately dispatch a magical investigation squad. The Myton family doesn't care what he does or where he is. However, as soon as anyone dared lay a finger on a family member in front of the magical investigation squad, they would be immediately arrested according to the law. Brig would be punished for attacking him. If he had actually tried to kill him, he would already be dead, but he would take into account that he didn't mean to. After this, MC placed his hand on his face and infused a small amount of fighting spirit. This caused Brig's finger to break. He tearfully exclaimed that his mana wasn't regenerating. The Patriarch now remarked that the service was indeed quite good. Brig, smiling, said he would continue to work diligently. He inquired if he had started the fire. The merchant replied that he hadn't. The fire was started by the fire magic of the young lady traveling with the Seventh Lord. Her name was Ludia. Decatra reflected that he had not only dealt with the attackers but also deliberately summoned the magical investigation squad. He not only understood their intentions, but also exceeded his expectations. He was his opponent, but he had acted very cleverly. Even Avelia and Persia hadn't shown such confidence. He truly was worthy of the name Maiton. After that, the patriarch said he could leave. He officially authorized him to continue working. This was a reward for his competence. His finger must hurt a lot? Brig exclaimed that not at all. His finger didn't hurt. Dekatra had instantly severed his finger with magic. The information broker, horrified, thought that he had cut off his finger instantly. He hadn't even felt any pain. If it had been his neck, it would have been the end. He needed to get out of here as soon as possible. After a while, he was released from the basement and went outside, where the rest of the Sound of Night members were waiting. Brig smiled, showing them his missing hand, and mused that he had gotten off easy. Sometime later, while sitting by the fire, Ludia called out to the protagonist and noted that they had been walking for 6 days. Where were they even going? He wondered why she was just now asking. The girl replied that she had forgotten to ask because she was admiring the views. The protagonist explained that they were going to Holland. She asked what he was saying about the Holy Empire. He agreed and asked, "She knows that place, right?" Ludia chuckled and said that she had read about it in the book that grandmother had given her. She even took the test and got a perfect score. MC wondered how hard it must have been for her. She wondered, but why are they going there? Was there really anything interesting there? He replied that there were a lot of things there. The protagonist mused that Holland had many things he had created. It would be good to pick up a few before Casson got there. Afterwards, they ate, and he approached a sign that indicated 3 paths. The protagonist used the Divine Eye skill and thought they needed to get to the Holy Empire, Holland. The other 2 paths led to the Grandel Estate and the Crimson Forest. He saw something else under the 3 arrows. He pointed at the sign and asked if she could see those words. Ludia looked and agreed. MC thought it was obvious even without the Divine Eye. The girl happily said she already knew how to spell it. Holland Holy Empire. He pointed out in confusion that that wasn't it. Could she see the writing underneath? She looked closer and asked if there was anything else. She seemed to have good eyesight. The protagonist thought that, come to think of it, when he followed Master Magnar to find the chest plate of the 1,000-year-old dragon, it looked very similar to those words. A system window appeared, stating that automatic translation had been used. The sign read, "Things for his descendant." Suddenly, the Grail appeared, anxiously warning that it was absorbing all his mana. The protagonist considered doing nothing now. The spirit exclaimed that it was his mana. Of course, he could sit quietly if he praised it. He thought how good he was for enduring this so calmly. The Grail exclaimed, "Let him praise him some more." The MC touched the tablet, and suddenly another inscription appeared, stating that whoever could find his things would receive the chest plate of a 1,000-year-old dragon, or they must have the golden teeth of a white swan, the eye of a wild beast, the staff of Harlan, and possess the Divine Eye. Ludia noted that there was a lot written there. Suddenly, a hologram of a man appeared. He introduced himself as Kirtel and said he was pleased to meet his descendant. The protagonist, shocked, realized this was the legendary Archmage, whose name was so well known. Ludia approached the hologram and noted that it smelled nothing, and she couldn't touch it. It wasn't human. Suddenly, the Grail screamed furiously that it had lost its mind. He'd almost forgotten it, and yet it had reappeared. He thought that Kirtel was indeed the first owner of the Holy Grail. He should calm down. He wasn't really here. Kirtel remarked that he was currently sleeping in the Northern Sea. MC mused that it was at the edge of the northern region of this world. It was a desolate place, so cold that humans couldn't live there. Even the Maiton family had failed to conquer the Northern Sea. The Archmage said he hoped to one day awaken it, but if he didn't want to do so, such was his fate. For the sake of the future, he decided to seal himself in the Northern Sea. To break his seal, he prepared many items. The protagonist wondered if these were the things the legendary Archmage left behind. Kirtel noted that to be his heir, 2 conditions must be met. First, one must possess the Divine Eye, and second, one must have the Holy Grail. Let him go to Hyron. If the Fire Clan still exists, that's where they live. Ludia asked with a smile, what's he talking about? Kirtel added that winning the hearts of the Fire Clan is the key. If he can't forge a fire contract, he won't be able to obtain the true Holy Grail. Let him find it and return. After that, the hologram disappeared. MC placed his hand on the tablet and asked if he just needs to channel mana here. The hologram instantly reappeared. Kirtel greeted him and, seeing the Grail, exclaimed that he found it. He must have gone through a lot to find the Holy Grail. He smiled and replied, that wasn't the right word. Ludia was surprised to see him again. After a while, they set off on a huge eagle. The girl called out to him and warned that they seemed to be near some kind of cliff. A little earlier, Kirtel had said that finding the Holy Grail meant he was on his way to becoming a great mage. Since he had passed his first trial and earned the right, he would make several orders for the future generation. If he developed according to his orders, he would be able to discover the whole truth. After this, a fang appeared in the protagonist's hands. He wondered if this was the whole truth. A system window appeared, notifying him that this item was called the Fang of Loyalty. It was a fang containing the loyalty of the Golden Tiger tribe. MC thought this was too difficult. They needed to find the Golden Tiger tribe first. For now, he indicated that they needed to move forward. Ludia agreed and thanked the bird for its help. Afterwards, they jumped down. The protagonist used the wind attribute and landed easily, musing that now that he was used to using attributes, Everything was much easier for him. The girl happily landed next to him and remarked that it was fun. She wanted to do it again. He replied that they didn't have time. She asked why they had come here. The protagonist explained that they needed to find the Crow clan. Ludia recounted that her dad had said that the Crow clan were such cowards that it was impossible to do business with them. So how was he going to find them? He pulled out a bag and replied that he had his own method. Afterwards, they set off, scattering coins along the way. Ludia remarked that this was wasteful. MC replied that it was only 1 grain. He reflected that he had 300 million, so everything was fine. After that, the Crow clan members began sweeping up all the coins. Larson noticed this and thought, excellent, they're picking this up, though still with caution. The Raven clan dislikes humans. Long ago, Raven clan wings were luxury items for humans, and this can be seen even now. Therefore, for survival, their descendants' DNA is ingrained with a fear of humans. The next day, they set up a small camp and pitched a tent. Ludia, lying on the ground, said she was bored. He was wasting his time. MC asked if she didn't like doing anything. She replied with a smile that she loved being lazy. She wanted to stay here forever. He noted that they would need a little more time, so let her rest. Suddenly, a squad from the Raven clan approached them, and everyone knelt. One of them fearfully asked if he had any more gold coins. The protagonist thought they had overcome their fear. He showed them the bag and noted that he had a lot of gold. One of the ravens excitedly asked if he would give them more. The protagonist agreed and tossed them a coin. The crows then descended into chaos, scrambling for coins. One of them remarked that his family was struggling. Would he give him more coins? He smiled and agreed. Tuma joyfully exclaimed that he was now rich. How could he repay him? MC showed them the tusk and asked if they knew what it was. The crows were immediately horrified by what they saw. Ludia, perplexed, asked what was wrong with them. He replied that it was because they knew the tusk's owner. MC reflected that before describing the Crow clan, he had seen an article. He hadn't read it closely, so he didn't remember what it was about. But when he wrote the extras, he incorporated it into the setting. He remembers initially describing them as those who don't like to remain in debt. The crows screamed in horror, saying it was the tooth of a stupid tiger. It was the murderer who ate Nak, but they still had to repay him. Ludia chuckled and noted that the crows had said they would thank him. They were very sweet. Tuma approached him and introduced himself, then asked his name. The protagonist told him his name. The crow said it was nice to meet him. He knew where the stupid tiger was. He thought he must be referring to someone from the Golden Tiger tribe. This tribe isn't that numerous, or rather, there are very few of them, but they are famous for their strength and don't need to increase their numbers. If there were more of them, they could become the masters of the continent instead of humans. Tuma tearfully said that this stupid tiger is evil. He eats them. MC thought that the nature of the Golden Tiger tribe is to hunt those weaker than them. That's just the way nature works. Ludia might be harmed during this meeting. He called out to her and asked if she could wait for him here. The girl replied with a smile that she also wanted to see the tigers, but she would wait if he said so. The protagonist thanked her and remarked that he would return soon. Let Tuma lead him. The raven agreed, terrified, saying that he was terrified but he would lead him. He tossed him a coin and said it was for his work. The raven joyfully exclaimed that he would repay him. Now he lived well. The other ravens began to say they were envious. The protagonist thought that he had probably spent 12 grand. Sometime later, near the Grandel family mansion, Magner shouted if he could stop with his moralizing. What did he expect from him? When they all die from one poke? He was afraid to teach the youth when they were all so fragile. Volutador Grandel, the head of the family, replied that he suggested he drop the matter. The old man exclaimed that those bastards had said they wanted to take Rosalind Grandel as their concubine. Supposedly, they would help her give birth to a healthy child. He asked in horror that he hoped they died in agony. He should have tortured them to death. In his place, he would have cut off everything that moved. Magner asked if they weren't supposed to kill without unnecessary torture. Volutador replied, people, yes. The old man remarked with a wry smile, if anyone else heard him now, there would be something going on. How could an honest, upstanding, great and kind, holy king of mercy say such a thing? He replied that it didn't matter. They would return to what they had discussed before. How much had he taught Larson? Magner replied that Grandel's 4 fundamental wills and 3 fundamental martial arts, but that could be found in any bookstore. This sly man had learned something more important. Volutador asked if he'd made another mistake. The old man asked if he thought he only made mistakes. That bastard had absorbed his fighting spirit. The leader exclaimed in horror that it couldn't be. Fighting spirit and mana were fundamentally different. He was saying there was now a mage with both mana and fighting spirit? Magna replied that right now, he seemed to be simply copying him. He had an incredible body that could withstand this. Volutador shouted that if this caused anything that could harm the Grandel family, it would be bad. The old man said he knew this and would accept responsibility. If that day came, then as this idiot's teacher, he would kill him with his own hands. Meanwhile, Ludia, remaining near the tent, remembered how Avelia, having shackled her, had asked if she intended to go with Larson. She would only get in his way. After all, she was weak. She wouldn't allow a lesser being like her to harm one of the Maiton. Now the girl is thinking that she's weak, and she knows it. She wants to stay with Larson, but she's a burden to him. She wants to become strong. No, she will become stronger no matter what. Fueled by motivation and a multitude of emotions, she flared up and created a huge pillar of flame. MC noticed this and wondered if he just sensed her mana. A system window appeared, notifying him that a variable had appeared that affected the plot. The character Phoenix's child was determined to become stronger. The fire god Phoenix gazed lovingly upon her child. He was shocked to think that a phoenix had appeared. The fire tribe, which worshipped Phoenix, was so powerful that it conquered the entire continent. But the more divine power the fire god absorbed, the weaker the tribe became. He didn't appear often in the plot. After all, he didn't prescribe specific actions for him. He didn't think any god had much influence on Casson. Then there was only one explanation. His divine eye and Casson's divine eye were fundamentally different. Suddenly, Tuma smelled the enemy, took off in fear, and shouted that he had repaid him. The MC considered this. The fact that a member of the cowardly Crow clan had brought him here was already impressive. At that moment, he noticed Mirang of the Golden Tiger clan, finishing off an animal carcass. The protagonist wondered if she was a woman from the Golden Tiger tribe. He was quite far away from her, but he still sensed her strength. She noticed him and asked, "Is this a human child?" He replied that he had come to meet with the Golden Tiger tribe. Mirang began to leave, saying she didn't deal with children. This time she would let him go, but next time he should come with adults. The protagonist exclaimed that he had a question. He wondered if he should show her the fang of loyalty. No, members of the Golden Tiger tribe only speak to those they deem worthy. The fang wouldn't help him now. The girl turned around angrily and remarked that she had just given him a chance to save his life, but now she had changed her mind. In an instant, she grew in size and turned into a ferocious tigress, then said she would eat him right then and there. MC nervously thought that he knew this could happen. Well, it looked like he would have to work hard. He activated the slow flow skill and began dodging her blows, and then thought that he could see where she was going to hit. This was nothing compared to his teacher's blows. Mirang remarked that he was not bad, but how long would it last? The protagonist thought that she was right. He would end up losing if this continued. To make her acknowledge him, he had to show her what he could do. The tongue is power. Power nourishes the body and soul. He activated his fighting spirit and delivered a powerful blow, after which he thought that the Golden Tiger tribe was much stronger than he thought. Mirang jumped back in surprise and remarked that his technique was strange. Was he from a family of martial artists? MC wondered if even Casson wouldn't be able to stay standing if he used his fighting spirit so powerfully. No matter, he'd found her weakness. He activated his wind attribute and smiled, noting that he'd won this fight. Immediately after, the protagonist lunged, and Mirang prepared to meet him with a blow, but he dodged at the last moment, and, appearing behind her, grabbed her tail. She furiously screamed for him to let go of her tail, and begged for forgiveness. He reflected that the only weakness of the Golden Tiger tribe was their tail. Traditionally, adults cut off the tails of cubs when they turn 1 year old. Cutting off an adult tiger's tail could kill it. MC grabbed the tail and asked, "What if he did that?" Mirang, horrified, screamed that she surrendered. Just let him let her go. He released the tail, and asked if she acknowledged him. The girl assumed form, jumped back, and said she had been careless, losing to such a boy, but it was her fault. The protagonist sighed and offered to talk. Mirang remarked that she would have no problem killing him right now. Why would she talk to him? He remarked that an honest member of the Golden Tiger tribe would not do such a thing. She wondered in disbelief, where did this horrific child come from? What kind of family of martial artists could know so much about the Golden Tiger tribe? Mirang introduced herself and asked what he wanted to talk about. MC pulled out a fang and asked what she knew about it. She exclaimed in wild shock that it was Tutanka's fang. It was one of the relics left by the hero of the Golden Tiger tribe many years ago. It was the treasure the Golden Tiger tribe was seeking. She had heard that the tribe was searching for it all over the world, although she didn't know whether that was true or not. He wondered if this was some kind of legend. Mirang, perplexed, asked how she even knew it was Tutanka's fang. She'd never seen one before. The protagonist wondered what she would have done if he'd shown it to her from the start. She stood up and asked what it meant. Who did he think she was? She would have simply eaten him and taken the fang. He wondered why she wanted it. Mirang joyfully exclaimed that with this, she could enter the Golden Tiger tribe's village. The MC thought about how they lived alone. What was she even talking about? He asked why the Golden Tiger tribe suddenly decided to gather at the village. The girl replied that at first it was because of the hunter. This woman killed every member of the Golden Tiger tribe she met. The tribe would have been wiped off the face of the earth if they hadn't united, so they all began to live together. The Golden Tiger tribe began to build up their forces to hide from that woman, Yahello. But she wasn't just some crazy person. The elders said they provoked her first, but the woman who appeared afterward, she was crazy. Persia. To confront this mad woman, the elders gathered several villages, but in the end, all the villages except one were destroyed. Meringue remembered Persia approaching her and telling her she didn't need to hate her. Did she know why she would die? Because she was weak. If she wanted revenge, she should seek her out when she was stronger. Although she thought she'd still be weaker. In the present, the girl added that all the adults in the village died that day, but she wasn't too angry. MC wondered if that was why no one cut off her tail. Meringue said that all the adults were weak, that's why they died. He asked why she couldn't enter the village without the fang. The girl explained that she was weak. She was born weaker than ordinary golden tigers. The tribe doesn't accept weaklings. The protagonist asked when Yahello hunted golden tigers. Meringue replied that it was about 6 years ago. He asked how old she was. The girl replied that she was 5. The MC, perplexed, exclaimed, "Why did she call him little?" He thought, he knows they mature differently, but this is just weird. The protagonist asked, so does that mean he can enter her village with this? Meringue replied that he can enter not her village, but the village of the Golden Tiger tribe. She doesn't live there. Suddenly, a system window appeared, stating that this is now Tutanka's fang. Kirtel's quest will appear as soon as he places the fang on the Golden Tiger tribe's altar. The MC thought the altar must be in the village. He wondered if he could go with her. Meringue agreed and warned that she couldn't promise anything. She'd likely be beaten and thrown out, and he'd be eaten. The protagonist, perplexed, asked that this could happen even with a fang. The girl replied that they could just take it, but she'd take him there if he wanted. He thought about how she seemed so eager to go. This was a monster that could easily deflect his fighting spirit, and an entire village of monsters considered this monster weak. If he couldn't overcome this obstacle, he'd never reach the level of his sisters. He could handle it. The protagonist pointed forward and asked where it was. Meringue replied that the village was in the Dragon Mountains. After some time, they returned to Ludia. She joyfully exclaimed that they were going home. She would see her dad. He mused that her hometown, Hiron, was located in the Dragon Mountains. The girl cheerfully introduced herself and asked if she could touch her tail. Meringue remarked that she was very noisy. Could she be eaten? MC replied, absolutely not. After some time, they set out on their journey, and when it got dark, they set up camp again. That night, the tigress brought back the carcass of an animal and said that she had grabbed it along the way. Let them eat if they were hungry. The protagonist thought it was a boar. The animal he described was very rare. After that, they began to grill the meat. He mused that Meringue hated portals, so they had been walking for 3 days already, but that wasn't so bad. It seemed they had become close. Ludia tasted the meat and noted that it didn't stink like other boars, and it was very tender, so that's why it melted in her mouth. MC remarked that he'd heard the Golden Tiger tribe weren't picky eaters. Meringue replied that their sense of taste was much more developed than humans, so they were picky. Besides, the food from his pocket dimension smelled strange. He wondered if that food couldn't have spoiled. Time was frozen in the pocket dimension. Meringue remarked that, of course, human meat tasted best. The protagonist asked why she was saying that. What did Golden Tiger meat taste like then? She replied that it was too tough. After some time, they set off again and came to a sign. Meringue said there was a cave further down the road. If they went through it and down the mountain, they would come to Hiron. Ludia asked if she could catch up with them after she saw her dad. MC replied that she should wait for him there. He would go meet the Golden Tiger tribe. She asked upsetly, was it because she was weak? He thought that this girl was a very talented mage for her age, but still too weak to face the Golden Tigers. Ludia turned around and said that she would go to her dad. Her father said that if she wanted to become strong, she just needed to tell him. She would become very strong and be able to protect him, since she was his contracted fire mage. MC replied with a smile that he would try not to be late. He thought this would be best for Ludia. He would receive Kirtel's quest and also become stronger. Meringue sniffed the ground, began digging, and noticed a village somewhere nearby. Suddenly, the Grail appeared, exclaiming in horror that it hated this place. It thought it had slept here for 1,000 years. At least, it was sealed here. The protagonist thought that indeed it was sealed here. But why did she start digging? The Grail noted that she apparently didn't know the password. He wondered if there was a password here. But why did she look so happy? Suddenly, a tiger appeared, a representative of the Golden Tiger tribe, and asked who he was. Meringue sensed its presence and was horrified. MC thought about how tall he was. She was tall too, but he was simply gigantic. Judging by her reaction, he really was a golden tiger. A system window appeared, stating that Meringue had been weak since birth. Because of this, she had to endure attacks from her fellow tribesmen. He wondered why she was so afraid, but still wanted to come to the village. The tiger pointed out that he was not from the Golden Tiger tribe. Where did he get Tutanka's fang? MC replied that Kirtel sent it. He said he had never heard that name. The protagonist noted that his name was Larsen Maitan, a relative of Yahello and Persia. These names should be familiar to him. The tiger and Meringue immediately became wary and angry. He thought that it would take him too long to earn the recognition of the entire tribe. They would end it now. The girl exclaimed furiously. How dare he deceive her? She would eat him alive. The tiger angrily shouted that she was an idiot. She brought Maitan right to the Golden Tiger's doorstep. She replied in horror that it was all wrong. She didn't know. She just thought she could get into the village. Let him explain the situation to him. MC pointed out that she seemed to be planning to eat him. Meringue said she would eat him later. The tiger angrily said that they were not afraid and were ready to fight to the death. He replied that he had come precisely to prevent this, and to make amends for what his sisters had done. The guy furiously transformed into a tiger and shouted, "Does he really think they would believe this? How could anyone from their monstrous family make up for it?" MC replied that he would place Tutanka's fang on the altar and then accept the legacy of Tutanka and Kirtel to end the senseless massacre that Maiton had committed. The tiger asked, is he supposed to believe this? He would condemn him with his paw. The protagonist wondered if they should check if it was the real Tutanka's fang or not. At that moment, the elder Bakuya approached them. He turned around and called out to him. The old man asked in surprise how he knew his name. MC wondered if it was because of the divine eye, of course. He noted that the great prophet and sage Kirtel had told him. Bakuya said he didn't recall such a thing. The protagonist explained that he had seen the future, a future in which Maiton had sowed chaos throughout the world. He had inherited his will and was born with a destiny that commanded him to stop his sisters. He thought he had already fallen for it. He should stop acting up. The elder excitedly said he didn't know anyone named Kirtel, but he knew of the ancient legends of the Golden Tiger tribe. Tiger asked again, ancient legends? He agreed, adding that young warriors like himself weren't particularly interested in such things. MC wondered what he was talking about, the legend of Tutanka. The elder told him that Tutanka had torn out his own fang and vowed to protect the land of the Golden Tiger tribe and his comrades. The ruler of the world, Tutanka, had carved an altar from stone and made a hole for the fang. In the distant future, when his fang and the altar were reunited, the great hero Tutanka would appear again. The protagonist wondered if the great leader had comrades. He thought the Golden Tiger tribe were solitary by nature. Wasn't that so? Murang suggested that perhaps it was. He thought that wasn't the strangest thing. Tutanka and his fang, that's what was strange. The reaction between the fang and the altar could only mean one thing: magic. The Golden Tiger tribe doesn't know how to use magic. How then was the tribe's leader able to cast a spell on the altar? And even stranger, they didn't see anything strange about it. The protagonist remarked that he had been here a long time ago because of the great sage Kirtel. Bakuya said he wasn't lying. The scent of this place still lingered on him. He said he was curious about something. Why couldn't Persia find them? She should be able to sense this barrier. The elder trembled and wondered if he was right. How hadn't he noticed this oddity before? MC noted that no one had noticed anything unusual, and the person behind this oddity was none other than the great sage Kirtel. Bakuya, surprised, asked what his connection to the Golden Tiger tribe was. He wondered if Tutanka wasn't an incredible strongman and ruler of the world. If you replace his name with Kirtel, everything becomes clear. Would they understand if he said that Tutanka was Kirtel? The protagonist said that Kirtel was the great sage who hypnotized their entire clan. He was also the one who left behind Tutanka's fang. Murang asked why he wanted it. He replied that it was the will of Tutanka, the great leader of a proud tribe. Bakuya extended his hand and said he was quite intelligent, unlike his bloodthirsty sisters. He would take him to the village. The protagonist smiled, thinking that the first level had been completed. He shook his hand and followed. At that moment, Murang, upset, fell behind them. The elder called out to her and motioned for her to keep up. After some time, they arrived at a pond, after which he whispered a spell. This caused time and space to distort. MC nervously thought about how dizzy he felt. This was much worse than going through the portal. If he showed weakness, he would be devoured. Immediately after, the barrier opened, revealing an entrance to the village. Other tribe members immediately ran to them, asking if this was a human. Bakuya agreed, and noted that he had brought Tutanka's fang. He shed tears, thinking that the great leader would finally save them. What had he prepared for their tribe? Everyone knew the scent of Tutanka, though they had never met him. This must be the mass hypnosis of their kind. The elder led him to the altar and pointed out that it was here. There was a hole in the altar at the top. He should insert the fang there. According to legend, if an unworthy person does so, they will be instantly struck by lightning. The protagonist nervously thought that he had never heard of this before. A system window appeared, stating that Kirtel had been cautious. He decided to consider the possibility that the fang could have come into the possession of someone who had never met him. The condition was a meeting with Kirtel. If someone who had never met the great mage attempted to sacrifice the fang, Kirtel's ultimate technique against human enemies would be used: a lightning strike. MC wondered why such a long name. Bakuya asked if he was afraid. He replied with a smile that no, he simply felt a connection with the spirits of Tutanka and Kirtel. So, should they begin? The protagonist approached the altar and thought about the magic he sensed there. Since Kirtel had given it to him, everything would be fine, right? He inserted his fang into the hole, and a hologram of the great mage appeared. MC wondered if it was young Kirtel. He knew they were the same person. The leader himself remarked that he had brought him the Holy Grail. He wondered if it was the same hologram as last time. Kirtel said that since he had succeeded, he was giving him this. A precious stone instantly appeared and flew into the Grail's forehead with lightning speed. He exclaimed that he was an idiot. What had he done to his beautiful face? Kirtel noticed, suspecting the little one was whining and squealing loudly. Grail furiously shouted at him to shut up. He's not a little one. He's a great one. The mage added that he was sure he was whining about how great he was, the Holy Grail of superiority. If he was right, then the heir was likely pursuing more than just the path of a mage. MC wondered if he was talking about magical combat techniques. Kurtil noted that no matter how talented a person was, the body's capabilities were limited, and no one could possess infinite power. That's why he thought of the Holy Grail. Storing an attribute somewhere other than the body, that's the role of the Holy Grail. The protagonist mused that Kassan had received the Grail in the original novel, but it didn't function as a container for attributes. Perhaps it would be more useful to him than to Kassan. He wondered if his attribute was fire then. The Grail replied with a smile that he had guessed wrong. It was so great that it contained all attributes. He looked in the mirror and said with displeasure that he couldn't stand it. It looked ugly, but with this attribute stone, he could synchronize any of his attributes with it. Kurtil smiled and said, I think it's clear. The first attribute should be fire. He was confident that he could use this to learn elemental attribute magic. The most important thing was that since the attribute had merged with the Grail, others would not know about it. This was a very useful ability. After some time, he would learn many new things if he followed its path. If he can, it would be great if he could also follow in his dear friend's footsteps. After these words, the hologram disappeared. MC wondered, who is this dear friend? He looked at the Grail and noticed that it looked disappointed. It exclaimed that it was the great Holy Grail. Don't treat him like a baby. It infuriates him. Suddenly, a powerful earthquake began. The protagonist thought, no, it was the altar collapsing. He began to fall, but he used the wind attribute and landed on the ground, and then thought how scary it was. At that moment, the entire Golden Tiger tribe gathered around him. Bakuya noted that when the altar shattered, their shackles broke as well. The protagonist, perplexed, wondered why he was suddenly speaking so formally. The elder remarked that the Golden Tiger tribe was so powerful that they could take over the world. But when the great leader Tutanka disappeared, the gods' chains began to tighten. But now the gods' chains were gone. Suddenly, the barrier began to fade, and time changed. Bakuya said that even with the gods' chains gone, the Golden Tiger tribe was not perfect. MC inquired why that was. The elder explained that they had no tails. He mused that tails were their greatest weakness, so they cut them off in childhood. Mirang remarked that without the gods' chains, they needed their tails. Bakuya was surprised and explained that since ancient times, their tribe had had a ruler. Of course, it was purely symbolic, but with the exception of the great leader Tutanka, all their rulers had been women. After all, the Golden Tiger tribe is matriarchal. She was suited for this role. It seemed the gods' chains weighed on her more than the others. The girl agreed and remarked that she felt a sense of relief. The protagonist mused that she was weak because of the divine shackles. Because all the adults in her village had been killed, there was no one to cut off her tail, and she was not allowed into the village. She was forced to live on her own. That's how she met him. Was all this a coincidence? It was too obvious. It seemed deliberately orchestrated. Was it Kurtil? He must be controlling all of this. Bakuya said with a smile that he, an elder from the Golden Tiger tribe, pledged allegiance to the savior who freed them from the divine shackles. After this, all the other tigers began to pledge their allegiance as well. MC was surprised to think that the Golden Tiger tribe was swearing allegiance to him. Mirang, smiling, also pledged allegiance to the savior. A system window appeared, notifying him that he had received the oath of allegiance from the entire Golden Tiger tribe. He was surprised to think that the Golden Tiger tribe were now his allies. That's what Kurtil wanted to give him. Without the divine bonds, they were incredibly powerful. After the feast and other celebrations, the Golden Tiger tribe disbanded. They no longer needed to live together. Without the divine bonds, they might not be able to defeat his sisters, but they could easily escape. After some time, the protagonist called out to Mirang and asked why she didn't leave. She replied that she was coming here. He was probably bored alone, wasn't he? He thought in confusion that tigers were supposedly solitary creatures. What was wrong with her? MC replied, let her do what she wants. Suddenly, he noticed a powerful pillar of fire in the nearby forest and wondered if there was a fire in Hiran. It was a village. Wait, that fire reminded him of Persia. Ludia was already in Hiran. If they met, it would be bad. He abruptly activated his wind attribute and, setting off, thought that he had to get there as soon as possible. He hoped nothing had happened yet. Mirang thought it was a familiar and terrifying feeling. After some time, the protagonist arrived at the village and began to look around. Suddenly, a local woman ran up to him, exclaiming that Persia was there. After these words, she instantly burned to death. At that moment, the sister herself was standing next to Ludia, who was lying unconscious on the ground. She noticed him and noted where her brother was. She saw the Yahello doll, so she decided to have a little fun. It was his toy too, right? MC, with a serious face, asked why she was there. Persia, smiling, asked, why isn't she allowed? Can't he greet his sister more kindly? He wondered if the whole village reeked of burnt meat. Why did she do that? The protagonist remarked that if she was waiting for him, she probably wanted something. The sister, with a sly smile, asked, from him. She wanted to see him, but that's all she wanted from him. She pointed at Mirang and said she was here because of her. He nervously wondered if she had followed him. Persia remarked that she needed the Golden Tiger's teeth. It was one of her few hobbies. Lately, she hadn't been able to find the Golden Tiger tribe with her spell, so she hired people to search. And rumor had it that the tigers were somewhere around here. MC wondered if she probably had a network of informants all over the world. Persia asked that, knowing that her younger brother was walking with the tiger, How could she not come? He had worked so hard for her, so she had long thought about how to reward him. This was her surprise for him, since he had gone to the trouble of finding the Golden Tiger tribe for her. Mirang, horrified, remembered the incident from her childhood, fell to her knees, and exclaimed, "Did he lie to her?" A system window appeared, notifying her that she was panicking due to her injury. The protagonist, with a serious face, said that the people of Ahiron were innocent. Persia replied that people in this world die regardless of whether they are guilty or not. He pointed out that the Golden Tiger tribe was also innocent. She agreed and added that she still needed them. The MC said that this girl's name was Mirang. She was his friend and would accompany him on his journey, and he wasn't going to give up his friends. Persia created a magical seal between her fingers and said that in that case, they would see how much stronger he had become. She fired a magical shot, but missed on purpose, even though such a powerful attack destroyed everything behind him. He nervously wondered if this was the power of Sixth Circle fire magic. Persia asked with a smile, "He knows she missed on purpose, right? She would hit this time. He'll die if he doesn't move, and if he does, his girlfriend will die." The girl fired a magic shot, but the protagonist didn't move. The attack dissipated right in front of him. Persia pointed out that he knew she wouldn't hurt him. He agreed, adding that she was going to become a patriarch after all. MC mused that his siblings' attacks couldn't harm him while he was on a pilgrimage. Those were the rules of Maiton, and she had no choice but to follow them. The girl grumbled that it was boring. She'd set everything up here to have fun. Suddenly, Persia instantly cut off Ludia's arm and said it would be fun. The protagonist instantly activated Blitz tactics and changed his appearance. She asked with a smile, "What is that? Was it a magic attack skill?" His mana had grown significantly, but it wouldn't help him in any way. Why don't they play their favorite game? They hadn't done that in a while. If he made her retreat even one step, he won. If he won, she would let him keep the tiger and the toy. He assumed a fighting stance and replied that she better keep her word. The protagonist lunged toward her, and she responded by creating a flame barrier and saying they would see how much stronger he had become. If he touched her, he would burn to ashes. What would he do? MC coated his hand in fire mana and broke through the barrier, then grabbed her. Persia wondered what he had absorbed into his body. How had he managed to do it in such a short time? She thought that he was never boring. He had definitely passed the first level. In that case, it was time to move on to the next one. The protagonist began to press on her body and thought he would break her ribs. After a failed attempt, he thought her ribs were like stone. She wasn't moving at all. His sister smiled and remarked that he must have missed her very much, hugging her so tightly. She thought his ability to resist fire was impressive. A normal second circle mage would have died on the spot. Was it all because of his robe? Where did he get such an artifact? It reminded her of the face she hated. Persia instantly lifted him into the air and began attacking him with a powerful stream of fiery mana. The protagonist thought it was breaking through the scales of a white dragon and the chest plate of a 1,000-year-old dragon. The Grail appeared, exclaiming that it too was at its limit, as if its body was about to explode. Mirang, watching this, was horrified, recalling a moment from her childhood when her mother gave her a clover and told her that they say this 4-leaf clover brings good luck. She was sure that only good things awaited her. Sometime later, Mirang saw her mother tell her to run, and immediately after, Persia cut off her head. She approached her and with a smile said that she didn't need to hate her. Does she know why she will die? Because she is weak. If she wants revenge, then she should seek her when she is stronger, although she thinks she will be weaker than her anyway. Currently, Persia, attacking the protagonist, asked, "It hurts, right? This is how the weak feel. The weak always suffer at the hands of the strong. Everything is always taken from them, and they can't do anything about it." Just like his tiger girlfriend. The protagonist, enduring the pain, exclaimed that when the weak decide to do something, they can change the world. Mirang must overcome the fear that lies within her. The girl herself threw off her cape and thought that she must overcome her fear, otherwise nothing will change. She transformed into a tiger and instantly bit off her arm. After that, MC fell to the ground, his mana drained. Persia noted with a smile that she now remembered her. A system window appeared, notifying that a significant change had occurred, affecting the story. She laughed and said that she had become so weak. That's not bad for a golden tiger. She was much stronger than last time, but she said she would still be weaker than her. Persia instantly created a circle of fire directly beneath her, causing Mirang to fall to the ground. The protagonist wondered if it was fake fire, illusion magic. The girl remarked that she had cast this illusion with the intent to kill, but she was still alive. He thought that Mirang had lost with just one attack, even with the god attacks removed. Persia said that she recognized her potential. She was fit to be his toy. After all, she had even torn off her arm. She tossed him her arm and noted that it was a gift. The MC was perplexed, wondering if the gift was her own arm. For a mage, arms are the most important thing after their heart. It's what allows them to cast spells. He wondered why she was giving it to him. The sister replied that he made her laugh. The protagonist remarked that she could have put the arm back. She replied with a smile that it wouldn't have been so much fun then. He wondered if she was up to something. Wait, in the novel, Ludia was called a mage killer and a one-armed mage. How could she have achieved the title of mage killer with only one arm. There must be some limitations. Suddenly a system window appeared, notifying him that he had found a plot hole. The character Larson would receive creator privileges. MC thought that the last time this had happened was several years ago. Time had stopped. This was a new plot hole. He needed to fix this error using creator privileges. The novel itself appeared in front of him, revealing that Ludia was able to achieve the title of Mage Killer despite only having one arm. The reason for this was unknown. The protagonist thought there were two clues, the one-armed mage and the sister who gave him her severed arm. He doesn't understand what she's thinking, but he's sure she left Miran alive because she was having fun. He needs to make this more believable without changing the plot. He takes a pen and writes that it's because of certain conditions that need to be met to be a successful firebender. MC wonders if he wrote certain conditions on purpose, just in case. It can't be mandatory. He could have written physical superiority that makes her stronger as a firebender, but that would have affected the other firebenders. A system window appears, notifying him that the plot hole has been fixed. He thinks the world is returning to normal. It's good that he found the right answer. After that, time begins to tick again. Persia remarked that today was fun. Much more fun than she expected. He's so cute when he's angry. She's always ready for a fight. She hopes he gets stronger. Let him not forget the rage he felt today. His sister approached him, kissed him on the cheek, and said she hoped he would formally challenge her one day. But when that happened, he should be prepared to die. She wouldn't give in like she had today. They would see each other again. After that, the girl instantly disappeared. When she returned to her room, Sando pointed at her hand in surprise. Persia explained that she had given it to her brother. She replied that everything was clear to her. The residents of Hiron had safely transported to Van Pernion. Perhaps it was rude of her, but why had she created the illusion of burning townspeople? Persia replied with a smile, just for fun. It would be even funnier if she actually killed them. But then her brother would truly hate her. She didn't like that thought. Sometime later, the protagonist and the two girls came to Ludia's house. She planted a pear seed and explained that her father loved pear blossoms because her mother did. He always said he wanted to see her again, but she hates Larson a little. His sister killed her father. She knows he's not to blame. It's her fault. She was weak and couldn't protect her father. She will become stronger so she can kill Persia. No, first she will kill her father, so she will feel the same pain she is now. Instantly, the girl was covered in powerful magical energy, and an eye of healing appeared above her. A system window appeared, notifying that the power of the eye's healing had been activated in Ludia's character story. The character's scenario is progressing. The character's eye of demon slaying is opened. MC was surprised to think that in the novel, Ludia meets Persia before she meets him and loses her arm. This leads to the opening of the eye of demon slaying, and also to her becoming the enemy of all mages. He tried so hard to change history to prevent this, but it was in vain. This is the power of the eye's healing, and if this continues,